In Chapter 4 of Fire Emblem The Binding Blade, Roy's army is tasked with defeating a dangerous horde of cavaliers and nomads. Because of the enemy's high mobility, it can be difficult to keep your fragile units safe from them, and their stats are no joke either, often requiring 2 or 3 of your units to team up in order to secure kills. Even after defeating the enemy horsemen, the danger hasn't passed, because on turn 6, a squad of enemy reinforcements will show up, led by the incredibly threatening swordsman Rutger. He has extremely high speed, pretty good strength and defense, and comes equipped with the deadly Killing Edge, which gives him a chance to critical hit your soldiers, surely resulting in their demise. But while this situation may initially look pretty grim, there's a catch. Rutger has a soft spot for one of your healers, the recently recruited Clarine, and if she talks to him, he will turncoat and join your army instead of the enemy's. Meaning that in one fell swoop, not only have you eliminated a dangerous enemy, but you have gained a powerful tool for yourself. A similar thing happens in the game's prequel, The Blazing Sword, where your resident spy master Matthew can recruit the Killing Edge Myrmidon Guy into your army because Guy owes Matthew for the time he gave him some food. And now that I've pronounced his name both ways, this ensures I will get angry comments from both sides of the Giuseppe pronunciation debate. The third member of the GBA trilogy, Sacred Stones, also has a dangerous Killing Edge Myrmidon for you to recruit. This time it's Joshua, who needs to be talked into his senses by the cleric Natasha. And all 3 of these join situations bear a vague resemblance to the original Scarlet Swordsman Navarre, or Navarre if you're cringe and use the new translations. Navarre is hired by the Soothsire bandits to hunt down Julian and Lena, but because his code of honor prevents him from fighting women, he is able to be recruited into your army by Princess Shida. It makes you wonder why the brigands hired him to hunt down Lena, until you remember that Lena is just a she-her non-binary person, and Navarre respects trans rights. These characters, along with a couple of other units, led to the idea of a Navarre archetype in the Fire Emblem community. And while the early 2000s saw the Fire Emblem fanbase making a bunch of archetypes out of class plus join time, the Navarre archetype, at least on the surface, appears to have a bit more going for it than fraudsters like Ogma, Lena, and Merrick do. Specifically, having a crit weapon, starting as a red unit, and needing to be recruited by a healer are traits that very frequently get associated with these edgy swordmasters and give them an air of credibility that counters the inherent "why not just call them Myrmidons" question. But upon taking a closer look, the cracks start to show, and Navarre just might be a fraud archetype after all. The Fire Emblem fandom wiki defines the Navarre archetype as a character who has a strict warrior's code and is often silent or taciturn. Usually they have a bond with this game's Julian archetype or Lena archetype, and similar to the Ogma archetype, they vanish after the war. Additionally, from a gameplay perspective, they are enemy swordsmen who the player can talk to and recruit, and they favor high speed and skill growths while carrying a killing edge. Right away, this definition is an absolute travesty for multiple reasons. Personally, I don't like it when gameplay and story elements are combined, as I feel the story archetypes and gameplay archetypes are separate from each other, and attempting to shoehorn them into the same category is how you get people rejecting Soth's role as a Jagan simply because he isn't a mentor to Micaiah. But even aside from that, the definition is bogged down by a bunch of meaningless jargon. It mentions 3 other archetypes: Julian archetype, Lena archetype, and Ogma archetype. And while I personally don't think any of these archetypes exist, I also think that including them in your definition of what a Navarre archetype is just makes the whole thing completely unapproachable. And even if you looked at the definitions of Lena archetype and Julian archetype to try to get a better idea of what the Navarre archetype is, those definitions reference each other and Navarre, so it just becomes a circle of unnecessary terminology. In fact, it's kind of doubly unnecessary because of how few of the Navarre archetypes even have a relationship with a thief and cleric. Heck, Navarre himself doesn't actually have a relationship with Lena and Julian in FE1, Instead, the basis for combining these three so-called archetypes is the anime, which is such a niche source that even many entrenched Fire Emblem players probably haven't seen it. The other aspects of the definition don't fare much better. Like, the wiki goes out of its way to emphasize that Navares are Myrmidons who specialize in speed and skill.
Daring today, aren't we?
Next, you'll tell me about the Armor Knights that specialize in defense, or the Berserkers who specialize in strength. Like, a Myrmidon who specializes in speed and skill is just a Myrmidon. That's what the class does. I'm also not terribly convinced by the idea of a Myrmidon who's holding a killing edge. Like, are we going to call every Cavalier with a Javelin an Able archetype? Or every fighter who starts with a hand axe the Barst archetype? Because there's plenty of both of those as well. The killing edge isn't even an unusual weapon for Myrmidons to wield. Swordmasters are frequently associated with critical hits, often being given a crit bonus or just having high skill to get better crit. So like, of course you're gonna hand them out the crit weapon, you're crit stacking with them. It once again just feels like describing a part of the class and pretending it's something separate from it. And these are all just the issues I have before looking at the list of examples given by the wiki. Cause remember how Navares are supposed to fade into obscurity? Well, most of them don't actually do that. Navarre, Shiva, and Rutger do, but Guy becomes the greatest swordsman in Sakai, and Joshua literally retakes his position as royalty. Zehark and Marissa similarly become famous, and while Iris' fate is technically unknown, this applies to almost every Generation 1 unit in FE4, because they wanted to leave open the possibility for survivors from the massacre to show up in either Gen 2 or Thracia, as a couple of them do to surprise you. But I think the funniest instance of a Navarre disappearing after the war is Samto. Cause his ending says Samuel disappeared, however, it seemed that Navarre began cropping up in the most unlikely of places. This is pretty clearly implying that Samto went back to disguising himself as Navarre like he did before you recruited him. Like, I'm sorry if this comes off as harsh, but anyone who read that and wondered, what happened to Samto after FE3? I guess he faded into obscurity and his fate was left unknown, is pretty stupid. But I guess stupidity is kind of what I was asking for when I checked the Fire Emblem fandom wiki for my definition, since it is a notoriously awful source of information. I had a couple of viewers suggest instead I look at the Fire Emblem TV tropes page, so I checked out their definition of Navarre and it's actually worse than the fandom wikis. It just says that Navarre is a critical hit Myrmidon who has to be recruited from the enemy, but splits it into the sub-archetype including the Ira, which is a female warrior who uses swords. Why the fuck are we splitting the archetype by genders now? Who wrote this page? J.K. Rowling? That's okay, I do have a third potential source of a definition for this archetype. And that is the series of polls I ran about every single archetype in Fire Emblem, where I asked my viewers whether it was real or fake, and to define the archetype if they thought it was real. This was for a different upcoming video, but I figured that I could repurpose the Navarre poll for this one. But I gotta be honest with y'all, your definitions were not much better than the TV tropes one. I got a plethora of comments from people who said they don't consider class plus join time to be an archetype, but that Navarre has much more going for it than Lena, Merrick, or Wendell archetypes. Since in addition to being an early Myrmidon, they also have an edgy personality, start as a red unit, get recruited by a healer, and have a killing edge in their starting inventory. But the only two units that description applies to are Rutger and Shiva. And even if we want to stretch things and include Joshua, despite the fact that he's not an edgelord, that's 3 units in a grand total of 17 games. Although personally, I look at it more like 3 out of 14, since I think counting the remakes is disingenuous. And if we expand the archetype to include a decent number of units, then we once again run into the problem of just class plus join time or class plus inventory, both of which are pretty weak arguments. In one last desperate move, I decided to ask people to name every unit they felt fell into the Navarre archetype. That way, I could try to work backwards from there and find a more coherent definition. But this too only resulted in lists of every single Myrmidon from the Fire Emblem franchise. Seriously, most lists included Saber, Dean, and Felix. Which, Dean at least has a crit weapon in the Brave Sword, but you don't recruit him on map, and in fact, if you ever face him as a red unit, you don't get to recruit him at all, since he's part of a weird Aaron versus Samson situation. See my previous archetype video for that one. But Saber and Felix aren't even enemies, and neither of them join with a killer weapon equipped. Lanku is, at the very least, an obvious reference to the character Navarre, but the others were pretty clearly included simply for being Myrmidons or Myrmidon-esque units. But I think the thing that stuck out to me the most was the absence of a couple of characters, namely Raven and Jamka. Since when I first entered the Fire Emblem community, these two characters' statuses as a Navarre was fiercely debated. After all, Ira doesn't really fit the archetype if we look closely. Sure, she's a Myrmidon, but the manner in which she's recruited is just talking to the main lord, which doesn't apply to any of the other Killing Edge mercs. And Ira herself doesn't have a Killing Edge because that doesn't exist in Fire Emblem 4. The way that crits work is different in the game, so she can't even score a critical hit herself. The Ira defenders will say that her skill of Astra is basically a critical hit, but Jamka starts with a killer weapon, the Killer Bow, and he's recruited by a cleric, Edain. In fact, the scene where he releases Edain and Dew from the palace jail is pretty clearly a direct reference to the anime where Navarre kills several of the bandits so that Julian can escape from captivity. Likewise, Raven is recruited by a healer, his sister Priscilla, and he has the edgy personality that people so frequently associate with Navarre. Whereas in contrast, Guy's relationship with the blade is closer to sword autism than anything else. Raven even starts as a mercenary, which is the OG Navarre class. I don't know, it feels like if we are pretending that Navarre is something deeper than just class plus join time plus inventory, we should be willing to consider units that aren't in the Myrmidon class. I did, at the very least, get one commenter who referenced Aaron because he's recruited by a healer and the Halberdier line gets a crit bonus, but I also got several people that referred to Edward and Hana as Navarres, so it really just feels like the community thinks of this as the Myrmidon class and nothing deeper. At this point, I should probably go over what my own personal definition of the Navarre archetype is. I've always thought of them as an early game enemy who is particularly dangerous due to a RNG-based threat they pose to every member of your army. Usually this comes in the form of a crit weapon, although I would say that Astra on Ira and Adept on Jamka also qualify. Although Jamka definitely has a better case than Ira, since he not only has a killer weapon of his own, but he's also recruited by Edain, and I consider being recruited by a fragile non-lord character to be another stipulation of the archetype. I was honestly incredibly surprised that no one else had this or even similar definitions of the archetype. Considering that the other class plus join time cases were soundly rejected by my community, I would expect that Navarre getting a 73% acceptance rate meant that at least some number of people had the same or similar definition as mine. It used to be a lot more common of a take. Like I said, there were debates about Raven and Jamka versus Ira and Guy. Under my own definition of the archetype, I would say that Navarre, Samto, Jamka, Shiva, Rutger, Guy, and Joshua all qualify as strict Navarres. I would also say that Ira, Raven, Zehark, and Aaron are all kind of edge cases, and Lanku from Awakening is a reference to the OG Navarre, rather than really being an iteration of the archetype itself. Since Intelligent Systems has moved pretty definitively away from red unit recruitments, I would consider this to be a dead archetype, at least within the mainline games. But it's iconic enough that Navarre himself was used as the Mirage for Yashiro, the Zuko-esque turncoat in TMS Sharp FE. And Navarre was one of Marth's bond rings in Fire Emblem Engage. So regardless of whether or not it was initially intended to be an archetype, it is a pattern that IS has acknowledged. Thankfully, I don't have to make this decision myself. I pulled my patrons, and they by and large wanted me to talk about enemy recruitment. So let's dive into that. If you've ever watched a video on Mario level design, then you'll know they tend to follow the structure of introducing new elements in escalating situations of danger. The classic example from Sieve Gaming is seesaws, where you first get a seesaw in safety, then a seesaw with enemies on it, then a seesaw over a bottomless pit, and finally multiple seesaws over a pit with enemies flying around. And the first Fire Emblem game followed a similar design philosophy when it came to introducing recruitable enemies. Daros is the first red unit who can join Marth's army, and you don't even have to initiate a talk conversation on him. In fact, he will talk to Marth on enemy phase and recruit himself. Now, this behavior does cause problems in the remake FE11, as on higher difficulties, the enemy stats are high enough that they can often kill Daros before you even have the chance to move him. But when it comes to Fire Emblem 1, I think this is very helpful, as it concretely demonstrates to the player that sometimes red units can be convinced to join your forces. There's some dialogue that refers to it as well, such as an optional house that tells you about Daros wanting to quit his pirating ways, but overall I think it is better to show than tell, and Daros does a great job of showing how enemy recruitment works. Just in time for them to step things up with Castor's recruitment. He's a hunter, and you need to talk to him with Sheeta, the Pegasus Knight. So already things get tricky, since he has bow effectiveness against your fragile flyer. Definitely a big step up from Daros' recruitment, but you can at least lure Castor towards you with some of your other bulky units, such as the Cavaliers and Paladin. And since he attacks with bows instead of a one-range weapon, it's easy for him to attack you without any risk of you killing him or him killing you. It's also worth noting that even if you don't engage in baiting tactics, Sheeta's high movement means that she can outrange Castor in order to turn him blue on your turn without ever facing an attack. Although since he's accompanied by another hunter, you're probably going to need to have your other high move units burst in so that she doesn't get immediately obliterated, especially since she is required to recruit the next chapter's red unit, Navarre. He's a good deal scarier than Castor is. Him being one range locked means that the only units who can bait him without countering are either disarmed or your two archers. Not only that, but his killing edge means that he has a chance to critical hit whoever it is that baits him. And while you can just fly in and not bait him, he's surrounded by a squad of other enemies, so once again the fragile princess is in danger if you do this. Still, there's a good amount of terrain and she outranges him, so it is a possibility. Which is more than can be said for the next red unit, Mathis, who must be recruited by another fragile girl. This time it's Lena the Cleric. Mathis is a Cavalier, which means he has a much larger movement range than the footlocked Lena does. So it can be a little bit more difficult to position her such that she can recruit him on player phase, while not herself risking getting attacked by him. Experienced players probably know this, but you can just put her on the edge of his range, and as he keeps charging forward, the next turn he'll be close enough for Lena to reach. But since Fire Emblem 1 was the first Fire Emblem, this was almost certainly a novel concept and a big difficulty spike for players unfamiliar with the basic mechanics of this SRPG. Mathis feels like the final exam when it comes to escalating recruitment difficulty in Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, because while there are more red units that join Marth's army, none of them really feel like they add an additional difficulty twist after Chapter 4. And part of this is probably because Fire Emblem 1 only has blue and red units. There's no green units. You can identify several of the recruitable red units that really feel like they should have been green. For example, the units in chapters 5 and 6, Wendell and Ricardo, are entirely non-aggressive, and instead just wait to be talked to by their respective recruiters, those being Marth and either Merrick or Julian. Although it's worth noting that in the remake Fire Emblem 11, Wendell is suddenly aggressive for some reason. It doesn't make any sense from a story perspective, and it makes the chapter more difficult, but in a way that feels kind of stupid. Like, he just runs up and one-rounds the Prince Marth for no reason? It's incredibly silly. There are a few more noteworthy things about the recruitables in FE1 I want to touch on. Sheeta recruits 2 more units, Lawrence and Roger, bringing her up to a grand total of 4 red units she persuades to your side. In my opinion, this is meant to demonstrate her ability to empathize with and read others, and how her kindness in reaching out for them can often be the difference that turns hearts and minds. It sort of parallels Marth being an inspiration to the troops that he already has, in that Sheeta is extending that kind hand to those he doesn't have already. A stranger is just a friend you haven't made after all, and all that jazz. Hey there, Editing Danny, and I just realized I forgot to talk about Jake, who is yet another unit recruited by Sheeta, reinforcing the idea that she knows how to touch hearts and minds and recruit the enemy to Marth's cause. In this case, she sees Jake and appeals to his sense of honor because he would be disappointing his girlfriend Anna if he fought for evil instead of fighting for good. Funny enough, in the remake, you're actually required to visit the house that Anna's in order to learn that Anna is Jake's girlfriend. But in FE1, because there wasn't the technology for it, you don't have to visit the house first. Jake himself is a pretty interesting unit because in FE1 he's kind of worthless, but in FE11 he's kind of phenomenal, thanks to the mechanics of ballistas changing between those games, but that is probably a conversation best reserved for another time. It feels beyond the scope of the Navarre archetype. I also quickly want to mention Zane, the transforming unit. He is in jail as a red unit and would probably be a green unit if those existed back in the days of Fire Emblem 1. As such, I don't really have much to say about him as a recruitable enemy. Astrum parallels Mathis in being a male unit who is willing to attack the female unit that recruits him, but he differs in 2 crucial ways. Since Medea is a paladin and Astrum is a hero, Medea outranges him, making the recruitment easier. But secondly, and more importantly, Astrum is a stinky poo-poo butthead, whereas Mathis is an epic Kino 100 gamer.
How do you do, fellow kids?
The last case we haven't talked about is Minerva and the White Wings, and they actually have a pretty significant story presence, as opposed to units like Castor and Roger who just sort of show up, join the army, and don't speak up in any more cutscenes. Minerva first appears as an enemy in Chapter 7. Initially, she and the White Wings were engaged with fighting Marth, but after a couple of turns, they leave because Minerva doesn't believe they should be fighting against Marth's army. In order to ensure her loyalty in future battles, the Empire of Dolor puts Maria in prison and threatens to kill her if Minerva turncoats. Thus, Minerva sends the White Wings to deliver a message to Marth. If he can rescue her sister Maria, then Minerva will join Marth's army and fight against the evil Empire. Maria is another unit that would definitely be green in another game, but she's just a red unit in prison. So you warp Marth in, talk to the sister, and then Minerva will charge in to recruit herself Darrow style. Except for, unlike the man who becomes Sail, Minerva is incredibly strong, arguably the best unit in FE1. She sees a pretty significant down spike in Fire Emblem 11, but still has her uses due to basically uncontested high axe rank, as well as being a promoted unit, which is a relative rarity considering just how few promotion items there are in Shadow Dragon. Later in the campaign, you will encounter Pala, Katria, and eventually their youngest sister Est, all of whom have the Darrow's treatment just like Minerva. They will fly up to Marth and talk to him, and then turn blue magically. Est also delivers the Mercurius Blade, which is pretty cool. And in the remake, they made her drop it just in case you wanted to use her for experience, like the Kids World Guide says you should. Before fully leaving Marth's first adventure behind, I should touch upon the new units that got added in FE11's Gaiden chapters, because the majority of them also start out as red units. Athena is recruited in a village, but everyone else is at one point Marth's enemy. Horus is a red armor knight, and he is able to join Marth's army, but not through any sort of traditional recruitment. Instead, you simply have to leave him alive until the end of the map. The next Gaiden character, Etzel, is a recruitable sorcerer, and in fact he's the only dark mage the player gets access to. Although, if I'm being honest, this isn't particularly special. Dark Mage is basically the equivalent of Sage, and thanks to infinite reclassing, you can make other units such as Cord into a Dark Mage yourself. As for his recruitment, Etzel has the same conditions as Horus before him. He's a red unit, and you just need to keep him alive. And the same applies to the warrior Ymir, who is the second to last Gaiden character and the last one who starts as a red unit. It might sound a little bit lame that all three of the new red units had the same recruitment condition, but the Gaidens are so spread out that it doesn't feel all that repetitive when you're playing it in practice. Besides, it is kind of cute, if likely unintentional, that these recruitments mirror the only on-map red unit that joins your army in Gaiden, Delthea. She gets mind-controlled by evil wizards and is forced to fight against you. However, if you kill the boss of the map that she's on before killing her, it will break the mind control spell and she will flee, only to join Alm's forces after the battle. Technically, when I say she's the only red unit that joins you, that's not entirely accurate, since I should give a shout out to Zeke. He's an enemy gold knight, but he's only being forced to fight against you because his lover, Tatiana, is being held captive in Nui Baba's abode. If you rescue her before confronting his forces, then he will immediately turn into a green unit at the start of the map and help you fight the rest of the enemies, alongside his squad of knights. Later, you can visit the nearby village in order to recruit him, which fits with the pattern Gaiden established. Most units in this game are not recruited on map, and instead need to be talked to in villages or dungeon exploration. The one major exception to this is Valbar and his crew, Kamui and Leon, which is probably why Valbar gets put on the box art as the honorary third lord. The remake Shadows of Valentia sticks with this design philosophy for its two new units, Faye and Conrad, each of whom join in between chapters instead of during them. Heck, even the White Wings, who show up as green units on map, are not recruitable in that chapter. Instead, if they survive, they will retreat to a village where you can recruit them there. I guess in theory you could say that this was the game that started the slow decline of on-map recruitments. Although in practice that really doesn't hold up to scrutiny because Gaiden was always supposed to be the experimental Nintendo sequel. And so the fact it doesn't bear similarities to the old Fire Emblem 1 game is to be expected. And in fact, in the next game, Mystery of the Emblem, on-map recruitments were back on the menu, as was the case in future titles moving forward. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, so let's talk about Mystery first. FE3 is divided into two parts. Book 1 is an abridged remake of the first Fire Emblem, whereas Book 2 is a wholly original story set as a sequel to it. You might think that there's not much to talk about with Book 1 since it's a remake of a game we already talked about twice over, but actually there's a number of changes made and most of them impact recruitable red units. Jake, Daros, and Roger are cut entirely. And Mathis and Wendell undergo a significant change as well. The map where you normally recruit Mathis and Merrick is gone in Book 1, so instead you recruit Mathis on the following chapter, which is normally where you recruit Wendell. But since you don't have Merrick, who is one of the people that can recruit Wendell, they decided to have Merrick recruited on that map instead of Wendell, and then Wendell is recruited in the following map. He's just in the same jail cell as Ricardo, for no really well-explored reason. You could argue that he's in that jail cell because the castle is occupied by your enemy, so he's a prisoner of war, but I think it's funnier to imagine that Wendell was also a criminal like Julian. Instead of a petty thief, maybe he was running a meth empire or something.
Say my name.
The map where you normally recruit Est is also cut, and that means that she gets recruited on the Camus map instead, which is potentially noteworthy because it actually changes the order of recruitment in FE3 Book 1 as compared to the other Arcanea games, since Est is now recruited after Tiki instead of before Tiki. As noteworthy as those changes are, I would still say that Book 2 has more things to talk about than Book 1. The first recruitable enemy in Book 2 is an echo of an early recruitable red unit in Book 1, as Chapter 2 features a throwback to Castor, with the enemy hunter Warren being recruitable by the White Wing Catria. And Chapter 3 once again features a recruitable Mathis, although this time he needs to be talked to by Julian instead of Lena, because Lena has been kidnapped. This Mathis recruitment is actually quite obnoxious. You gotta run around the entire map while avoiding him, then go to a village in order to recruit Julian, and then finally Julian can recruit him. Mathis is actually pretty good in Book 2, but since at this point you already have 3 Cavaliers and a Paladin, it might not be worth it to recruit the Dashing Gentleman if you don't feel like slogging through the most annoying map design ever. Although, in fairness, if you don't feel like slogging through the most annoying map design, maybe just don't play Fire Emblem 3 Book 2. FE3 continues the trend of having a lot of recruitable red units in the early game, because Sirius, who is another iteration of Camus/Zeke, is recruitable in Chapter 4. You need to talk to him with Ogma. Although this task is made somewhat easier by the fact that Sirius and Ogma start very close to each other on the map. In FE12, this is actually a bit of a tricky recruitment because Ogma going forward enough to talk to Sirius can just result in him dying on turn 1 enemy phase, but that's because the numbers in FE12 are cranked up to absurdity on the higher difficulties. In the original mystery game, both Sirius and Ogma are tough enough that they can handle the enemy phase onslaught on their own. Chapter 5 features another instance where Julian needs to recruit Ricardo. Although, if you allow Ricardo to run away, he will also show up in Chapter 6, giving you a second chance to recruit him. Unfortunately, these 2 recruitment possibilities come together to cause a glitch. If you recruit Ricardo in Chapter 5 and then deploy both him and Julian in Chapter 6, you will still have the talk conversation available. And if you initiate the talk, it will play out the recruitment dialogue, but at the end of it, since it doesn't know what to do about Ricardo, since it can't really change his faction from blue to blue again, it just gives you a game over. I know this because my friend Casual Jacob had it happen to him on an Iron Man. Although in fairness, he was using the fan translation patch, so it's possible that this was a bug introduced by the patch rather than present in FE3 to begin with. Anyone who's played Book 2 on the original cartridge in Japanese, please let me know if this glitch is also present there. I'd be very curious to find out. Although, regardless of Ricardo's fate, there's always going to be at least one recruitable red unit in Chapter 6, because Samto is here, although he's disguised as Navarre. If you have either Sita or Ogma talk to him, then he will reveal that he's actually just Samto, impersonating Navarre so that he can get paid because Navarre has a reputation and Samto is kind of a goofball. Once he drops the pretense though, Samto is more than willing to join your army and fight for your side. His recruitment can be a little bit tricky if you're unprepared because he's inside of a room behind a locked door, although you are given a hint beforehand in the opening cutscene, so you should be aware that he is somewhere in the vicinity and have people who can talk to him nearby. Chapter 7 is notable for this video for 2 reasons. First off, it is where Navarre joins, although he joins you as a blue unit, so he doesn't really fit into the Navarre archetype, as it were. But this map does introduce a red unit who will eventually be recruitable. That is Astrum and his deadly squad of heroes, although you can't recruit him in Chapter 7. Instead, he's going to be a recurring enemy who shows up to chase you down in multiple maps. Here, his death squad chills in the upper left-hand corner, forcing you to go around through the woods rather than facing them head-on. But in the following map, they will start on the bottom of the bridge and chase you as you make your way from the middle to the top. And then, in the desert, they will show up several turns into the map and start chasing after you, forcing you to either kill him or seize in order to end the map before confronting him. From here, you get a pretty extended break from Astrum and don't have to deal with him again until you're finally trying to retake Arcanea Castle, at which point you can recruit him with George. Assuming that you recruited George, because George is also a red unit who you might miss recruiting. He is the boss of Chapter 8, the Soulful Bridge where you get chased down by Astrum. And he is sitting on the throne, so in order to end the map, you need to either kill him or recruit him by talking with Gordon. Both George and Astrum have some of the regalia on them, with George wielding the Parthia and Astrum having Mercurius. But they conveniently drop these items when you kill them, at least in FE12. So if you don't want to put up with the hassle of recruiting these kind of mediocre units, then you can put them out of your misery. Permanently. But Astrum isn't the only interesting take on recruitments we have in FE3. Because in Chapter 10, there is a situation between Merrick and Arlen that is kind of tricky to resolve if you don't just cheese it with rescue. The two pupils of Wendell, Arlen and Merrick, have a bit of a disagreement that comes to blows, and they're having a duel to the death, with Merrick as a blue unit but Arlen as a red unit, isolated far away from your starting position. Wendell can talk to Arlen in order to recruit him, but if you are just walking Wendell there, then Merrick is in pretty big danger of either killing Arlen or getting killed himself. As I mentioned, you can cheese this by using the rescue staff, and in Fire Emblem 12, you can simply reclass Wendell into a flying class as Wyvern so that he can fly across and recruit Arlen before the situation deteriorates. But if you're just playing this straight without trying to cheese it, it can be really tricky to keep both pupils alive for long enough. If we're looking at Fire Emblem 1 recruitments as an escalation from Daros to Navarre, then Fire Emblem 3 has definitely upped the ante. Whether it's with Astrum, who you need to keep alive for multiple chapters, or Merrick and Arlen, who are dueling to the death. But perhaps the most interesting escalation of recruitable red units comes with Shima, who is a general you can recruit in the very late game of FE3. She is the leader of Gra, which is a country that Marth conquered in the previous war. And in order to recruit her, you need to play through the entire map without killing any of the Gra soldiers. Then you can talk to her, and she realizes that Marth is actually a merciful leader and is willing to join him. And in turn, she can talk to the hero Samson, who is also willing to join you. Now, this task isn't necessarily as difficult as you might expect, because the Gra soldiers are all unaggressive on that map. Instead, only their occupiers will attack you. So as long as you leave the Gra soldiers alone, then you don't have anything to worry about in terms of failure. For the time, however, I do think it was a fundamental step up, giving you a side objective that you didn't explicitly get told, but could intuit based on pre-map dialogue and the behavior of the soldiers around you. Pretty cool stuff, and I like the way that it does storytelling through gameplay. Although, in my rush to talk about this cool recruitment, I did skip over a couple of generic ones. Tiki is once again recruited just by talking to her, although this time it's with Marth instead of Bantu. And Est and Abel are in a similar situation to Maria and Minerva from the previous game, where Est is locked up in a jail cell, and once you talk to her, you can recruit her. She has to go talk to Abel on her own, which is, I guess, a little bit different than Minerva talking to Marth, but doesn't feel meaningfully distinct. It's just sort of another iteration on ground that we already tread. But Fire Emblem 3 does have one more interesting red unit recruitment that plays out in the conclusion of its final chapter. You see, throughout the story of the game, Medius has kidnapped 4 clerics: Maria, Lena, Elise, and Nina. And each of these clerics have been put under mind control, which can only be broken by talking to someone that they love. Maria is freed by her sister Minerva, Nina is freed by Camus, who is disguised as Sirius, Elise is freed by Merrick, who is her lover, and a similar thing happens with Lena being freed by Julian. From a story perspective, rescuing all 4 of them is the way you get the best ending. But if you only care about things from a gameplay perspective, it might seem a little bit underwhelming to recruit some unpromoted staffers on the final map. However, even if you're only here for gameplay, there's a reason to want to recruit all 4 of these clerics. And that's because every time you kill the final boss, Medius, he will sacrifice one of the clerics in order to get a full revive with full HP. So if you turn them blue, he is no longer able to sacrifice them and only has 1 health bar instead of the functional 5. Of course, if you are incredibly heartless, the easy way around this is just to murder the 4 clerics who are much more physically vulnerable than Medius is, but I mean, that's a war crime. Marth wouldn't kill unarmed healers who used to be his allies, would he? I mean, one of them's his sister. Surely, no one is that heartless. Now, much like Fire Emblem 1 got a remake in FE11, Fire Emblem 3 Book 2 got a remake in FE12. But unlike FE11, which confined its new characters to the optional Gaiden chapters or the prologue that only came with easy mode, FE12 sprinkled a whole bunch of newcomers into the main campaign. You see, for whatever reason, the designers of New Mystery decided to bring back every single character from Arcanea, with the exception of ones who explicitly die in the story like Boa and Harkin. Everyone who was playable in a previous Arcanea game is playable in New Mystery. Some of these characters like Riss, Rad, and Caesar did get their own Gaidens, but for the most part, they either showed up as blue units in battle preps, or as red units who needed to be spoken to by the correct ally. I'm not going to go over every single red unit recruitment that New Mystery added because it would get repetitive and this video is probably going to be pretty long already. But there are a couple of notable ones that I want to highlight. Rad and Caesar are noteworthy for being pretty difficult to recruit without some extensive planning. They function the same way as the FE11 Gaiden characters, where you just need to leave them alive until the end of the chapter, but the map they're on is incredibly small, and you start out very close to them, so you kinda gotta have meat shields soak up attacks and not counter, otherwise you will accidentally kill them while Marth is making his way to the throne, which at minimum takes 2 turns. The payoff for this hassle is Rad and Caesar, so it's probably not worth your time, but I did want to point it out because it's kind of ridiculous how difficult it is just to get these shitters. Although, it's certainly not the hardest recruitment in New Mystery, because FE12's OC, Katarina, needs to be talked to by the Avatar Chris 3 times. And while you can pull this off by dancing Chris and using an again staff to give him 3 actions in a single turn, it's still kind of ridiculous, and they probably intended for you to just meat shield for a while you talk her down. Although, even Katarina isn't the hardest recruitment that FE12 has to offer. That honor goes to the Wolf Guard. The Wolf Guard were Harkin's honor guard, and in the original Fire Emblem 3 Book 2, only Rocher joins your army, with the other ones unfortunately still working for the corrupted Emperor Hardin and presumably getting killed as a result. In FE12, however, you can recruit every Wolf Guard member except for Hardin himself. It starts out fairly simple. If Marth visits the village in the bottom right of the map, then he recruits Rocher. However, upon recruiting Rocher, you get met with ambush spawn reinforcements, one of whom is Violent in the bottom left-hand side of the map. Rocher needs to go talk to Violent to recruit him, and this will cause Sedgar and his ambush spawn reinforcements to show up in the top right. Violent can then talk to Sedgar, who is in the top right portion of the map, and Sedgar can go talk to Wolf, who is in the top left portion of the map. Chaining these recruitments together is in and of itself kind of interesting, but mostly just annoying, especially considering how bad the Wolf Guard are as units. Roche and Violent in particular are extremely weak, so even just keeping them alive to talk to each other can be more of a hassle than the payoff is worth. I also think it's potentially worth noting that from a story perspective, I don't like recruiting these guys. Even though Hardin has been corrupted, the Wolfguard are kind of the loyal true believers. Roche is the only one who joins you in original Book 3, and it makes the final battle against Hardin feel like it has a tragic undertone to it. You are killing soldiers who should be your allies, who were your allies in the former war. And even some of the named allies you had in Fire Emblem 1 and Fire Emblem 3 Book 1 didn't rejoin your army because they just took the other side in this fight. For that reason, I feel like the everyone is here golden route energy kind of undercuts the emotional payoff of the tragedy of Hardin being evil. I mean, you still kill Hardin, but that's just one friend, and it kind of doesn't acknowledge that even the basic foot soldiers theoretically should be your allies. I don't know, maybe it's personal taste, but the cast already feels super bloated, so I don't feel like the Wolfguard really needed a retcon redemption arc. That being said, there is one more former ally who does not rejoin Marth's forces in Fire Emblem 12, and that's Lorenz, who in both Book 3 and Book 12 is the boss of Chapter 1. And even though he's not a red unit you can recruit, I wanted to talk about him because the way he functions is kind of an interesting allusion to recruitable red units. He's so tough that you can't reasonably take him down by normal means, especially with throne healing on his side, but if you talk to him with Marth, he will beg the king to protect the Crown Prince and Princess of Grust and then take his own life, presumably to avoid being interrogated or tortured by the evil faction that Marth is unwittingly working for. Like I said, it's not a red unit recruitment, but it at least parallels it in some interesting ways, so I wanted to mention it before we move on to Genealogy. Fire Emblem 4 is where red unit recruitment started getting very creative. The first red unit recruitment is Ira the Myrmidon in Chapter 1, and her recruitment method is actually the first iteration of what would later be repeated in all the FE11 Gaidens. Her nephew Shannon is being held hostage in the enemy castle, so you need to charge past her and seize the castle before you can recruit her with Sigurd. Funny enough, once you seize the castle, Ira will immediately start charging back towards it because she wants to check on Shannon. But her AI is still programmed to destroy the castle when she gets there, so there's kind of just the funny mental image of her going, "Where are you, Shannon?" and blowing up an entire building. Later that chapter, we recruit Jamka, the enemy archer who feels like a parallel to Warren and Castor from the Arcanea games. He has the only killer weapon in the game, the Killer Bow, and when combined with his native skills of Adept and Accost, he can be an incredibly threatening enemy if you ever let him get an attack off. He joins in a heavily forested terrain as well, so it's hard for your mounted units to catch up to or run away from him, since they will be slowed down by the Spirit Forest. Thankfully, he doesn't attack Edain, who is the cleric that needs to recruit him, but you can't say the same about all of the axe units all around him, so it's still not entirely free to send her forward to talk to the prince. Although once you do turn him blue, he gets to delete a bunch of hand axe enemies effortlessly on the next enemy phase. So he gives off a pretty stellar first impression, both as a threatening enemy and as a dominant blue unit. Unfortunately, that doesn't really carry forward throughout the rest of the game, but we're just talking about recruitments in this video, so I suppose I can cut Jamka some slack. So far, you're probably thinking that these recruitments are pretty standard, but where it gets really creative is starting in Chapter 2. As the sword fighter Fodlan has probably the strangest recruitment in Genealogy, so much so that I actually have to pause and explain how the arena works in FE4, because the FE4 arena is not the same as you might be used to. Instead of having death matches against randomly generated opponents, you fight a predetermined list of 7 enemies in every chapter. These aren't fights to the death. If you lose, you're just left at 1 HP, and presumably so is the enemy. But you're incentivized to send as many people through the arena gauntlet as possible in order to maximize your gains of both experience and gold. There are technically 2 different arena gauntlets in every chapter, because if a bow user would be going up against an enemy who cannot counter them, then that enemy is either given a weapon they can counter with or replaced entirely. For example, if the opponent was going to use a Brave Lance, then instead they'll get a Javelin. And if it was a Steel Sword Myrmidon, then they turn into a Steel Bow Archer. All of this is relevant because Fodlan is the final enemy in the gauntlet of Chapter 2, but you can only face him with a 1-range unit. And so the way that you recruit him is by having someone who is able to fight him at 1 range clear all 7 rounds of the arena. Once you do, he will join your army and be replaced with a different predetermined enemy who is now the 7th round opponent for all future arena combatants. For what it's worth, that opponent, Camus, is significantly stronger than Fodlan, so if you have someone who is kind of struggling to go through the arena that you want to train up, I would personally recommend sending them through the arena first so they have an easier time fighting the final foe. Usually I do this with Finn personally because he's a training project unit who needs a little bit of time to get off the ground, and this can kind of be the boost that he needs in order to get to promotion. But the same logic can apply for scrunklies like the Christmas Cavaliers or even Do the Thief, who might have a hard time fighting the super strong Myrmidon Camus. Fodlan isn't the only recruitable enemy in Chapter 2, however. The Free Knight Beowulf will join your army, but only if you pay him 10,000 gold. Not really a free knight, is he then? Yes, I know that his name is a reference to the Free Company, a famous band of mercenaries, but I'm making a stupid joke. It's what YouTubers do. Sue me. Anyway, the price of recruiting him isn't as steep as it might at first seem, thanks to the way that gold works in Fire Emblem 4. Because, like everything in Genealogy, it's different than you would expect. Instead of you having a singular treasury that your army uses to purchase weapons and items, all funds are allocated to individual units. So Sigurd will have his own stash of gold that he uses to buy his own weapons, and Noish has a different bank account that he uses to buy his stuff. This interacts with the pawn shop system and the fact that units can't trade items in a bunch of interesting ways, but for our purposes, the only thing that we really need to know is that every single unit has a different gold supply, and some units need money much more than others. For example, Lex is a pretty self-sufficient unit who doesn't really need that much gold because he gets the Brave Axe for free, and that's kind of the only weapon he'll ever need. On the other hand, your staffers like Ethlin, Ragesis, and Edain are going to need much more gold because they are constantly using and repairing staffs, which can get quite expensive. And this is especially relevant for Edain since she can't even go through the arena as a supplemental source of gold. Because of this system, whoever recruits Beowulf takes the 10,000 gold from their account and gives it to Beowulf. So you yourself as the player don't lose any gold, it just gets transferred from one unit to another. And as such, I would typically recommend having a unit who doesn't need gold be the one that recruits Beowulf so that they can give their useless gold to someone who might actually want it. In some ways, you can look at Beowulf's recruitment cost as less of a cost and more of an opportunity. You now have the ability to transfer your gold from one unit to another, an option that is normally restricted to only being done between lovers. Although, given what we know about Fergus and Dermot, it's possible that Beowulf is just a lover with whoever recruits him anyway. The man knew how to get around. The last recruitable red unit of Gen 1 is Aranis, the Pegasus Knight. She spawns near the end of Chapter 2 and begins making a beeline for your home castle. And if she or any of her squad mates capture your home castle, that is an instant game over. She can of course be recruited by the Bard Lewin, but he is a foot unit who starts out very far away from your home castle. So since she's mounted, she will outpace him. If you want to, you could just kill her, but that results in losing access to not only her, but both of her children, who are some of the stronger Gen 2 units. So instead, the solution is to use the Return or Warp Staff to send Lewin back to the home castle so that he can talk to her and turn her into a green unit before she completely wipes out your army. It's not the most complicated or difficult recruitment in the world. In fact, I wouldn't even say it's the hardest recruitment in Fire Emblem 4, but it is nonetheless interesting and requires an intimate knowledge of some of the tools you have available. Moving on to Generation 2, and in Chapter 6, we are greeted with two recruitable red units, Johan and Johalvir. Both of them embrace the blue paint upon being spoken to by Larse or her replacement Surinde. However, the interesting thing about this pair is you can only recruit one of them. It is an Aaron versus Samson situation because both cousins are in love with the Merm girl. The units themselves aren't all that interesting. The choice somehow manages to both be trash versus garbage and heavily lopsided in Johan's favor, but I do think it's kind of cool how whoever you don't choose, you do inevitably have to kill. I did also recently do an entire video about the Aaron vs. Samson archetype, so if you're interested in hearing more about the Johan-Johalvir binary or any other choice in recruitment in Fire Emblem, check that out after you're done with this vid. Moving on to the next red unit, it's Faval, who is an archer that needs to be recruited by the thief Patty. Or if Bridget died, then it's Asalio needing to get recruited by Daisy. Either way, you need your fragile thief to recruit this deadly archer. Much like with Jamka, the 2nd gen archer won't attack the unit who can recruit him, and it is significantly easier to maneuver your units around because Faval is in an area without much terrain. Unlike the Spirit Forest, which limits your movement, there are roads and plains so you can just outrange him and freely turn him blue. A trait that is unfortunately not shared by the next recruitable red unit, Altena. She is an incredibly threatening wyvern who needs to be spoken to by Leif, and while it's possible for Leif to outrange her thanks to the fact that he can promote to Master Knight, Altena approaches your army from over a set of mountains. Leif gets slowed down by mountains and can't even walk on peaks, so there's a lot of terrain that she can cross that he just isn't able to approach her on. The natural solution is just to hang back and let her get over the mountains before you try to recruit her, but this also is pretty ill-advised, because Altena isn't coming towards you alone. She has a whole squad of wyverns, and they are dead set for attacking your army and then seizing the home castle to cause game over, much like Aranis in Chapter 2 did. So if you play too passively, then Altena is just going to give you a game over. But if you play too aggressively, then you risk accidentally killing Altena on counterattack, or more likely, getting stabbed by the Gaybulg for approximately a bajillion damage. Altena herself isn't even a particularly good unit, so it feels like a cruel joke that you have to put in this much effort to get someone so mediocre. Although, if you want to talk about high-effort recruitments that give you low-value characters, there's some generals in Judgol who would like to have a word with you. The first of which is General Hannibal, the last recruitable unit in Fire Emblem 4. On the surface, the way you recruit him is pretty simple. You just need to talk to him with his son, who will either be Charlo or Corporal depending on how your pairings in Gen 1 worked out. However, the tricky part comes in the order of operations in recruiting Corporal himself. You see, Corporal has been kidnapped by the Thracian forces and is being held hostage in Luthecia Castle, and he will join your army as a blue unit as soon as you are able to seize that castle for yourself. Meanwhile, Hannibal is leading a squadron of armor knights around Cappadocia Castle, which is dead set in the middle between your starting point and Luthecia Castle. So if you want to recruit Hannibal's son, you need to have Seliph swerve around the armor knights without killing Hannibal, seize a faraway castle, and then have Corporal or Charlo slowly make their way back to the front lines so they can recruit their father. Upon doing this, all of the other enemy armor knights despawn, and Cathiopeka Castle turns blue, so you don't have anything to worry about as far as leaving Corporal vulnerable after he recruits his dad, but it is still something of a hassle to steer around and then backtrack, especially since the unpromoted priest will only have 5 move, so even when boosted by road tiles, it is a slow trek back to Hannibal. And Hannibal himself isn't entirely passive. he will, after a couple of turns, start charging towards your home castle. So you need to be prepared to do a defensive line and hold him off without being too aggressive and killing him. It's also worth noting that all of this happens alongside the Altena recruitment and her squadron of wyverns, so you're kind of fighting a war on two fronts, and all of this in the absence of at least one unit, Selif, who had to rush ahead in order to recruit the shitty priest boy. Also, in case you're wondering, if you kill Hannibal before rescuing Charlo or Corporal, then the little boy will just cry about how you murdered his daddy and he doesn't want to join you anymore, which, honestly, fair enough. I wouldn't want to work with someone who killed my family members either. Still, neither Hannibal nor the priest boys are particularly strong, so from a casual perspective, if you don't care about completing the entire cast, it's probably not worth the trouble to go out of your way for this recruitment. But if you do want to do full recruit, there are a couple of exploits you can use to make the Hannibal recruitment easier. My personal favorite is to use the sleep staff to just put him down for a nap. That buys you quite a few turns of just not having to deal with his aggression, and you can even have your really strong units kill all of his armor knights without risking Hannibal suiciding on enemy phase. However, if you want to go for something even cheekier, Hannibal's AI is programmed to retreat back into Capiothia Castle if too many of the armor knights die. This is so that he can come back the following turn with a bunch of reinforcements, but if you place a unit at the gate of Capiothia Castle while Hannibal is trying to go inside, he will just stand next to them completely unaggressive because his AI is trying to focus on going inside the castle instead of attacking enemies. So you can take advantage of this to just have him stand there and no longer try to kill himself. Then his son can just walk up to him and be like, "Hey dad, I'm safe. Turn blue now," and it happens. And that's that. Happy father-son reunion. The funny thing is, this isn't even the first time that Hannibal's son has been kidnapped, because it happened in Thracia Chapter 3 as well, which is chronologically before this point in FE4, so Hannibal is probably considering taking out kidnapping insurance at this point. Although, before we move on to talking about everything that happened in Thracia 776, I do want to touch upon a couple of not quite red unit recruitments, but something that has the same DNA as them. There's 3 instances of this here: Eldigan, Arion, and Julia, and all of them play with the idea of a pseudo-red unit recruitment pretty differently. Eldigan is an old friend of Sigurd and Quan, as well as the brother of Ratchasis, one of the units in your army. Despite ostensibly being an ally, he ends up on the opposite side of the battlefield from you due to an extenuating series of circumstances. He's pretty threatening, because he's the first foe you'll face with access to a holy weapon, the Mistletoe, which is a 30 might sword, and grants him the ability Critical, just in case you have someone who can stand up to him with raw numbers. Of course, the workaround to defeating him in combat is to talk to him with Ratchasis, who will convince him that the cause he's fighting for is not a just one, and after she pleads for him to stand down, he agrees. But rather than joining her army, he gives her a gift, the Earth Sword, and then charges off to Jagal in order to request that the king end the conflict himself. Although Eldigan knows this is kind of a lost cause, and, at least from my interpretation, is basically choosing to go to his death. He falls into a category that Fire Emblem fans like to refer to as the Camus archetype, because he is an enemy soldier that is a good person despite working for a cause that he knows to be evil. I'm not personally a huge fan of this archetype. I think the writing around it is usually pretty clunky, but FE4 does a very good job paralleling Eldigan with his would-be Camus variant in Generation 2, Arion, who likewise finds himself on the opposite side of the conflict from our heroes, but can be talked to by his sister Altena and convinced to stand down. He doesn't join your army, but instead pledges his loyalty to Altena and becomes a green unit, and he and his squad of green wyverns will follow her around for the remainder of the map. The fact that Arion is more willing to listen to his sister than Eldigan was his sort of fits into the overall thematic thrust of Generation 2 fixing the mistakes that Generation 1 made. especially alongside Ares, who is the actual son and heir of Eldigan. It's a sort of optimistic message about how we can always do better than those that came before, and I really like how it ties into the gameplay. The other pseudo-red recruitment is Julia. She's a character who joins as a blue unit in Chapter 6. However, when Chapter 10 begins, she will leave your army and need to be re-recruited at the end of Endgame. She's been mind-controlled by the evil wizard Manfroy, so you need to kill him and then talk to her with Seliph in order to re-recruit her. This follows the same structure as the Hannibal recruitment, because Manfroy is on the opposite side of you from Julia, so you need to rush past her, although you can use a sleep or silence staff to turn her into a non-factor while you are dealing with the evil cultist leader. Although, unlike Hannibal, the re-recruitment is pretty high value because Julia with the Nagatome is probably the easiest way to kill Julius, the final boss of FE4. Although, real gamers berserk staff the Hell Shaman so that Johalvir can get the kill. Now, if Fire Emblem 4's recruitments were a minor escalation as compared to the Arcanea games, Thracia is a whole other ballgame, with Kaga really pushing the envelope on almost every single red unit recruitment. Turning the enemies to your side is often a multi-step process that can even extend across different chapters. And unlike previous entries, which started with a more simplistic recruitment, Thracia already starts out with a bit of complexity, because the first red unit you can turn to your side is Lithis, the thief who is the boss of Chapter 2X. For anyone who hasn't played Thracia, one of the key mechanics involved in it is the capture system, wherein you can cut your stats in half in order to attempt to capture the enemy non-lethally instead of killing them lethally. You can only do this if you have more constitution than them, because the way that you capture an enemy is basically forcibly rescuing them. Once you capture a foe, however, you can trade with them, allowing you to steal all of their belongings before you finally release them. This mechanic is primarily how you fuel your economy in Fire Emblem 5, although it also comes up for a number of recruitments, as is the case with Lithis, because he starts on the throne of 2X without any weapons. And anytime an enemy, or player character for that matter, has no weapons, you can capture them for free without needing to enter combat. You just need to have enough constitution to rescue them. Lithis has a couple of valuable items on him, so most players probably want to capture him, especially if they see it's free. Although, because you take rescue penalties whenever you capture a foe, I also think the natural inclination would be to steal his stuff and then release him so that you can not get weighed down. Unfortunately, following this natural inclination will lead you into a trap, because the way that you recruit Lithis, arguably one of the most important units for the early game, is to capture him and never release him. If you finish the chapter with him still captured, he will join your army at the start of Chapter 3. Modern translations add an optional talk conversation that hints at this, with Avel telling Leif, hey, make sure you capture Lithis and don't release him because we want to take him back to jail so he can serve out his sentence. But it's worth noting that in vanilla Thracia, no such tutorial was present, so Kaga just expected people to figure out for themselves to capture him and not release him. I think that this tutorial is better than people give it credit for, because the unarmed Lithis does have some tempting goodies, and I do think most people would capture him. And since he is standing on the throne, I also think there's a possibility that once you capture him, Leif would just seize that same term. But knowing Fire Emblem fans, a lot of people like to farm as much experience as they can out of reinforcements, and Chapter 2X does have waves upon waves of reinforcements. So I can also see a large number of blind players just releasing Lithis after they steal his stuff and farming the pirates, none the wiser that they just lost out on a recruitable unit, and a pretty important one too. The next recruitable red unit is Dalsin, an armor knight who will join you in Chapter 4 if Leif or Lithis talks to him. However, in order to get access to this talk conversation, you need to complete a side quest in Chapter 3. You see, Chapter 3 involves Leif's army rescuing a bunch of starved children and returning them to their homes. Each of the Green Unit children are locked in a prison cell and have a corresponding house that you need to rescue them to and then visit with them in your saddlebags. When you bring each child to the correct house, you will be given a reward. 2 of the houses give you tangible rewards in terms of items, and the other 2 are just a check mark on longer side quests that carry forward into future chapters. And one of these is Dalsin, because Dalsin's little brother is one of the kidnapped children, and so if you return him to his home, then the mother will tell you, hey, Dalsin works for the Empire prison. If you ever run into him, tell him that you rescued his brother, and he'll decide to join you. So, if you complete that side quest in Chapter 3, then Dalsin's recruitment becomes available in Chapter 4. You simply need to talk to him with someone who is present. And in this instance, the only 2 characters who are both playable in Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 are Leif and Lithis. Because at the end of Chapter 3, there is a major event that causes all of Leif's friends to go away, and Leif gets locked in prison. And don't worry though, Leif will slowly get his allies back throughout the course of the prison break. For example, in Chapter 7, Finn and Saffy rejoin you, albeit far separated from your forces. They are in the bottom half of the map, while you are in the top half of the map. And the red unit Shiva also shows up straddling the middle between you two. Ideally, you would like him to charge south, because he can be recruited by Saffy. And this is the first instance of a Myrmidon with a killing edge getting recruited by a cleric in the franchise. So, in some ways, Shiva is foundational to this entire Navarre archetype nonsense anyway. Although, I would say that in other ways, he is just a reference to Jamka, who had the killer bow and had to get recruited by a cleric. Either way though, Shiva is probably the easiest red unit recruitment in Thracia, since you just need to talk to him with the correct unit. Although, I should mention this is not the first appearance Shiva makes in Thracia, because Chapter 2X, the map where you recruited Lithis, also features Shiva, who is just standing menacingly on a fort to the side, wielding his killing edge and waiting for you to attack him. He won't ever move off the fort, so he's not a threat to you if you don't engage with him, but a lot of players like to try and capture him in order to gain access to an extra killing edge. And I'll be honest, this is a bad idea. I can't recommend it. He is incredibly threatening because he has that crit rate, and he's going to be very dodgy since forts give huge bonuses in Thracia. Not to mention, it's hard to even damage him, because despite the fact that Myrmidons are frail, forts give 10 defense in this game, alongside the 20 avoid and the passive healing. It's really not worth it, just ignore Shiva, recruit him in Chapter 7, the extra killing edge is not all that helpful. The main reason I bring up Shiva's appearance in Chapter 2X is apparently there has recently been a resurgence of misinformation stating that you need to capture him in Chapter 2X or else you won't be able to recruit him in Chapter 7. And that is just completely incorrect. In fact, if you capture and release Shiva in Chapter 2X, or if you kill Shiva in Chapter 2X, he doesn't show up in Chapter 7. And not only that, but all of the Myrmidons in his squad will also be gone. I saw this used in an LTC once in order to make it more reliable since, let's be honest, Shiva isn't doing much for a low turn count playthrough. I mean, I would even go as far as to say he's not doing much for a high turn count playthrough. Shiva is a pretty disappointing unit. Although he's not even the worst red unit you can recruit to your side. In fact, he is outshined in that regard the very next chapter by Marty, the silly brigand who can be recruited by either Ocean or Halvin. Although, to be fair, he isn't really a recruitable red unit since he started out blue in Chapter 1 and just left you at the end of Chapter 3. So yes, Marty is the second member of the Julia archetype. Although, unlike Julia, who plays on casual mode until her eventual kidnapping, Marty can actually just straight up die in Chapters 1 through 3, and if this happens, you don't get him back in Chapter 8, so be careful out there, Marty partiers, you never know what might happen in the early game. One funny aspect of Marty's betrayal and then rejoining you is he retains whatever inventory he had at the end of Chapter 3. So if you left the Brave Axe on him, suddenly he's an assassin sprinting for your units trying to kill them. Meanwhile, if you didn't give him any usable weapons, Marty is completely helpless. Although you can exploit this, because there's a shop on the map where Marty joins you, and if he doesn't have any weapons in his inventory, he will go to that armory and purchase something, usually a hand axe. Weapons are incredibly expensive in Thracia, and you don't get any gold naturally, instead you just have to sell whatever you scavenged. So being able to take advantage of this exploit to get one extra weapon is probably worth it. It's not a huge boon, but it's something you can do. Although, in fairness, this trait isn't even just unique to Marty. Every single red unit in Thracia is smart enough to shop if there is a shop that sells their weapon types and they're disarmed. Because thieves in this game are capable of stealing equipped weapons, you can use this exploit in order to farm infinite gold from an enemy who has a weapon that's light enough for your thief to steal. Unfortunately, there's not a ton of instances where you can take advantage of this exploit, especially if you aren't rigging your thieves' con levels to steal heavy weapons like axes, but Chapter 21 has a bow knight who will give you infinite silver bows if you are willing to take advantage of this devious scheme. Fred and Olman show up as red units in Chapter 10, but neither of them can be recruited from this state, instead showing up as blue and green units in Chapter 11X, so I think we can breeze past them and move on to Salem, who is once again a boss sitting on a throne that you must capture, but unlike Lithis, he is armed, so you need to manually capture him using combat. A very tricky task, which is made even harder by the fact that you are on a Fog of War map and there is a 20-turn timer in order to access the Gaiden chapter. And as if this wasn't bad enough, Salem has the game's only sleep staff, and he will not hesitate to use it against you, potentially burning through all of its durability. In fairness, I guess he does kind of hesitate. There's a 50% chance every turn that he will use sleep or not use sleep, but unless you're able to one-turn the capture, he is likely going to put someone in your army to sleep, and therefore burn a durability of one of the more powerful tools in the game. Of course, if you capture him, he won't join you until the following map, 11X, which is a map entirely designed around recruitment, as the primary goal is to recruit the chapter's boss, Pern, who is yet another enemy sitting on a throne, although in this case you just need to talk to him. He can be spoken to by either Salem, Lithis, or Lara, although Lara is definitely the ideal choice because this accesses a secret event that lets her class change into the game's dancer. Once you recruit Pern, every single other enemy on the map will begin retreating, which is actually something of a problem because there are two more recruitable characters, Tina the Priestess and Trude the Myrmidon. Tina needs to be spoken to by Safi, and Trude needs to be spoken to by Pern. Tina's not actually that much of a problem because she is locked in a room behind a closed door, so as long as you don't open the door, she won't be able to begin retreating. But Trude is a whole other story. He's incredibly far away from Pern, and so even with perfect movement star luck, getting the rogue to talk to the Myrmidon is a nearly impossible task. Of course, the escape points are behind very narrow hallways, so you could potentially try to clog things up, or use a use of the warp staff, or if you're willing to expend a sleep use, putting Trude to sleep will stop him from retreating. It does also mean you can't speak to him because you can't talk to people while they're asleep, but rather than having Pern talk to him to recruit him, it is enough simply to capture him and not release him, and then as long as Pern was turned blue, Trude will join you at the end of the map. But unless you're running from a guide, this will also be pretty difficult because the chapter is Fog of War, so you don't actually know where Trude is. In fact, a blind player probably doesn't even know Trude exists. as there's a decent chance that he just flees the map before you are even able to see him, especially if you use the warp staff in order to recruit Pern early, which is something you probably want to do because there are a lot of thieves on the map who will rush for the treasure and potentially escape with it, but if you recruit Pern, then they will just escape without trying to steal the treasure. Plus, since Tina starts with a thief staff in her inventory, she will be able to steal items from your low magic units wherever they are on the map, unless you have Pern turn blue and steal the thief staff from her. As such, I typically think the ideal way to tackle this entire chapter is to warp Lara in, have her recruit Pern and turn into a dancer, and then have Pern steal the thief staff from Tina. That way she doesn't cause any mischief and you can slowly walk Safi to recruit her. As for Trude, I typically just ignore him. Although if you really want yet another Myrmidon in your army and Shiva, Merida, and Machua aren't enough, you can use a use of the sleep staff and just capture him with one of the High-Con Axe Boys. After the Dandelion crew, the next recruitable red unit will depend on which way you go in the route split. If you choose to go through Warp Forest, then you will have the opportunity to talk to the Red Swordmaster Shanam with Homer in order to recruit him. And on that same map, Leif can talk to Sarah in order to recruit her, although she is a slightly more difficult recruitment because she is randomly teleporting around and will eventually just leave the map if you take too long. Funny enough, Sarah is actually recruitable on both A route and B route, but she's only a red unit in B route. In A route, you just need to visit the church and she joins you as a blue unit. Perhaps this was because they decided the red unit recruitments in A route were complicated enough, as both Ilios and Misha have some nonsense around acquiring them. Ilios seems pretty simple on the surface. He is a red mage knight and you just need to talk to him with Karen, the Pegasus knight. The complication is that Ilios can only be recruited if you do not currently have Olwen in your army. There's no story explanation for this. Ilios and Olwen don't have any sort of relationship with each other, they just aren't able to both be in the same army for no adequately explored reason. This isn't the only instance of mutually exclusive units in the series. In fact, I have an entire video about the Aaron vs. Samson archetype, but this one is unique in that they join far apart from each other. Olwen joins in Chapter 11X, but Ilios joins in Chapter 16. While you aren't able to have both of these Mage Knights at the same time, you can actually get them both as blue units in the same playthrough. You just have to be willing to kill off Olwen after you recruit her. In fact, you can even kill her off on the same map that Ilios joins. The talk conversation becomes available as soon as Olwen is not in your army, and being dead counts as not being a part of your army. Chapter 17's recruitable red unit, Misha, also needs to be spoken to by Karen. However, she has a bit more complicated recruitment than Ilios does, as you not only need to speak to her with Karen, but you then need to capture her and keep her captured until the end of the map. But capturing Misha is a fair bit more difficult than the previous capture recruits of Lithis, Salem, and Trude, because Misha is a mounted unit, and in Thracia, mounted units are considered to have 20 constitution whenever they are mounted. Thus, they are not capturable. So, you need to force her to dismount, and the only way to do this is to put her to sleep. Once she's napping, it's pretty effortless to capture her, but this of course costs you a precious sleep staff or sleep sword use. And many players are going to want those for Xavier, who is quite possibly the hardest red unit recruitment in the entire Fire Emblem franchise. Xavier's recruitment is legendary, so you've probably already heard of it, but in case you haven't, strap in. There are 8 Armor Knights loyal to Xavier, marked as Xavier's men on the map. On the left-hand side of the map is a prison cell with 8 green villagers in it, and each of them corresponds with one of the 8 Armor Knights loyal to Xavier. In the most common fan translation, Little Manster, each of the knights and civilians are given individual names, and you can match each civilian to their corresponding knight based on the first letter, so Andrew and Amy would match up with each other, for example, because they both have A. But this quality of life is purely added by the fan translation. If you were playing in the original Japanese, then you would just have to figure out which civilian matches which armor knight by trial and error. The green civilians will talk to the specific armor knights that correspond with them and turn those armor knights green. And once you have all 8 armor knights turned green, Leif can finally talk to Xavier in order to recruit Xavier himself. But the enemies aren't just going to stand there while the villagers try to recruit all of the red armor knights. The armor knights loyal to Xavier won't attack the civilians, but mixed in with them are 4 armor knights not loyal to Xavier, as well as a number of soldiers, and there's a steady stream of reinforcements there to make your life miserable. Because these reinforcements are more than willing to attack or capture the green villagers so that they aren't able to talk to their friends. The other big problem arises once you start turning the armor knights green, because each villager will talk to their corresponding armor knight, and then the armor knight will turn green, which makes them hostile to all of the other red units around them. Now, if the green armor knights die, it's actually not a problem. You don't need to keep all 8 of them alive, you just need to turn them all green. The real problem is that the green armor knights can potentially kill their former comrades before you have the chance to turn them red, which, I'm sorry, is just peak comedy. It's like, fuck you, got mine, my hostage talked to me, I'm gonna fucking kill my friend now. I had to redo takes just explaining that the green armors could kill the red armors 5 times because I keep bursting out laughing at the imagery of them just being like, I'm gonna kill you, to the other people who they know are only fighting because of their own hostages. What the fuck is going on? Okay, calming myself down, once you turn all 8 of these armors green, Leif can in fact recruit Xavier, and is fine. Like, your reward for this hassle is just a super mediocre late game general. 17 defense is pretty cool, but unfortunately he only has 3 magic, and most of the threatening late game enemies are magical units, so he's not going to be tanking as much as you would like. He also only has 13 strength, which, granted, the strength cap in Thracia is 20, so it's not as bad as it could be, but it's certainly going to be on the lower end of the units in your army, especially since he's not doubling anything because he has 6 speed. Wrath is cool though, like, Wrath is probably the best combat skill, and him being relatively physically tanky means that he can take pretty big advantage of it. Plus he has A-rank axes and A-rank bows and even C-rank swords, which is not the greatest, but it lets him use stuff like the Kingmaker and the Rapier, which is pretty cool. Like, don't get me wrong, you won't be unhappy about deploying Xavier in any of the upcoming indoor maps, it's just, with all the trouble that you have to go through to recruit him, it feels like you should get a Galzus tier unit, but instead you just get a guy who's, like, pretty okay, I guess. After the shit show that is Xavier, there's only 3 more enemy recruitments left in Thracia. In Chapter 24, Marita can recruit Galzus, who acts as one of the game's Gotos, an anti-softlock unit with incredibly strong combat, who joins at the very tail end of the campaign. From a game design perspective, I do think it kind of sucks that in order to get the anti-softlock unit, you have to deploy the training project from much earlier in the game, who many players might not have invested in. But from a storytelling perspective, it does make sense that he would only join Leif's army because of Marita, so I'm willing to give it a pass because Kaga has always cared more about telling an interesting story than giving a well-designed game. The other 2 units are Amalda and Connemore, both of whom are recruited in Chapter 19. Connemore gets recruited by Miranda, whereas Amalda gets recruited by Sleuth. Although you can only get one of these 2 units because Sleuth and Miranda are also mutually exclusive from each other. Sleuth only joins you if you go A route in the route split, whereas Miranda only joins you if you go B route in the route split. One interesting thing about Connemore and Amalda is whichever one you are unable to recruit shows up as an enemy during the route split. Connemore will chase you from behind in Chapter 16A, whereas Amalda will show up to ambush you as you are going to seize the throne in Chapter 17B. You do therefore have the option to potentially kill them before Chapter 19 in order to make the mad dash back to Leonster a little bit easier on your army. Now, as wacky as recruitments got in Thracia, they were thankfully scaled down quite a bit in the transition to the Game Boy Advance. In part, this is probably thanks to Shozukaga leaving Intelligent Systems, so slightly more sane individuals were designing the gameplay for Fire Emblem 6, The Binding Blade. And as a result of this, almost all of the enemy recruitments simply revolve around having the correct blue unit speak to the red unit in question. For example, the mechanic is introduced by having Clarine, the Troubadour, speak to Rutger, the Killing Edge Myrmidon, which, at least in my interpretation, is a pretty clear allusion to when Safi recruited Shiva. Binding Blade does this a lot. There are many elements from the games that are outright references either to the Arcanea games or to Thracia. For example, the first chapter of Thracia had a pair of axe fighters in Ocean and Halvin, and this game does the same thing in Chapter 2 with Lot and Wade. On the other hand, the first chapter of FE6 is pretty reflective of the first chapter of FE1. In fact, it is the exact same first chapter so long as you just rotate the map 90 degrees. Binding Blade even has a destroyed village where the village that you recruit Rhys from is. But we're not here to talk about recruiting Rhys, we're talking about recruiting Rutger. Because extending a frail unit like Clarine to the front lines in order to recruit Rutger can be a very dangerous task, even on normal mode. And I think the development team agreed with me in this regard because they put a secret safety measure in place to help protect the young Troubadour. None of the red soldiers will ever attack her. The only enemies that will attack Clarine are the pirate reinforcements. It's possible that there is a story reason for this because they were keeping her hostage and killing your hostage is not the brightest idea out there, but I personally think that this was put in place just to be a gameplay element, to make it easier to overextend with this fragile healer without facing punishment. I just wish that same courtesy was extended to the game's next two recruits, Fear and Shin, both of whom join on Chapter 9, which is the game's first Fog of War chapter, and they are pretty threatening in conjunction with the Fog. The Myrmidon Fear has the Wudao, which is a crit weapon, so even though her base strength is not the greatest, she can potentially pop out and surprise you, critting one of your soldiers and killing them before they even have the chance to respond. Shin, on the other hand, has a functional attack range of 9, thanks to the 7 movement from his horse and the 2 range on his bow. Which means that even if you're using the vision enhancement tools such as your Thieves and the Torch Staff, he can potentially pop out and surprise you, just because he has such a long attack range. Thankfully, the way the map is structured tends to funnel both of these units towards a 1-tile-wide choke point with a bridge on the northern half, so it's pretty easy to get Noah up to Fear to recruit her, and then follow that up by having Sue go up to Shin and recruit him. But I'll be honest, I've played the Binding Blade quite a few times, and part of me thinks that the only reason I find this recruitment to be as easy as I do is that I am familiar with the map. I've repeated the motions over and over. I think to either a less experienced or just less informed player, these two dangerous foes popping out of the fog would present a pretty significant difficulty spike on what is otherwise kind of a breather chapter. And maybe that's the point. Maybe it's harkening back to Thracia Chapter 18, where the real challenge was recruiting Xavier as opposed to the map itself. The next couple of chapters are part of a route split, but unlike in Thracia, the recruitable red units don't get affected this time around, as both versions of Chapter 10 will allow Lilina to talk to the Brigand Gonzalez in order to recruit him, and both versions of the big Western Islands village map will allow you to recruit the Sniper Klein and the Pegasus Knight Tate. Klein can be recruited by speaking to him with his sister Clarine, whereas Tate can either be recruited by talking to her with Klein, or by having Shauna talk to Tate twice, once before and once after you recruit Klein. Both of these units also come in as squad leaders, with Klein having a bunch of archers following him, and Tate having a group of Pegasus Knights following her, and whenever you turn their leader blue, all of these NPCs will turn green and immediately begin trying to retreat from the map. If all of the archers survive, you are awarded with an Orion's Bolt, and if all of the pegs survive, you are given an Elysian Whip, which is a pretty cool feature, and incentivizes recruiting these units quickly so that you don't have to kill their squad mates while they are red units. Although the process of recruiting them can be pretty annoying, because both of these red units show up as same turn reinforcements, sometimes referred to as ambush spawns. This is a type of enemy that enters the map and moves on the same turn, before you have any chance to respond to them. And that means if you are in range of Klein, he can potentially just run up to you and snipe someone with a silver bow without you being aware that you were even in danger. Of course, if you are using a guide or just familiar with the game, then you probably know the ranges to stay out of on specific turns. But this is where another ugly part of their recruitment rears its head, because both Tate and Klein have an AI quirk that gives them a 10% chance to not move. We don't know if this is a bug or if this was intentionally programmed, but either way, it makes recruiting them a lot harder. If you have Clarine standing just outside of Klein's range because you want her to rush forward and recruit her brother ASAP, but he shows up and doesn't move, then suddenly she's not able to reach him that turn. And yet, because the AI quirk only applies to him and not his minions, those archers will have moved forward and now present a clear and present danger to your squad, including the incredibly fragile Troubadour that you needed to have on the front lines so she could talk some sense into her brother. In Tate's case, it's potentially even worse because as a flyer, she is going to come towards you over walls. But if you can't rely on her moving towards you on the turns you want, then getting Klein in position to talk to her is kind of ridiculous, especially since you want to keep the red Pegasus Knights alive for the incredibly valuable promotion item that can be given to any of your strong flyers. I personally refer to this quirk as Tate AI or Klein AI, although it does also apply to the Berserker Garrett, who will show up in a much later map. And as far as I'm aware, it only applies to those 3 units. Although, if you have looked into FE6's code more deeply than me, and you're aware of an instance of Tate AI that I didn't mention, please let me know. I would be very curious to hear about it. Thankfully, after the hassle that is recruiting Tate and Klein, the next red unit on the chopping block is relatively simple. In Chapter 12, the Dark Mage Ray can be recruited by speaking to him with either Chad or Lou, who were his fellow boys at the orphanage. Chapter 12 is also the first map where you can potentially recruit the thief Cath, so we should probably take a pause to talk about her. Cath shows up on Chapter 6, 8, 12, 16, 20, and 22, and she can be spoken to on any of these maps by Roy. And once Roy has spoken to her 3 separate times, she will finally turn into a blue unit, in a manner that kind of mirrors the 3 support conversations you would have amongst units you already control. This means that the soonest you can get her is in Chapter 12. Although, depending on your team composition, you might actually want to delay her to whatever map it would be best to get an extra thief. Personally, I'm often a fan of recruiting her in Chapter 16, since that is a map with 2 treasure rooms far apart from each other and a lot of side objectives going on. So just getting an extra thief as functionally a free deploy is nice. Although, believe it or not, there's also potentially an upside to not recruiting Cath. In fact, there are 2 possible variants to not recruiting her. The first is just to never talk to her and let her roam freely on every single map. And the reason you might want to do this is that you can steal her lockpicks in order to get yourself a pretty good gold supply. Money is actually pretty plentiful in Fire Emblem 6. I would say the economy is one of the more generous ones in the franchise, but many players like to hoard as much gold as they can until Chapter 21, where you can purchase boots, which are the movement stat booster, and incredibly overpowered as well as funny to just suit up your entire army with super high move. Although, boots are not the only stat boosters sold in Chapter 21. You can boost up any stat you want to its maximum value, so long as you have enough money. While the Chapter 21 Secret Shop tends to be the focus when it comes to people talking about gold in FE6, I also think it's worth considering that you can spend money buying killer weapons or Nosferatu tomes in the various shops and armories where these special items are available. And since hard mode doesn't allow you to buy the basic iron weapons in preparations, getting a good gold supply so you can dip in and buy as much as you can in big shopping sprees is generally a pretty good strategy. That being said, the extra gold from Cath's lockpicks is far from necessary when it comes to the FE6 economy, so another potential option is just to kill her off. Don't worry, I haven't completely lost it. I don't think you should murder a recruitable unit just for 10 more experience on Dorothy. However, in Cath's case, her being alive is actually tied to a couple of reinforcements in the later maps where she would show up as a red unit. Cath usually shows up alongside another generic thief, and the two of them will always rush for the treasure in order to put more time pressure on you. However, if you kill Cath, it also stops the generic thief from spawning in future maps where his spawn is tied to Cath's, and this does not carry over if you simply recruit her. Instead, if you recruit Cath, the generic thief will still show up and still try to pilfer the treasures, putting you on a clock. It's for this reason that many people choose to murder the silly thief girl. Sacrifices must be made in order to train Wold for 500 turns on Chapter 16. Personally, I don't think it's worth it to kill her, even if you're not planning on using her as a unit. Just having the free thief deploy in one of the maps with treasure rooms is good enough and worth the sort of trade-off of having to deal with the anti-turtle thieves. But if you're the sort of player that really likes playing slowly, or you simply find the generic thief showing up to be annoying, then murdering Cath is legitimately an option that solves this problem. And, I mean, at the end of the day, isn't murdering people for extremely minimal gains kind of the core of Fire Emblem? Well, it's either that or spamming busted pre-promoted paladins. Which neatly segues us to the next recruitable red unit, Percival. Percival is a paladin that you can recruit in Chapter 13 by talking to him with your refresher unit, either the Dancer Larum or the Bard Elfin. So far so simple, but the recruitment is a lot harder than it sounds, because Percival is in the very top right of the map, quite far away from your starting position in the bottom left. And on turn 8 enemy phase, he leaves the map, so you have to rush over to get your Dancer to him quickly. But Dancers only have 5 movement in this game, so if you want to catch the Noble Knight before he departs, you're probably going to need to employ a rescue train. And that's before factoring in the dangerous enemies, including wyverns that will fly over the ocean and out of your range. Thankfully though, if you miss out on this recruitment, you can actually pick Percival up in Chapter 15. And to be honest, I would personally recommend on skipping out on the Percival recruitment here because it's just such a hassle, and Chapter 14 is a desert map, so really the only upside of early Percival is you get him in 14X, which is the water tile map. It's much more convenient to just delay the Percival recruitment and end up with him in basically every map you care about a paladin for anyway. Especially if you're playing on hard mode, because Percival actually gets significantly better stats in his Chapter 15 recruitment on hard than he does in his Chapter 13 recruitment. And the reason for this is the player unit hard mode bonuses glitch. Okay, very quick side tangent about how enemy stats are determined in the Game Boy Advance trilogy. Generic enemies have their own sets of bases and growths assigned per class. So, for example, if you face a level 15 Myrmidon, it has the Myrmidon bases plus 14 auto levels. These auto levels are randomized, which is what causes slight stat variance amongst the enemies, but they're not randomized in the same way that player units are. With player units, they roll their growth rates every time that they level up. And so for this reason, it's possible to have a unit who is extremely blessed or extremely screwed in a stat. For enemies, that's not the case. Instead, each stat is given its average, and then each of those averages is multiplied by a random number, lying somewhere between 7/8 and 1 1/8. Since this usually results in a value with a decimal instead of a whole number, there is then a final step where a random number between 0 and 99 is rolled. If that number is less than the decimal in the previous value, then we round up, but if that number is higher than the decimal in the previous value, we round down. Because enemy stats are calculated this way, in order to make them stronger on hard modes, they are given what are known to be hard mode bonuses. What this means practically is, depending on the chapter, their stats will be calculated as if they are a higher level than what is displayed. For example, in the first 2 chapters of Fire Emblem 6, each unit is given 4 hard mode bonuses, so their stats are calculated as if they are 4 levels higher. So for example, a level 3 brigand will be calculated as if they are level 7, and so on and so forth. The farther you get in the game, the more hard mode bonuses are assigned to enemies. Although it's worth noting that certain enemies are exempt from hard mode bonuses, specifically recruitable red units. This is accomplished by running a routine that checks every single red unit, and if any of them match the IDs of recruitable red units, then the hard mode bonus algorithm is skipped. But the routine is glitched. It only runs during battle preparations instead of on every turn of the game. And what this means is that any reinforcements are not affected by it. So any recruitable red unit that shows up as a reinforcement on hard mode is mistakenly given their hard mode bonuses. And as a result, Rutger, Fear, Shin, Gonzalez, Klein, Tate, Percival, Garrett, Zeus, and Cath are all significantly stronger than they were intended to be. Although, in the case of Percival, this strength only applies if you recruit him in Chapter 15, because he shows up as a Turn 1 reinforcement in Chapter 15, whereas he's present on the map during battle preparations in Chapter 13. The inclusion of hard mode bonuses do make some kind of funny changes to the units. For example, Zeus is a character who is clearly intended to be a training project. The Fire Emblem community often refers to them as Ests because of the high growths and low bases that he has. But thanks to hard mode bonuses, Zeus can actually sometimes join with capped strength, which is not really Est-like behavior. Similarly, the Pegasus Knight Tate is typically considered to be the strong peg, because she has a functional strength stat as compared to Shauna, who sometimes has a noodle arm. But without hard mode bonuses, Tate actually has worse base strength than Shauna, despite joining significantly later in the game than her. So she was clearly modeled after the FE1 style replacement units, and she just kind of accidentally became pretty okay. But I think the funniest instance of hard mode bonuses impacting the meta is with a unit who isn't even a recruitable enemy, Milady. Because, yeah, she also gets hard mode bonuses, and it results in her being one of the most dominant units in the game. And this is because Milady is recruited via a mid-map cutscene, and during that cutscene, she is a red unit who flies to Roy and then tells him she wants to join his army before ultimately turning blue. And as it turns out, being a red unit in just the cutscene was enough for the hard mode bonuses to get applied to her. So, yeah, Milady gets hard mode bonuses privilege, but Hugh doesn't, because there's no justice in this world. But before we talk about Hugh, I do want to briefly touch on the other recruitable unit from Chapter 15, and that is the Berserker Garrett, who is recruited simply by speaking to him with Lilina. On its own, this recruitment isn't anything special, but I think taken in conjunction with Lilina being able to recruit Gonzalez, it creates sort of a throwback to Sheeta from Fire Emblem 1. As I mentioned a little bit ago, Sheeta was sort of the opposite side of Marth's coin. Marth inspires his own men, and Sheeta inspires others, convincing the red units to come to his side. And while it's possible for Roy to end up married to a good number of women at the end of The Binding Blade, including his teacher for some fucking reason, I think Lilina is probably the closest we have to a canonical love interest for him. She's present in the first chapter of the game, her rescue is the conclusion of the first arc of the campaign, and both Roy and Lilina get an automatic C support. As a result, her being a throwback to Sheeta does feel like a fitting role for her. Although, it's worth noting that this isn't a one-to-one parallel, because while Sheeta recruits the noble enemy soldiers, Lilina instead uses her kind heart to reach out to the downtrodden. Both of the people that she recruits are enemy brigands, and she's able to see that they have good hearts and have just been mistreated by society for so long. Gonzalez is referred to as a monster by people who just don't care about him because he's kind of stupid, and Garrett is scorned for the fact that he's physically disfigured. Both of these men do turn to brigandry as a result of not having any other option, but Lilina is able to see that if someone gave them a chance, they would be willing to be so much more than just bandits. As a result of this, the parallel feels much more fitting in The Binding Blade than it did in Marth's adventures. Roy's leadership serves as an inspiration to his soldiers, but Lilina's kindness serves as an inspiration to the downtrodden. Chapter 16 is the last map that features any recruitable red units, with Zeus, Hugh, and Douglas all appearing here. Although Douglas technically isn't a recruitable red unit, but he very much feels like a part of the conversation. The reason for this is while you can't recruit him on map, if you keep him alive until beating Chapter 16, then he will join you as a blue unit in Chapter 16X. So, you want to bait him around the long hallways of the castle, going in a full-on loop-de-loop, while your other units tackle the various side and main objectives that this fortress has to offer. It's honestly pretty frustrating and difficult, and if it weren't for the fact that his survival is tied to the true ending, I think many players, including myself, would just let him die as a red unit. That's not to say that Douglas is worthless. In Sakai in particular, he's pretty good at using his physical defense to stand up against fast but frail nomads. But if your team is well prepared, then I'll be honest, it's pretty likely you don't need a middling general for the endgame. Especially since even if you have an empty team slot, in the same chapter you can recruit Zeus, just by having Milady talk to him. The recruitment itself isn't all that interesting. The only really neat thing is that his hard mode bonuses completely transform his identity from training project to just another solid flyer. He has a low weapon rank and can sometimes have hit issues, but even that I find is a little exaggerated, especially considering the other Lance units in Fire Emblem 6. The last and most interesting of the red fellas turned blue is Hugh, who is a mage that you can talk to with Roy, which will initiate a cutscene where Hugh offers to join you for a large amount of money, 10,000 gold to be specific. Although if you reject his offer, he'll start to haggle downwards, first to 8,000, then 6,000, and finally 5,000. So you can get him at half price. But if you get him at half price, he's not going to work as hard, because every time Hugh lowers his asking price, his overall stats go down. As a unit, he's okay. If you've trained up either Lou or Lilina, then you probably don't need him. And since he's joining at the point in the game where most of your army is going to be promoted, the 10,000 gold asking price is realistically closer to 1,500 because you need to buy him a guiding ring from the secret shop. But Anima is genuinely the best weapon type in Fire Emblem 6, so if you need another mage, you can pay for his services. Interestingly, there's a funny glitch associated with Hugh where if you reset the game at the correct time after purchasing him for only 5,000 gold, you can cause his stats to underflow and max out his speed stat. Personally, I've never pulled it off, although we tried to in the Fire Emblem playthrough I did recently. And in a way, it goes against the spirit of what Hugh stands for, but it is undeniably quite funny. Like, the cheapest Hugh also just becomes the best one now. Oh, who am I kidding? Every single Hugh is the best Hugh. He's such a fucking rapscallion. Fire Emblem 7 and 8 represent a bit of a stagnation point for the franchise. There's not too many shakeups in the core mechanics. Instead, minor things got added on top of the already fundamental system that FE6 had established. The reason for this, at least in my opinion, is pretty straightforward. They had just brought Fire Emblem internationally with FE7, and so shaking up the formula in an extreme way at this point would feel a little bit off and might hinder the establishing of a larger international audience. And while I personally prefer when Fire Emblem takes big swings, I don't think the creative stagnation of the GBA or Tellius era is necessarily bad. I think iterating on past ideas, like adding branching promotions to the already present promotion system in 8, was a good way to test the waters with small changes without necessarily isolating and alienating your core audience. A lot of people got upset when Three Houses flipped the script on everything, for example. Imagine the pushback that would have occurred if that sort of radical shift happened immediately after Fire Emblem reached the West. Regardless of how you feel about Fire Emblem's experimental versus stable phases, though, the main reason I bring this up is that the red unit recruitments in Blazing Sword and Sacred Stones are, I don't want to necessarily say boring, but they are all just blue unit talks to red unit turns blue. As such, I don't think we have much to gain from analyzing the mechanics of these recruitments in chronological order, and instead, I kind of want to group them together based on what they're referencing back to, if anything. Because many of these red unit recruitments do explicitly or implicitly reference elements of Fire Emblem 1, Fire Emblem 5, and Fire Emblem 6. For example, one of the most explicit instances of this is Joshua the Killing Edge Myrmidon getting recruited by Natasha, which is very clearly referential to Shiva getting recruited by Safi, and is a big part of why the Navarre archetype got established in the first place. It also is kind of a parallel to Rutger's recruitment, although it is a different class. They are both staff ladies, so there is that parallel to draw. And in a similar vein, Marissa is the red unit girl Myrmidon that gets recruited afterwards and has a Wudao equipped, very similar to Fear, albeit Fear is recruited by a paladin and Marissa is recruited by a mercenary, so it doesn't line up one-to-one. And for anyone who's thinking about commenting that actually Fear gets recruited by a cavalier, not a paladin, you spent your night crest on the wrong unit, I'm sorry to tell you. Renak parallels Hugh in a lot of ways. He's on a castle map that marks the end of Act 2 and asks for 10,000 gold in order to join your army. Although you can get around this requirement by speaking to him with Rachel instead. Cormag is a playable wyvern, and on Ephraim route he doesn't really parallel anyone, as you recruit him with either Tana or Dusel, but in Erica route he feels very similar to Minerva and Milady, as a red wyvern that is recruited by the Lord. And he's not even the first gender-bent version of Minerva. Heath from Fire Emblem 7 can be recruited by either Lyn or whichever of Hector and Eliwood is the main lord for that playthrough. Although if you would prefer a more traditional female Minerva, we do eventually get Vida all the way at the end of the game in Cog of Destiny. And it's not just the wyverns who your lords recruit. In fact, most of the red unit recruitments come from your lord characters. And I suspect the reason for this is the three lords were really central to the game's narrative, much more so than protagonists in other Fire Emblem games had been. Both Legault and Dorcas are red units that you must recruit with the lords of their respective chapters. And while Harkin can be recruited by a large number of blue units, both Eliwood and Hector number amongst them, which means whoever the main lord is for that chapter is going to be able to recruit Harkin. This is kind of cool from an Iron Man perspective because it provides a kind of safety latch to recruiting as many units as possible. It always sucks when you're playing through with permadeath on and somebody dies, then a few chapters later the guy they were supposed to recruit just can't be added to your army. Lilina in FE6 or Sheeta in FE1 are kind of big examples of this being a problem in the campaign, so it's cool to tie the recruitments to backups from the main lords. There's only 3 major exceptions to this rule. Geets, who is part of an Aaron versus Samson situation and must be recruited by Dart, and the duo of Guy and Raven, which sparked the endless Navarre debate of ages past. Guy is a red unit Myrmidon that gets recruited by Matthew the Thief. Being a red unit with the killing edge is kind of a shoo-in for whatever we're defining Navarre as. Meanwhile, Raven is an edgy mercenary recruited by Priscilla, who is a female staffer. And this kind of feeds into the whole staff-locked lady recruits edgy sword unit thing, even if Raven himself doesn't have a killing edge. Although, for my money, I think Raven is much more explicitly a reference to Klein, since Klein is also recruited by his sister, who is a troubadour. If we're on the topic of killing edge foes recruited by magical maidens, there is also kind of Jafar. He's a green unit on the map where you recruit him with Nino, but all the way up until that point, he was one of your biggest enemies, and in fact, he kills Layla, one of the major allies that you have, so it feels kind of referential. Like, he starts with a killing edge and everything. I don't know. I mostly bring up Jafar to point out just how vague the depictions of the Navarre archetype can be at times. And this becomes even more clear when we look at the red unit recruitments in Fire Emblem 9 Path of Radiance. Because Zehark seems to fit the bill, as he's a Myrmidon that has a killing edge, but he recruits himself. You don't have to talk to him with anyone. Instead, he initiates the conversation if either Leif or Mordecai are in range of him. It's also worth noting that Zehark is not the first red unit you recruit. That honor goes to the Thunder Mage Ileana, and you do actually need to talk to her with the main Lord Ike. In Tellius, Thunder is the crit magic, so if you squint, you could say that she fits the Navarre archetype, but Thunder has 5 crit, whereas the Killing Edge traditionally has 30-ish. So even if we're willing to look past the class-by-class thing and accept that non-Myrmidons like Jamka can be Navarres, Ileana really doesn't fit the bill. But that's kind of a side tangent to what we're doing anyway, because we're just looking at recruitable red units, right? Well, we've got quite a few remaining in Path of Radiance, but for the most part, they just need to be spoken to by the right character. Tyronio needs to be spoken to by Ike, Har must be spoken to by Jill, and any number of underage characters can speak to Devdon. And while we could potentially dive into the implications of why the blackface slave character gets recruited by children in the game that is supposedly anti-racist, I think it's probably best if we move on from this topic. Instead, I want to talk about the other weirdly racist element of Path of Radiance, Shannon. Because as much as I don't like him as a character, his recruitment is quite interesting. Shannon is initially a part of the Grail mercenaries in the early game as a pre-promoted sniper who you can use in 4 of the first 7 maps. However, once Grail dies, Shannon and Gantry both abandon the company and must be re-recruited later. Gantry is a very simple green unit recruitment, but Shannon has a much more complex red one, because he shows up as an enemy in Chapter 18. And you can talk to him with any of the previous Grail mercenaries, but none of them are able to convince him to rejoin the army. He's just kind of a Reddit-pilled asshole like that. Rolf, however, has the closest relationship to him, and if you talk to Shannon with Rolf, you can tell that he is at least somewhat moved in his stone-cold heart. This isn't enough to paint him blue, but if you do get the killing blow with Ike instead of any other unit in your army, after speaking to Shannon with Rolf, then Shannon will join your cast in the following chapter. It's not an on-map unit recruitment, but it's in the same camp as Douglas, and I think it is at least close enough that it should be considered for a video of this scope. Although, speaking of larger scope, let's talk about Radiant Dawn, the sequel to Path of Radiance that had 4 different parts and 3 different armies and a whole mess of other features, and yet somehow features fewer recruitable red units than its prequel. You get tutorialized in this concept by Aaron, who is a soldier that must be recruited by the cleric Lara. And this does have a couple of parallels to Shiva or the Navarre archetype. Soldier is a class line that gets a crit bonus, but Aaron himself doesn't have a crit weapon, so him being recruited by a cleric is kind of just, clerics tend to be kind. They can usually form more sympathy to the enemies. It's the same principle that Sheeta and Lalina had for their recruitments. But after Aaron joins you in Chapter 1-3, there won't be another recruitable red unit for a very long time. There's no more recruitable reds in the remainder of Part 1 or the entirety of Part 2, and while you could technically argue that the recruitment of Ziyark and Jill in Part 3 does count, I personally don't look at it this way just because of how weird the situation around their recruitment is. For those who aren't aware, Radiant Dawn features multiple armies, and in some maps, your armies will end up fighting each other. There are two primary maps where you control the Grail mercenaries fighting against Micaiah's Dawn Brigade army. One is Chapter 3-7 Rivals Collide, and the other one is 3-Endgame from Pain Awakening. And in both of these instances, you can have specific characters in Ike's army speak to either Jill or Ziyark in order to have them convert from being part of the Dawn Brigade to part of the Grail mercenaries. And in this way, Ike's army is kind of recruiting Red Unit Jill or Red Unit Ziyark, but you, the player, aren't really recruiting them because they leave the Dawn Brigade army, and so in Chapters 3-12 and 3-13, you won't have access to either of these powerful units in the army that really needs them. Don't get me wrong, it's very possible to beat those chapters without Jill or Ziyark. I've done it quite a few times, but it's not advisable, and it doesn't really feel like gaining a new unit so much as shuffling them around. It's kind of like the Gold in Beowulf situation, only even more extreme in this case. If we're not counting these two red units, then the first recruitable red since the tutorial is also one of the last units in the game to join you, Oliver. He is the boss of Chapter 4-4. Although, if you end Raphael's turn in range of Oliver, he will walk up to Raphael and recruit himself into the Blue Army. I'll be honest, I am really not a fan of recruitable Oliver. In the prequel, Path of Radiance, Oliver was a minor antagonist, and he's a despicable slave owner who owns not only Bjork slaves in the form of Devdon, but also Laguz slaves, and it's implied potentially Laguz sex slaves, although that's never confirmed or outright stated. He's sort of meant to represent the fact that the aristocracy is still on board with this racism and is fucked up in a bunch of other ways as well, although Oliver is also treated as something of a joke character in a way that's pretty uncomfortable for what's supposed to be the villainous slave master, especially since much of the humor relies on just using queer stereotypes to say, haha, fat man funny. But this joke was popular with Fire Emblem fans, so they revived him from the dead in Radiant Dawn, and now he joins your army, which is, an interesting choice to do with, again, the literal slave master. Yeah, I mean, so the blue units in your army don't like him, but I don't know. I don't like the fucking slave master, joke character, fat man, queer. It's just, I fucking hate the story in this game, y'all. I fucking hate the story in this game. Radiant Dawn is one of my favorite Fire Emblems, but I will not defend all of its decisions. Oh boy, this fucking game. We're almost done with the Radiant Dawn red units though, because after Oliver, the only recruitable reds that you get are the dragons Nasir and Gareth, and both of them are recruited in the same way. You simply need to leave them alive on the map that they're on, and they will join you after it's over. I guess technically the boss of 4-E-4 is also a red unit who joins your army if you fulfill a series of specific side quests leading up to that map, But you don't recruit him on map, and since he is kind of a huge spoiler character, I'm going to avoid talking about him, but if I ever do the Goto archetype video, you can bet your bottom dollar we will be discussing the weirdness circling around recruiting this guy. Now we can move on to the 3DS games, which are typically cited as the origin of the death of Red Unit recruitment, although as we just went over, Red Unit recruitment was pretty rare in Radiant Dawn as well. Although the fact that FE11 and FE12 are both remakes of the Arcanea games kind of masks the link between Radiant Dawn and Awakening when it comes to the number of recruitable Reds. The only two enemies that you can recruit in the main story are Gaius and Tharia, both of whom must be spoken to by Chrom, although Cordelia is also a Red Unit to begin with in her paralogue. And while Selena herself is a green unit instead of a red one, her recruitment kind of mirrors a Red Unit recruitment because you need to escort her to a Red Unit who she will speak to, and then that allows her to become blue. But other than that, I'm fairly certain all of the Awakening cast either are green units you speak to or join you on their own before the map begins. And to be honest, it's not just Red Unit recruitments that are a rarity, but on-map recruitments overall tend to be sparse in Awakening. The main campaign has a couple of green units you can talk to on map, and Sairi in particular sticks out as being a central focus of the map that you recruit her on, since you need to rescue her from the generals surrounding her. But other than that, yeah, they're kind of rare, and it just gets rarer as we move on to the Fates trilogy. In Birthright, Takumi actually starts as a Red Unit, and you have to speak to him with Azura, who breaks the hypnotism curse that was put on him, but aside from that, all of the units who join your army do so in between maps. Even Shura, who is an enemy that you fight on map, isn't someone you speak to, but instead you kill him, and after that chapter he joins you anyway. And Conquest is even worse in this regard, because unless I'm forgetting someone, none of the main campaign chapters have recruitable Reds. Shura once again can join your army after you defeat him on map, but there's no talk option in terms of recruiting him that way. In fact, I'm fairly certain the only two characters you speak to recruit in the Conquest campaign are Keaton and Nyx. Because of the large cast size, Rev has by far the most on-map recruitments, and also the most Red Unit recruitments. But honestly, the only reason that I can say that is their competition is not particularly fierce, as the only Red Units you recruit on map are Benny, Charlotte, and Shura. Shura needs to be spoken to by Corrin, but Benny and Charlotte need to be spoken to by Elise. Nyx, Saizo, Reina, and Orochi all show up as green units you need to speak to with Corrin, so that brings us to a grand total of 7 on-map recruitments, and this is a decent number of on-map recruits on the surface, but it falls apart once you realize that Saizo, Orochi, and Reina are all recruited in the same single action. You just have Corrin talk to Saizo, and all 3 of them turn blue. So realistically, the total number of on-map recruitment events is 5. You can somewhat expand the numbers in all 3 campaigns if you account for the second generation, but not by much. Rajat is the only Red Unit you can recruit by speaking to her, but plenty of the other children show up as green characters you can talk to, and a few of them, Nina and Percy, show up as Red Units that you are unable to talk to and must defeat in order to have them join your army. Of course, if we are talking about the death of Red Unit recruitment, or in fact on-map recruitment altogether, it's impossible to avoid the subject of 3 houses. Because 3 houses made a bunch of radical shifts from the standard Fire Emblem formula, and one of those was a complete overhaul of the recruitment system. You start out with Byleth as well as all of the members in whatever class you've chosen, be it Black Eagles, Blue Lions, or Golden Deer, but you can recruit some out-of-house students as well as some of the other teachers if you achieve a high enough support rank with them, as well as gaining the proper level on specific skill ranks. For example, Hilda cares about your Charm and Axe rank, whereas Leonie cares about your Strength and Lance rank. you can only recruit these new characters during part 1 of the campaign, and it always happens in the monastery hub area as opposed to on the battlefield. With one exception, Gilbert will join you in the Blue Lions route as a blue unit partway through Hunting by Daybreak, but since it isn't a red unit recruitment, it's not super relevant to our conversation. There is technically one aspect of Three Houses that kind of vaguely parallels red unit recruitment, and that is the students that leave your house and need to be re-recruited. Both Ash and Lawrence will leave your army in the transition from Part 1 to Part 2 if they were not one of your initial 8 students. So if you weren't Blue Lions, then Ash will leave, and if you weren't Golden Deer, then Lawrence will leave. They will reappear as enemy sub-bosses later in the campaign, and once you defeat them, you will have the option to either kill or spare them. If you kill them, they die, because, people die when they are killed. But if you spare them, they will join your army just after the map is finished. So it's not quite an on-map recruitment, but it is a unit who is on the map who joins you after you kill them. I guess we can call it the Shura archetype. In the Crimson Flower route exclusively, Lysithea also has this behavior, although you can recruit her to your side by defeating her even if you hadn't recruited her in Part 1. And I think part of this is because the game really wants you to get the Edelgard Lysithea support, and this is the only opportunity to do so. In fairness, that support does give some lore implications that you would miss otherwise, but they're not super important to the main story of the campaign, so it feels like an odd choice, but Three Houses has a lot of strange choices, so I won't question it. And that brings us to Engage. At time of recording, it is the most recent Fire Emblem game. And since Engage positions itself as an anniversary game and a celebration of all things in Fire Emblem's history, I was hoping that we would see some return of red unit recruitment. It is, after all, kind of a core aspect of the earlier Fire Emblem games, but unfortunately the only red unit you can recruit in this game is Linden. And while it is funny to joke that Linden is a member of the Navarre archetype because his personal skill gives him a crit boost, realistically, if we're doing that, then what the fuck is this archetype supposed to be anyway? Engage overall takes a similar route to Radiant Dawn and the 3DS games, where it just doesn't have much on-map recruitment anyway. Aside from Linden, there are only 4 other units that you recruit mid-map. Those being Jade, Linden, Jean, and Saphir. I mean, I guess technically Ivy and her retainers join partway through their map as well, but you don't really recruit them, they just show up as blue unit reinforcements. I find this to be a bit of a shame, because I usually see a unit's recruitment situation as giving them a bit of unique flavor, even if they're not a recruitable enemy. Things stand out to me, like Claude and Teltiu showing up on their own and needing to defend themselves while your units rush to save them in Chapter 3 of FE4. In fairness, I do think Ivy's join situation is pretty impactful, since you're super on the back foot, so getting her and her 2 retainers as powerful pre-promotes is going to give you a good first impression. But for the rest of these scrubs, they just sort of show up and are present for the first map that they're available. And honestly, for a lot of the late game units, it's even worse because the equipment they're decked out in gives them a very bad first impression. Like, Rosato, why the fuck did you come with a tomahawk equipped? You do not have the con for that weapon. I don't know. Maybe it's the old school brain rot in me just romanticizing red unit recruitments and on-map unit grabs, but I really love this feature. I've actually been thinking a lot about Joshua's recruitment in the Sacred Stones, because all things considered, it's a relatively simple one. I briefly glazed over it in the GBA section by saying that he gets recruited by Natasha, and this feels like a reference to the Shiva recruitment. But despite Sacred Stones being a relatively easy Fire Emblem game when compared to the rest of the franchise, I think Joshua's recruitment serves as a noticeable spike in difficulty, especially to less experienced or more casual players. You need to escort Natasha, a unit who is both fragile and defenseless, through a group of relatively dangerous enemies, at least to her, in order to talk to Joshua. And Joshua himself is equipped with a killing edge, so it's not safe to lure him with any of your other soldiers as well, because if he lands a critical hit on anyone other than Seth and maybe a hyper-trained Gilliam, they're just dead. And Seth isn't really a good bait option either, because he probably kills Joshua on the counter. This situation is made more complicated by the fact that the map you're on has a pretty time-sensitive side objective to visit all the villages. Brigands will show up and try to destroy them, and if you don't get every single village, you miss out on the first guiding ring, which is also your first available promotion option, and therefore very valuable. Now, a new player might not know just how good that particular reward is, but I also think most new players want to get as many of the side objectives as they can. And in order to save the villages, you have to go right through the area where Joshua is, so if you don't recruit him, you're probably killing him, which is also kind of a no-no. Somebody more experienced or entrenched might realize that the obvious solution is to bait Joshua with an unequipped Seth. Seth won't die to a killing edge crit, and he won't counter if he doesn't have his weapons, but that's pretty unintuitive to a new player. Like, disarming your strongest soldier feels wrong? Not only that, but if you aren't the sort of person who regularly checks enemy ranges, it's very easy to just accidentally put Natasha in range of someone who can potentially kill her. Because while Joshua won't attack her, the other soldiers have no qualms about putting down an unarmed healer. This chapter is the first time you fought Grotto since Chapter 1, so the fact that it's a major escalation in difficulty and stakes really serves to make the Empire feel like an imposing enemy. And I think that ties the narrative in with the mechanics in a way that's really cool. Plus, if you manage to complete this relatively difficult side objective, your reward is a cool Swordmaster with an even cooler hat. I mean, granted, he is sword-locked, foot-locked, therefore bad, but... Okay, I know that sword-locked, foot-locked bad is something that Fire Emblem fans often use to dismiss anyone in the Myrmidon or similar class lines, in large part due to the lack of access to 1-2 range and how detrimental that can be, but is the common wisdom of Swordmaster being a bad class actually true? Part 2. Sword-locked bad. So, there's a general mindset I've noticed in the Fire Emblem community that swords are typically the worst weapon type. There's a couple of reasons for that. Swords are typically the high accuracy but low power weapon type, so if you're using units that have a high skill stat or utilizing things like charm and supports to boost your hit rates anyway, their hit can be unnecessary, and therefore the low power is just more of a downside than it's worth. Not only that, but compounding things, swords are oftentimes the only weapon type that does not have access to a throwable variant. These throwables, the hand axes and javelins as well as their stronger types, are usually referred to as 1-2 range weapons because they have the ability to attack at 1 range or 2 range. I know, very creative. 1-2 range weapons are incredibly valuable both for attacking foes uncountered on player phase and being able to sweep groups of enemies on enemy phase, since oftentimes enemies come mixed with archers who attack at 2 range and melee enemies who attack at 1 range. So if you have a 1-2 range weapon equipped, you can counter anyone who goes for you, unless they have like a longbow or something. The last major downside of swords is in most Fire Emblem games, lances, the weapon that has advantage over swords in the weapon triangle, tend to be some of the more common weapon types in the game, with plenty of classes like flyers, cavaliers, armor knights, and even the basic soldier wielding the pointy sticks. This is not true for every Fire Emblem game, as some games don't have a weapon triangle, and in others the weapon types can be more varied, but in a lot of FE games, lancers are just the go-to generic weapon. placing sword users at a constant disadvantage. That being said, there are upsides to swords. As I mentioned, they're highly accurate, which is valuable in games with shaky hit rates such as Binding Blade and Thracia, and swords typically have a lighter weight than other weapon types, so in any game where that can affect your attack speed, sword users can often double enemies that lance and axe users cannot. Especially since a lot of the sword-wielding classes, like Hero and Mercenary, tend to be quite fast on their own, even before accounting for weapon weight. With these upsides and downsides in mind, I thought it would be interesting to take a look at the history of swords in the franchise in a similar manner to what I did with bows about a year ago. After all, if the main problem that people have with Swordmasters is the fact that they are sword-locked, foot-locked bad, let's investigate the validity of that claim. And maybe along the way, the Navarre archetype will find redemption. Looking back at the origin of the series, swords are pretty definitively the best weapon type in Fire Emblem 1. If we compare the weapons side by side, then we'll find that the Iron Sword is ahead of its counterpart bow in every single area, being both higher might and more accurate. And while both the basic axe and basic lance have slightly more might than it, the fact that they have lower accuracy and significantly higher weight more than makes up for this slight might disadvantage. Because unlike modern Fire Emblem games, there's no way to offset weapon weight. There's no con stat, you can't use strength, you're just weighed down and slower. And as a result, the 5 might Iron Sword is going to double things that the 8 might Lance or the 7 might Axe cannot. Similarly, the Silver Sword just outclasses the Silver Lance and Silver Bow. And there's not even a Silver Axe to speak of, which is to be expected considering axes are kind of a non-factor. Like seriously, Kaga only gives you 4 axe-wielding units, they all join in Chapter 2, and they were clearly meant to be short-term units since none of them can promote, and the armories just stop selling axes after a certain point in the campaign. Rest in peace, board gamers. But while axes are the easiest weapon to point to as an afterthought since you only have 4 axe wielders, both lance and bow also feel kind of incomplete conceptually. Like, there's only 5 of each of them. Lances get Lance, Silver Lance, Rider's Bane, Javelin, and Gratavu, whereas bows get Bow, Steel Bow, Bowgun, Silver Bow, and Parthia. Meanwhile, swords get a smorgasbord of tools at their disposal. You get the basic Iron, Steel, and Silver variants, but also the only killer and only magic weapon in the game. I mean, technically the bowgun kind of functions as a mini killer, but the kill sword is much more focused on crits than Gordon's bowgun is. Swords also get access to a Worm Slayer and Armor Slayer for effective damage, the Devil Sword as a risk versus reward high damage option, and Marth's 3 personal weapons, the Rapier, the Falchion, and the Mercurius. Because yes, in Fire Emblem 1, the Mercurius can only be wielded by the main character. Although, I should say, all of Fire Emblem 1's weapons, aside from swords feeling like an afterthought, I think is a symptom of the fact that in its infancy, Fire Emblem didn't really focus on the differences between types of weapons. There was no weapon triangle, so you didn't use swords against axes and axes against lances. Instead, the main thing that separated weapons from each other was which classes could use them. Fighters and pirates were the axe classes, mages could use tomes, the various bow classes were capable of using bows, while the 2 ballisticians could use ballistas, and the Manicheets could use dragonstones. All of the other classes just used swords and lances, which were the most basic weapon types. And in a lot of ways, lances kind of feel like a subtype of the sword weapon anyway. There's no class in the game that can only use lances and not use swords. Instead, of the various sword-wielding classes, several of them can also use lances as a treat. And lances kind of function as a mid-game weapon that you use before you have the weapon rank for Silver Sword. Because Fire Emblem 1 doesn't have separate ranks for separate weapons as you might be used to with basically every other game in the franchise. Instead, it has a single stat of weapon level that is tested against all of your weapons. If you have a high enough weapon level and are in the appropriate class, then you can use that weapon. As such, the weapon rank 7 Silver Lance being just a strictly worse version of the weapon rank 9 Silver Sword makes sense. Cavaliers and Pegasus Knights were supposed to use that while working their way up to the rank to use Silver Sword, and once they had the rank for Silver Sword, they kinda don't care about lance access all that much, other than potentially being able to leverage javelins as a 1-2 range option that packs more of a punch than the Levin Sword, since Levin Sword doesn't factor your strength in and just deals a flat 7 points of damage, or a maximum of 14 if you double. As such, I do think you could argue that being sword-locked is a legitimate disadvantage for the Mercenary, Hero, Prince, Thief, and General classes. And yes, General is sword-locked in this game. It's unrelated to Knight, which can use both swords and lances. I don't fucking know, Fire Emblem 1 is weird. But I also think it's a bit of an oversimplification to discard these classes as sword-locked therefore bad. Thief is not a combat class, so the fact it can only use swords is kind of a non-factor, and hilariously, both Julian and Ricardo have a 0% growth in weapon level. And there's a very funny reason for this. You see, both thieves have a base weapon level of 2, and with a 0% growth rate, the only way to raise it is by giving them the only combat manual in the game, which gives a weapon level boost of 5. This would bring them to a weapon level of 7, which is 1 below Levin Sword's requirement of 8. The Thief class is the only class in the game that doesn't have an animation for using the Levin Sword, so the most commonly accepted theory is just that this 0% growth rate was put in place specifically to stop them from reaching Levin Sword rank in order to save a little bit of money on animations for this passion project. In terms of generals, there's only one that the player gets anyway, Lorenz, and losing lance access is kind of like a punishment for not raising up Roger or Doga if you wanted a tank. And while Marth's Prince class doesn't get access to lances, it does get his 3 personal weapons, which I think more than make up for the lost utility of Silver Lance and Javelin. However, the most interesting sword-locked class is the Mercenary line, because in a vacuum, they are generally worse than the Sword-Lance classes, especially since those classes are often mounted. Cavaliers and Flyers in particular get high movement and both weapon types. But the Mercenary class does have one significant advantage, and that is it has access to the first promotion item, the Hero Crest. Promotion in Fire Emblem 1 works very differently from the modern games. Instead of gaining specific stat boosts, you just get your stats raised up to the bases of the promoted class. If you've ever played Echoes SOV, it uses this same system because it is copying the mechanics from Fire Emblem Gaiden. And to be honest, if you've raised up one of the 2 early mercenaries, Ogma and Navarre, then they probably already have high enough stats that promotion doesn't give them too much. Even Rad and Caesar, who are sort of the safety valve worse versions of Ogma and Navarre, tend to reach the stat thresholds you need them to before promotion. But the Hero Crest serves as sort of a safety rail, just in case they get absolutely stat screwed, or you're playing a 0% growth challenge run, you get to jump up to those promoted bases immediately. Beyond this, it's also worth noting that Ogma and Navarre have very high base speed for their join time. Ogma has 12 speed and Navarre has 11. And this is in a game where all stats cap at 20, so this is going to double a lot of enemies early on. And as such, despite the downside of being sword-locked, they tend to be some of your better damage dealers in the early game. Now, eventually your cavaliers like Cain and Abel will catch up to the mercenary speed tier, and Sita, the Pegasus Knight, also has a base speed of 12, so she is likewise dealing a bunch of damage if she uses strong weapons. But my point is that despite their sword lock status, the early mercenaries tend to be some of the better cast members in the first Fire Emblem game. Although, I also think this is a game so old and eccentric that it kind of rejects the labels of sword-locked or other traditional descriptors we would use when talking about Fire Emblem units from the modern games. And if that's true for Fire Emblem 1, then it's even more true for Gaiden. And while we're here, we'll talk about the remake Echoes Shadows of Valentia, because almost everything I say about Gaiden is going to apply to SOV. Every class in the Valentia games can only use one weapon type, and some of them can't even do that, and instead rely on spell casting to deal any damage. Units in the Mercenary line can use swords, units in the Soldier line or the Cavalier line can use lances, and units in the Archer line can use bows. Each character also only has one inventory slot, so if you choose to use it with a weapon that is appropriate to your class type, then you will use that weapon in combat. But if your inventory slot is consumed by a healing item or a ring, or is just empty, then instead you will use the generic weapon, generic sword, generic lance, or generic bow. The various swords, weapons, and bows available to you are typically better than the generic ones because they'll have higher might and accuracy, and in SOV they also come with combat arts you can use to bolster your combat even further. But they don't really feel like weapons in the traditional Fire Emblem way. And as such, it's kind of hard to argue about, oh, sword lock bad because they can't use Javelin, when most of your Lance units also aren't using Javelin. The weapon triangle still doesn't exist, and Mercenary itself is generally considered one of the better classes in Gaiden and SOV, although that's not necessarily because of swords, it's just that class's stat spread is good. I guess it's also technically worth noting that swords are used by Priestess, which is the promoted version of Female Mage. Although, in this case, sword access is a pretty distinct upside over Male Mage, which doesn't get it, because if they're attacked at one range, instead of countering with a spell, they will counter with the generic sword or an equipped sword if you gave them a sword, and this means that they will retaliate without expending any HP, because you have to spend HP to cast spells in SOV. So having sword access further amplifies the bulk of female mages, which is pretty cool. I do also think it's worth correcting a misconception. A lot of people say that promoted female mages aren't able to counter at 2 range because they'll just have the sword equipped instead of using the fire spell, but that's just not true. They counter with the fire spell if they're attacked at 2 range, and counter with the sword if they're attacked at 1 range. The mages are smart enough to do this, I guess. Think of it like Fire Emblem 4 AI, except for it doesn't apply to 3 range, so yeah, they're not going to counter with Thunder, I guess. So maybe the mages aren't all that smart, I don't fucking know. But yeah, even more so than Fire Emblem 1, SOV just feels exempt from this conversation. Like, the weapons just don't work the way that they work in other Fire Emblem games. So yeah, we're just gonna move on to Mystery of the Emblem. In Fire Emblem 3, we take another step closer to all of the weapon types feeling fully developed and distinct from each other. Sure, there's still no weapon triangle, but there are classes that specialize in each individual weapon type, albeit the only time you get control of any axe units is in Book 1, the remake of FE1. In Book 2, the wholly original campaign, axes are an enemy-only weapon type. Still, lances, swords, and bows all feel distinct. And unlike in Fire Emblem 1, there are a bunch of classes that only use lances. All of the mounted units use lances, as do Armor Knights and Generals, which are now linked to each other through promotion. However, one thing that doesn't change is just how dominant swords are in Arcanea. The low weight is even more advantageous here because lances have gotten heavier. The javelin is actually 20 weight, so you can literally never double with it. In fact, the gap between sword and lance access is so big in FE3 that I often find myself dismounting cavalry so that they get sword access, because while dismounted, cavalry can use swords, whereas while mounted, they are all using lances. It's also worth noting that there's no class in the game that can use 2 weapon types. I mean, technically you could argue the mounted units do, just by dismounting to use swords and mounting to use lances, but the game treats a dismounted flyer or cavalier as a different class than their mounted variant, and as such, it is technically still correct to say all classes are single weapon classes. Anyway, my point is that since everyone is locked to one weapon type anyway, you might as well get locked to the best weapon type, and swords are once again the best weapon type. And if you're sick of me saying that swords are the best weapon type, then you're in luck. In Fire Emblem 4, wind is the best weapon type. But across both generations, you have a very small number of units with access to wind, and all of them have significant problems holding them back, so realistically, saying swords are the best weapon type isn't an unreasonable take for the genealogy meta. The reason for this is the same thing I've been repeating about all of the Kaga games. Swords are lightweight, which means they can double more often, and they have high accuracy, which is good when you don't have too many other forms of accuracy boosting. Although both of these advantages are definitely lesser in genealogy than they were in the Arcanea trilogy. You see, in Fire Emblem 4, not every unit is capable of doubling. In order to double, you need access to the Pursuit skill, which is actually relatively rare in the first generation, and even more rare amongst enemies. As a result of this, for a good chunk of the cast, being weighed down and tanking your speed just isn't a huge disadvantage. They weren't going to be able to double anyway, so unless you give them the Pursuit ring, or are relying on something like an Adept proc, speed is functionally a dump stat. Of course, for the units that are lucky enough to come with Pursuit, or the ones who you give it to in the second generation, speed is very important, and in those cases, you definitely want to have swords because the weight differences between swords, lances, and axes are probably at their most extreme yet. And even if you're not concerned with doubling potential, accuracy is still quite important. Although Genealogy introduces the weapon triangle, which can help to offset some of the poor hit rates that lances and axes have. Additionally, the Charisma skill and Lover bonuses and Authority stars are all ways of supplementing your shaky hit rates if you take advantage of good positioning. And attacking enemies who happen to be standing on a road tile will lower their avoid as well. However, there is one other advantage that swords have, and that is their variety. Compared to lances and axes, you get a large number of swords with interesting beneficial effects. The Sleep Sword and Berserk Sword are capable of inflicting status, albeit with a random chance, and you get 4 different magical swords: the Bolt Sword, the Fire Sword, the Light Brand, and the Wind Sword. Also, technically, the Earth Sword exists, but let's be honest, 90% of you forgot about that until I mentioned it right now. And while most of your sword users aren't going to have a phenomenal magic stat, just being able to hit the enemy on resistance can be quite useful and make up for this to a degree. If you're trying to focus on tanking, then the Shield Sword and Barrier Sword boost defense and resistance respectively, and the Thief Sword lets you steal money from anyone you hit with it. There's also the female-only Miracle Sword, which gives access to the incredibly powerful Miracle skill. As far as effective weapons goes, sword users have access to the Armor Cutter and Wing Clipper for dealing damage to knights and flyers respectively. And unlike the other weapon types, you get access to 2 different Brave Swords, which is super useful, although it is worth acknowledging that the first Brave Sword is given to you a little bit later than the Brave Lance and Brave Axe are. Still, if I had to be a single weapon class in Fire Emblem 4, I would definitely choose to be sword locked. And with that in mind, you might expect Judge Grill's sword masters to be secret top tiers, but they're actually not all that impressive. It's just that the thing holding them back isn't the fact they're sword locked, but the fact they're foot locked. There's a reason we refer to Fire Emblem 4 as Genealogy of the Horsey War. Big maps mean that chapters take longer, and the longer a chapter goes on, the higher the movement gap is going to be between your infantry and your cavalry. Add on to that the fact that roads will boost units' movements relative to their base move, and the fact that your mounted units get access to Canto, allowing them to initiate hit-and-run tactics, and you end up with a game that leaves infantry in the dust for a large portion of its runtime. Granted, there are a few chapters where there's jobs for foot units to complete, especially in the second generation, but even then, the dominance of mounts is on full display when pursuing your main objective. Infantry just sweep up side objectives or hold reinforcements back, while the real star of the shows are riding horses, Pegasuses, and dragons. The sad thing is, for the most part, these foot units don't even have better combat than their cavalry counterparts. Ira is sort of the go-to example, and lucky for us she is a swordmaster, so it's also relevant to this video's topic. She has significantly higher speed than the Green Cavalier Alec does at base, but he was already doubling all of the axe enemies anyway, so they don't really stand apart too much in that regard. Likewise, the extra 2 points of strength she has over him don't make a difference on a huge number of kill thresholds. Instead, her main claim to fame is Astra, a proc skill that sometimes lets her land 5 hits instead of 1. Flashy for sure, but often overkill and very luck dependent. Ira and her later joining male counterpart Holan can technically use the silver sword you got in Prologue, which would be an early game power spike for the two of them, were it not for the fact that Sigurd can also use silver swords, and since he's on a horse and gets the silver sword for free, you're going to need to have a pretty good reason to take it away from him, and buffing Ira's combat a little bit just isn't enough to sell me on the idea. I'm sorry, I know everyone loves Merm girls, but I need to speak the truth. Ira kinda sucks. Her children in Generation 2 fare a little bit better, mostly because you just don't have that many strong mounts in the beginning of Chapter 6, but they will also eventually fall off once you get to around the Chapter 8 point, when movement becomes a huge deal again because you gotta zoom across these maps in order to get the side objectives on time. Honestly, with the intense mount focus that Genealogy has, it feels like it would be more appropriate to talk about the game's 2 Forest Knights in this portion of the video, rather than focus on the failings of its Myrmidons. The Generation 1 Sword Cavalier, Beowulf, is a weird unit to talk about, because on the surface, it seems like he has all of the tools he needs for success. He's a mounted unit, so already that puts him above a large amount of the cast, and he has decent stats, sword access, and pursuit, meaning that he can double enemies that are slower than him. But in practice, despite the fact that he joins you midway through Chapter 2, I find that he always feels like too little too late. Statistically, he is better than the Christmas Cavaliers are, but he also joins at the point of the game that you don't really need filler combat. Sigurd, Quan, and Lex should have gotten enough experience to be nigh unkillable, and even though Quan will leave you fairly soon, the Pegasus Knight Aranis and the Master Knight Ratchasus are going to be strong enough additions to your army that you won't miss the Duke Knight, at least not that much. Don't get me wrong, if you want Beowulf to help out, he can contribute to the main force of your army, or even be trusted to handle some side objectives alongside the infantry scrubs, but he's never going to do anything super impressive. Probably his biggest claim to fame is that he's arguably Latchesis' best husband, as he will result in a pretty decent Dermot. Although, much like his father, Dermot is often more disappointing than I feel he has any right to be. He joins earlier than Beowulf, and Zelif's army doesn't start with as many strong mounts as Sigurd's does, so it's easy for him to stand out thanks to his high movement and innate horse access. But while the beginnings of Zelif's army are quite humble, It doesn't take too long for veritable demigods to join up with the Heir of Light. Ares is obviously the biggest standout example. He joins you in Chapter 7 and is already mounted with a holy weapon. And unlike many of the other potential strong mid-game units like Forseti Arthur or a superpowered Zed, Ares is not a child unit, and therefore it's impossible to screw up your pairings or even potentially miss out and get stuck with a substitute. Every single Gen 2 army will have the Mistletoe Black Knight. Combine this with Oifi, a snowballing Zelif, a pre-trained Finn, and the payoff for Leif's training arc, and you end up with a very powerful squad of mounted units who don't really need that much from Dermot. I think the biggest thing he brings to the table during the second half of Gen 2 is the innate charm skill, since this allows him to bolster the hit rates of units around him by 10 points. It's not much, but it is honest work, and it's more than his pathetic substitute Tristan has to offer. The less said about that scrub, the better. Believe me, chat forced me to use him in my most recent Genealogy playthrough, and it was painful. Although, speaking of pain, let's talk about the game where you start out with all sword units against all lance enemies, slams head against wall. In Thracia, once again, swords are the best physical weapon type, although they are surpassed by tomes because, sages are just kind of fucking cracked. Much like in Genealogy, swords are the light and accurate weapon variant, although in Thracia, this advantage is a lot less exaggerated than it is in Genealogy. If we look at the most basic weapons, the iron variants, you'll notice that the Iron Sword only has 10 more hit than the Iron Lance, and only 15 more than the Iron Axe. And while this isn't a negligible difference, especially in a game with hit rates as low as Thracia, it is a trade-off that you are sometimes willing to make for the extra power of lances and especially axes. But perhaps the bigger deal is weight can now be mitigated through the Constitution stat. Every point of con you have offsets weight, and you only lose speed for the excess. So if you're wielding a 7 weight weapon and you have 6 constitution, you only lose 1 speed, whereas in previous games you would have lost all 7. And this is a big deal because with the exception of Matua, every single axe user in the game has very high constitution, and as a result, usually won't be weighed down by the majority of useful axes. As such, while I do think the Iron Sword is a better weapon than the Iron Axe, the big strength that swords have going for them is there are so many special variants of swords that sword specialists can use. The large number of stealable rapiers can be used in conjunction with PCC to set up automatic crits, or if you would prefer, you can use a Killing Edge. And while there are killer variants of lances and axes, the Killing Edge comes much earlier and doesn't need to be stolen from the enemy. You also get the magic blades, the strongest of which is the Flame Sword, but Thunder Sword and Wind Sword are also decent options. The Sleep Sword makes its return from FE4, and it's buffed to no longer be chance-based and just always apply sleep. And there's the Kingmaker, which gives its wielder charisma as well as just being a 60-use brave weapon. Speaking of which, you do get access to the Brave Sword fairly early, although it is a B-rank sword, which is a significant disadvantage that sword users have over axe users, because the Brave Axe comes even earlier than the Brave Sword. In fact, you get it in Chapter 1, and it is a D-rank axe. And so, with the exception of Matua and Ocean, every single axe user can use the Brave Axe at base. And Ocean himself is only 10 combats away from using it. It's pretty baller, and is the go-to option for capturing enemies indoors. Although the Brave Axe is really the only thing axes have to show for themselves. Their other potential tools are the Hammer and Pole Axe for effective damage, or the Hand Axe for 1-2 range, but all of these are incredibly inaccurate, so they're not exactly the best options out there. Admittedly, there are sometimes situations where you just put a unit on the front lines with a hand axe and hope that they hit enough, or slam a pole axe into a cavalry and hope that you can kill them in one shot, but for the most part, I don't think these are strategies you should be relying on. They're acts of desperation. Now, you might be wondering why I'm talking about swords and axes but not lances, and that's because in Thracia, lances have taken the role that axes did in the previous 4 games. They're kind of just an afterthought of a weapon. Lances don't get any cool tools. In fact, the Brave Lance is a PRF weapon of Finn, so other lance users can just go fuck themselves. The Javelin and Killer Lance exist, but neither of them are particularly noteworthy. I mean, technically the Killer Lance is more common and earlier than the Killer Axe, but if you're doing crit builds, just use a sword user, it's much more reliable. And speaking of sword users, let's talk about the Myrmidons in Thracia, because there's a lot of them, and they're all pretty interesting in their own way. The first one you get access to is Avel, who is this game's Jagan. She's a swordmaster you get access to in Chapter 1 with incredibly cracked stats and a hidden immortality flag, so she literally cannot die. This might sound too good to be true, and to an extent it is, because you only get to keep her for 4 chapters. Then she leaves your party until the very end of the game. Still, she's pretty invaluable in the 4 chapters you have her. They're by no means a huge trial, but killing the bosses without her flame sword is kind of a pain in the ass, because your only other source of magical damage is Lightbrand Leif, and Thrones grant plus 10 defense in this game. A truly absurd choice on Kaga's part. That being said, if you want to have Avel tutor the fellow Freeblades, well, good luck with that. Since she doubles everything and has a very decent crit rate, it's hard to set up kills. She's just gonna one-round most mooks. If you're LTCing, absolutely invaluable, but if you're trying to do a casual playthrough where you train the likes of Ronan and Tanya, maybe Avel isn't the best girl for the job. Machua is technically a Myrmidon, but since she promotes to hero instead of swordmaster, she feels much closer to the modern-day mercenary than the traditional sword fighter class. Still, she joins during the Manster Escape arc, which is a pretty important combat section where you don't have access to that many units, so she can do some filler combat, and while she's not going to be an all-star like Fergus or Asbel, she does serve the ever-important role of just being yet another body. If you want to train her long-term, she's fine. She has Vantage, but relies on doubling, which feels a little bit counter-synergistic, since typically the best Vantage units have high strength for one-shotting in order to avoid damage, but at the same time, Vantage isn't particularly good in a game with as low accuracy as Thracia. And while Machua does get axes on promotion, it's really more of a novelty than anything useful. She starts at E rank, so it'll be a while before she can even use the Brave Axe, and there's not much else that axes can offer her. As previously mentioned, unlike native axe users, Machua has low con, so she's gonna get weighed down, and it's just not really good for the speedy sword girl. The other 3 Myrmidons, Shiva, Trude, and Merida, all promote into Swordmasters, so they're a little bit more appropriate to talk about in this video. But there's also not too much to say about them. Both Shiva and Trude are thoroughly mediocre. Swords are good, and having a high sword rank means they don't have to worry about the slow grind to get good weapons, but they both join at kind of awkward times for the filler combat role and don't really have that much going for them in terms of distinctive traits. Each of them has one skill. Shiva has Soul, which is not exactly the greatest on a relatively frail sword fighter, and Trude has Nihil, which is a weird skill to talk about. In case you're unaware, Nihil disables enemy skills, but for the most part, this is irrelevant because the majority of enemies, even bosses, are not going to have any skills you care about disabling. So for most of the game, Trude just feels like a generic dude with okay stats. But if you bother training him up enough to bring him into endgame, Nihil is actually an incredibly valuable skill for taking on the dangerous Deadlords, in particular Canis, who has a very nasty combination of skills. Of course, you do have other options for dealing with these foes, like a Blizzard Tome on Zed, or a Flame Sword combined with a Sleep Staff on one of your two female paladins. But Nihil on a sword user is probably the cleanest solution, since it relies on as little RNG as possible. So if you're doing an Iron Man or any other sort of run that cares about high reliability, Trude can fill a specific niche. Or at least that's what I would say if Merida didn't exist. You see, Merida is the ultimate training project in Fire Emblem 5. She starts as an incredibly understated, underleveled Myrmidon who joins during the mid-game, but she has a very powerful personal weapon, the Merida Sword, which is brave and grants her Nihil. She starts out with the Luna skill, which gives her a % chance to pierce enemy defense, making up for her terrible base strength, and her growth rates in strength, speed, skill, and luck are all very high. Even without using scrolls, she will cap those stats on average, and if you are willing to give her a couple of scrolls to help out her bulk, she can cap most of her stats with very little effort. Don't get me wrong, Merida is absolutely a training project, and you're going to have to put in some work if you want to make her endgame viable, but if you do go through with training her, she will be one of your better combat units for the late game. And while that's not always going to be the most appealing proposition to every Fire Emblem player, it does at least give her an edge over Trude because you have to train both of these scrubs in order to use them long term, so you might as well train Merida since she will turn out better. And since her sword gives her Nihil, she sort of edges Trude out of his one niche. Honestly, Nihil is probably the most impactful skill that Merida gets, but Astra is certainly the showiest, and it's the one people talk about. It gives her a % chance to attack 5 times instead of 1, and it gets given to her in an incredibly goofy cutscene where the Swordmaster Shanam accidentally teaches her Astra. Shanam himself is a joke character who is pretending to be Shannon, the Prince of Isaac and legendary powerful Swordmaster. And if you choose to recruit Shanam into your army, you will find out that he is a Swordmaster with generic class bases and either 5% or 50% in every growth rate. He's an obvious joke unit, so I don't think it's necessarily fair to criticize him for being bad, but believe it or not, Shanam does actually have a niche, and that is Bargain, a skill that gives him half price at shops. There's not too many shops that remain after you recruit him, but the ones that are available do contain a few goodies. For example, one of the upcoming shops is the only place where you can purchase Light Tomes, a very valuable magical weapon. And if for some reason you're crazy enough to do the side quest that gets you the member card, Shanam can also apply his bargain in the secret shop, purchasing stat boosters for the rest of your army. Or I guess for himself if you want to meme it up. Still, Shanam is really only a Swordmaster for the sake of the joke, and using him as a genuine combat unit is not exactly advisable. Overall, while the FE5 Swordmaster class has a lot of positive attributes, I would say for the most part, the Swordmasters that you get access to are fairly middling, although most of their downsides have nothing to do with the fact that they're sword-locked. It's just that they kind of show up at awkward times to be a filler combat unit, or in Merida's case, require a lot more hand-holding than the average Fire Emblem player has the patience for. Thankfully, this changed in a really big way when we moved into the Game Boy Advance era of Fire Emblem. There's a couple of very positive traits to being a Myrmidon in Fire Emblem 6. The first is sword access. Swords are definitely the best physical weapon in the Binding Blade. Because, as anyone who's played hard mode can tell you, accuracy is king, and swords have such a significant hit lead over their competition that it's oftentimes worth using a sword at weapon triangle advantage instead of a lance at weapon triangle neutrality. Not only that, but early on you get access to some very strong swords. The Killing Edge is the first killer weapon you get, and the only one you'll have for quite a while. The Armor Slayer is quite nice, despite the fact that it will be facing weapon triangle disadvantage against all of the pesky generals and knights. And the first S-rank weapon you get is the S-rank sword, which is granted to you at the end of Chapter 8X. This, along with the early Worm Slayer, are your two best ways to deal with enemy Manicheets, and are also pretty decent against wyverns or other tough foes. The two main downsides to being sword locked are light brands are your only 1-2 range option, and Fire Emblem 6 doesn't have any brave swords. But all in all, I think the upsides of swords outweigh the downsides. And for the major sword locked class, Sword Masters, they get a 30% crit bonus, which is a huge buff, especially if combined with the aforementioned Killing Edge or the Wu Daos that only Swordmasters and Myrmidons can use. With proper support routing, it's fairly trivial to reach 100% crit on either Rutger or Fear, but even if you're not going for the Omega Crit support build, having a very high crit rate is super nice, both for fighting against regular foes and especially bosses. Against regular foes, you often need to team up with multiple units to kill even standard enemies, so if you get a random crit, it can help your action economy, even if it's something you shouldn't be relying on. But against bosses is where the Swordmaster crit bonus really shines. If Fear or Rutger are your primary boss killers, they're most likely going to be doubling, so they have 2 chances per round of combat to score a critical hit. And since bosses in the Binding Blade get insane throne bonuses, most of the time fighting a boss takes 3 or 4 turns of combat. Sometimes even more than that. As the number of rounds of combat you have to engage in goes up, the chances that you'll get at least 1 critical hit also raises. But speaking of the game's 2 primary boss killers, let's talk about Rutger and Ver, the early game Myrmidons you get access to. Rutger joins in Chapter 4, and he would be decent without hard mode bonuses, but they elevate him to a role where he's in contention for the best unit in the game. Personally, I'm Marcus pilled, but I know a number of people who consider Rutger to be the #1 FE6 character, and honestly, that's a reasonable conclusion to come to. In part, this is because he's a phenomenal answer to the incredibly tricky early game bosses, in particular Henning, but even people like Tobias or Dory can be quite a hassle without a Rutger up your sleeve. But Rutger isn't just there for killing dudes standing on thrones and gates. He's also an incredibly effective player phase delete button, able to score the highest accuracy of all your blue units by utilizing the Killing Edge in combination with his high skill stat. And despite Myrmidon's reputation, Rutger is surprisingly bulky, in large part thanks to the hard mode bonuses he gets supplementing his base stats. He's not going to take on hordes of enemies like FE7 Marcus or FE8 Seth would, but taking on 3 foes and living to tell the tale is particularly impressive in early game Binding Blade, especially as a non-Jagan unit. And if you feel like getting a little bit risky, he can utilize Weapon Triangle Advantage, his naturally high avoid, and terrain to deal with bevies of inaccurate axe users. It's not the sort of thing you should rely on in a no reset situation, but it can come in handy if you're a bit of a gambler. Rutger's high base sword rank of C also ensures that he will be ahead of the curve when it comes to weapon rank in comparison to most of your other sword wielders, especially those balancing 2 different weapon types. As such, an early promotion to Swordmaster and access to the Durandal means that Rutger can continue to act as an emergency button well into the mid and late game. And all that time, he maintains a very good combat presence against generic enemies, especially the speedier ones such as heroes and mages. And because Rutger is such a phenomenal long-term unit, when the game offers you a second one in the form of Fear, it can feel like a tempting proposition. Fear shows up in Chapter 9, which is a little bit after Rutger, but still arguably in the early stages of the campaign. Fear and Rutger have a very similar growth spread, and if you compare their averages side by side at the same level, you'll find that they typically are around the same stat-wise, with the exception of Fear having a slightly higher luck stat. For this reason, fans of Sword Girls will often say that Fear is every bit as good as Rutger, at least in the long term. But there's a little bit more to it than that, because Fear shows up pretty severely underleveled. In fact, despite showing up later than Rutger, her base stats are across the board worse than his, and she has a lower starting sword rank at D, meaning that she is unable to utilize the powerful killing edge right off the bat. Saying that Fear has a rocky start would be a bit of an understatement, because it's very possible for enemies on her join map to just one-shot her. That being said, these foes have very low hit, so she can attempt the riskiest dodge tank imaginable if you want to train her up. And Chapter 9 does present a good opportunity to do so, with a bunch of pirates spawning as reinforcements. Because Fear is so underleveled, she gains a lot of experience very quickly. And because of her hard mode bonuses, she can actually deal decent damage and will double most foes even before leveling up. As such, the training arc is definitely easier than you would think. But it is worth acknowledging, if you want Fear to become a second sword master, then you're going to need to invest a significant amount of experience and a hero crest into her. And that experience could go to any number of strong sword users, not just Fear. As such, I think Fear is oftentimes either over or underrated, depending on how much people penalize for the training arc or ignore it entirely. In truth, a second Rutger is nice to have, but especially as the mid-game maps get larger, I find that training up another mounted unit, or a specialist who can fulfill a role that Rutger won't, is usually going to have a greater payoff than investing in Fear herself. There's honestly a lot more to say about this sword girly, but I already have an entire 20-minute video dedicated purely to talking about Fear in Fire Emblem 7, so I'll link that below if you want to hear my more in-depth analysis of just how good or bad or mid she is. In the meanwhile, we should probably touch upon her grandfather, Karel, who is the third and final swordmaster you get access to in Fire Emblem 6. Although he functions quite differently from the other swordies by virtue of the fact that he doesn't really exist for most of the game. You can recruit him on the second to last map of the game by having either Fear or Bartray visit a village, and if they do, Karel will come out of retirement and isolation in order to help you fight one last time. He has incredibly busted growths, but he's also a level 19 pre-promote, so you only get to make use of them one time, and as a result, I think his growth rates are mostly just there as a joke. If you ever bother to level up this fool, he's going to get +2 or +3 in everything. From a gameplay perspective, I've seen a lot of people label Karel as a Goto, and look, I've got a whole other video essay in the works about why I think the Goto archetype is fake, so subscribe if you want to see that when it comes out. Click those bells, hype the video, yeah! But without diving too deep into the topic of an anti-softlock unit, in Karel's case, it feels like he doesn't fulfill that role for a couple of reasons. The first is that in order to recruit him, you have to have either trained up Bartray or Fear, or be willing to deploy an untrained scrub on the final real map of the game. And that's assuming that you even have either of these units alive to recruit Karel. Bartray is an optional character who is in an Aaron versus Samson situation with Echidna, so a lot of folks might not even have him, and as I mentioned, Fear is a delicate training project. In an Iron Man situation, it's possible that she just dies and you don't reset. Heck, even in a casual playthrough, if your first impression of a unit is them immediately getting one-shot, oftentimes people aren't going to reset for that loser. But Karel also just doesn't have the stats you would expect from someone who's meant to be an anti-softlock. Yeah, he has the highest base stats out of all the recruitable characters in the game, but I don't think that's because he's meant to be a Goto. I think that's because he's a level 19 pre-promote who joins you at the end of the game. The later you get into the campaign, the stronger the units that join your army have to be in order for them to feel like reasonable alternatives to the projects that you trained up. Even Karel's weapon type, swords, kind of gets in the way of his ability to act as an anti-softlock. The most important trait a character can have in the endgame of Binding Blade is the ability to wield an S-rank weapon, and in Karel's case, the only one he can use is Durandal. Durandal, being a sword, is going to have some hefty competition because there are a lot of very good sword users in the cast of the Binding Blade. So the odds that you don't have someone capable of wielding Durandal are much lower than the odds you don't have someone capable of wielding something like Armads or Mulnir or... fuck, I can't even remember the name of the light tome. Is it Areola or is that a different Fire Emblem game? I can't remember and I'm not looking it up because lol, light magic in Fire Emblem 6. It's also worth noting that Karel only joins you if you unlock the true ending, which requires you to collect all 8 legendary weapons, and that itself requires keeping alive a number of other incredibly strong characters. So, functionally, Karel is locked behind a lot of very strong tools and needs to be recruited by one of 2 possible optional characters. And the only strength that he brings to the table is being Durandal user number 57. It almost feels like you would have to go out of your way to end up in a situation where Karel is simultaneously this super useful anti-softlock tool, while also not being just inaccessible due to failing his recruit conditions. Bit of a catch-22, I guess. Unfortunately for Karel, things don't exactly get better for him in the transition to Fire Emblem 7. He appears in the prequel as a pre-promoted swordmaster that you can recruit if you fulfill a variety of complicated conditions on Pale Flower of Darkness, either involving opening a certain number of doors or killing a certain number of promoted units, depending on which version of the map you get. But honestly, it's not worth trying to figure out how to recruit him because you would almost always prefer to get the hero Harkin. Harkin has incredibly cracked stats and can use axes, which are the best weapon type in Fire Emblem 7, and he comes with the game's only Brave Sword, which hilariously means across 2 separate games, Karel is incapable of using a Brave Sword. Granted, I don't think he would utilize it particularly well because he has incredibly middling stats, which almost just feels like kicking someone while they're down. Like, he's already in competition with Harkin, one of the better units in the late game, and he's stuck in the Swordmaster class, which is pretty bad in an FE7 context, because FE7 is one of the first games where 1-2 range is king. The best way to take on large swarms of foes is just to grab a hand axe or javelin, stand in the middle of them, and watch everyone break themselves upon you. As such, the sword-locked and bow-locked units are struggling hardcore to find use cases, and in Karel's case, he doesn't really have the stats to do so. Especially since Swordmaster crit bonus got cut from 30% to 15%, so there's not even like crit builds you can do! Honestly, the best you can hope for as a Myrmidon is what Guy's going on. He joins in the 3rd chapter of the main campaign, and he has decent stats for his join time, in part elevated by FE7's much weaker hard mode bonuses. And hard mode bonuses are not the only thing Guy has in common with Rutger. He also starts with a killing edge, and it is functionally his personal weapon, because the only other character with the rank for it is Marcus, who doesn't need any help killing enemies. As a result, Guy can function as a strong member of your army for approximately 3 to 4 chapters before he starts getting outclassed by training projects, late recruits, and just the fact that Hector Hard Mode has a very small number of deployment slots. On lower difficulties, Guy can definitely justify a deployment slot for a bit longer than on Hector Hard Mode, but he still pales in comparison to infantry like Raven and Oswin, or cavalry like the Christmas Cavs. And as a long-term unit, it's just really not worth investing in someone who doesn't have the capacity for 1-2 range in FE7. There just isn't really a niche for the super high speed and accuracy that Guy has to offer. And for that matter, the same criticisms can basically be applied to Lyn. She's not a Myrmidon herself, and in fact, upon promotion, she gets bow access instead of the crit bonus, but she's very clearly modeled after the Myrmidon Swordmaster line, so I wanted to give her a brief mention during this video. She mostly just serves as another demonstration as to why high speed and low bulk are not particularly good in the Blazing Sword. Although it could be worse, because this game does have a third Swordmaster, Carla. She's Fear's mother, and I'm pretty sure she was added to the game exclusively as a joke unit because Bartre, Fear's father, is also a unit in this game, although his appearance was taken more seriously at least. The way that you recruit this loser is first by training Bartre to be a level 5 warrior, and then have him fight her in an arena in the Battle Preparations chapter. The two of them need to fight and have neither of them kill each other, which is actually pretty difficult because Bartre will oftentimes just fucking murder his bride-to-be. Instead, the meta strategy is to equip a bow so that Carla will attack him, fail to kill him, and then recruit herself to your army. And when you recruit her, she's pretty bad. It's funny because she's actually in a similar situation to Karel, in that she joins super late but has decent stats for the join time, but in Fire Emblem 6, Swordmaster is at least a good class, and Karel has those very funny growths that gaslight you into thinking he's better than he is. Meanwhile, Carla just isn't given either of these advantages. Swordmaster is no longer a desirable class, and the only funny thing about her is how annoying it is to recruit her by training Bartre, a unit who is also not particularly good. At the bare minimum, there is an optional chapter where every single enemy in the game is a berserker, so if you give Carla a Hoplon guard and have her go to town, she can do pretty okay, but even then, some of them have sword slayers, so like, even in the map that seems tailor-made for her, Carla manages to find her way to failure. Although, ultimately, as a joke unit, I think it's fine that she's not particularly viable. It's certainly more justifiable than the fate of female swordmasters in the Sacred Stones. Joshua and Marissa, the two Myrmidons available in the Sacred Stones, follow the same pattern of Rutger and Fear. You get a relatively strong one joining early on, and then later on in the game you get a female Myrmidon who is weaker than the male one was at the time he joined you. But Joshua and Marissa don't even have the advantage of being in a game where Swordmaster is a particularly good class. Technically, as Myrmidons, they can use the game's branch promotion system to promote to either Assassin or Swordmaster, but Swordmaster is almost strictly better. Assassin does have lethality for a very low chance to instant kill enemies, but that is not really worthwhile. It's so unlikely to happen, and most of your units are going to be killing enemies anyway because the Sacred Stones has really weak enemies, so oftentimes you'll find yourself just like proccing lethality and like, thanks, I was gonna kill this skeleton anyway. Thanks, Assassin. For that reason, for the purposes of this video, I'm going to be talking about the Swordmaster class rather than focusing in on the optional Assassin one. If you want to go Assassin with either Joshua or Marissa, more power to you. I think people should play these games the way that they want. But I think it is more reasonable to limit the Swordmaster video to talking about, well, Swordmasters. Despite being one-range locked in one of the notorious 1-2 range emblems, Joshua is a surprisingly decent unit. He's not going to be creeping into S tier anytime soon, but I think he's competent filler for longer than a Myrmidon has any right to. Much like Guy before him, the killing edge he starts with is basically his personal weapon. Erica can probably also use it, but Seth doesn't need it, and Franz is almost certainly more focused on his lance rank. The killing edge gives him a total attack of 17, and when combined with his 14 speed, he's going to be doubling and one-rounding the majority of foes with it. Now, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, that's not exactly a high benchmark to meet. Enemies in the Sacred Stones are notoriously pathetic, but there are some that will give you trouble, and in the early game in particular, well, outside of Seth, the majority of Sacred Stones casts are some flavor of training project. You get Franz, who is a underwhelming cavalier that will eventually snowball into Seth Jr., Arthur and Lute are frail mages that will eventually snowball into powerful magical nukes. Erica is an underwhelming lord who will eventually snowball into an underwhelming lord on a horse. And Ross is quite literally a training project unit. He starts in a class that is considered below the standard, so you need to train him up if you want him to even reach the level that the rest of your units are on. Joshua being competent right out the gate means you can focus on whichever of these other training projects you want, and still have someone capable of handling side objectives while Seth is busy dealing with the main one. If you're using Joshua for side objectives, then he ends up being pretty self-sufficient, and will gain stats and weapon rank to the point that he keeps up with foes well into the mid-game. That being said, Fire Emblem 8 has a route split, where you choose between following Erica or Ephraim, and Joshua performs significantly better if you go on Erica's route than if you do Ephraim's. There's two major reasons for this. The first is that on Erica route, a surprising number of enemies are one-range locked, thus taking away the significant disadvantage of not being able to 1-2 range on enemy phase. There's monsters like zombies and moth dogs that Joshua can just deal with at one range, but there's also a large number of enemies that just have iron or steel weapons instead of javelins or hand axes. And there's a pretty big absence of mages in Erica's route, with the exception of a few eyeballs that you have to fight. In contrast, Ephraim route features a more mixed bag when it comes to what weapons the enemies have equipped, and as a result, Joshua will often find himself unable to counter a significant number of foes. Additionally, on Erica route, because you visit Chahana first, one of the first two legendary weapons you get is Audhoma, the S-rank sword. And Joshua is one of the few units that not only wants it, but can get it pretty easily. If you're just using him as a filler combat unit, his sword rank is naturally gonna go up over time. And if you promote him to Swordmaster using the second hero crest, then he's probably just naturally gonna hit S. As a result of that, he gets a functional PRF once again, with pretty high might and monster effectiveness. On Ephraim route, you do still get Audhoma, and you only get it one chapter later than on Erica route, so it's not as big a deal, but it does at the very least feel worse to be just another unit with S-rank access, as opposed to the first unit with S-rank access. It is worth noting that Ephraim route does offer one advantage to Joshua. Because the enemies on Ephraim route tend to be stronger than those on Erica route, Joshua's speed is overkill less of the time. There are still enemies on Erica route where Joshua's speed is appreciated, such as the Chapter 9 snipers or the moth dogs in Village of Silence, but in general, it's going to be more useful on Ephraim route than it is on Erica route. Additionally, on Ephraim route, Joshua faces much less competition for early promotion. You get a hero crest in Chapter 10, and the only units that can use it are Joshua, Garcia, and potentially Ross, but Ross often likes to go Pirate, which would mean he uses Ocean Seal instead of Hero Crest. Meanwhile, in Erica route, the first Hero Crest you get is on Garrick, and instant promoting Garrick tends to be a classically rewarded strategy. As such, most of the time Joshua is waiting for Chapter 14's Hero Crest to promote, if at all. Regardless of which of the two routes you go on though, I think Joshua is an incredibly competent member of any team without ever attaining the status of All-Star. Well, unless you explicitly grind him and no one else. Favoritism be like that and all. And speaking of favoritism, Marissa the Crimson Flash really needs it to be viable. It's worth noting that the Sacred Stones was designed in large part around grinding in the Tower of Volney. A lot of Fire Emblem players, myself included, don't engage in the grinding for one reason or another. I personally just don't find grinding enjoyable, and the game is easy enough that you can pub stomp your way through the campaign without going into the tower. But grinding was very much in the designer's mind when coming up with the cast, and you can see it in units like Amelia, Ewan, and Marissa. Marissa is, by all accounts, weaker than Joshua. Join time, base stats, weapon rank, the whole shebang. And unlike in Fire Emblem 6, there's not really a mechanical reason you might want to have a second Swordmaster. So the biggest reason to add Marissa to your team is because you like her personality. And if you like her personality, then spending the quality time with her in the Tower of Volney beating up skeletons is really her only pathway to viability. If you are willing to do the grind, then she'll turn out very similarly to Joshua, but in a non-grinding context, she will consistently fall short of stat benchmarks and probably won't reach S-rank swords in time. I do want to make it crystal clear though, despite my own distaste for grinding, there really shouldn't be a stigma around playing this single-player game in the way that you want. And if you personally think that it is enjoyable to grind Marissa up to 2020 before proceeding to Chapter 10, do it! It's your game, have fun with it. Sorry for the sidebar, I just wanted to bring it up because I've been noticing more and more a sort of disdain for people who enjoy grinding in the Fire Emblem community, and we can do better than that, y'all. But returning to the regularly scheduled programming, let's talk about the Myrmidons in Tellius. Being sword-locked in Path of Radiance is really not a great position to find yourself in. Axes are once again king, thanks to their high might, the access to 1-2 range, and Path of Radiance's newly introduced forging system, which allows axes to basically shore up any and all hit issues they would have. You can, of course, forge up swords' might in order to let them reach or even surpass unforged axes, but you can similarly forge axes, and the higher might of axes is more valuable than the higher accuracy of swords. There aren't that many dodgy enemies in Path of Radiance, but HP values are super inflated. So while the foes are not going to be very threatening or strong, they are going to be quite bulky. And if you don't want to deal with the annoyance of having to attack them 2 or 3 times to kill them, you're going to want a strong 1-2 range weapon. And yes, I almost exclusively mean a 1-2 range weapon. Despite introducing a species of characters that doesn't have any 2-range options in the Lagoos, Path of Radiance is probably the game with the most bloated 1-2 range enemy spam in the entire franchise. It's not that bad in the early game, and honestly, even the mid-game is mostly fine, but by the time you get to the late and endgame portions of the campaign, you're going to find yourself up against tons of hand axes, javelins, short axes, short spears, tome classes mixed in, paladins that have both melee weapons and bows. It's 1-2 range everywhere. If you want to have an effective enemy phase, which is the best way to deal with the large quantity of low power enemies, then you're going to want access to 1-2 range. So being sword locked is just not great. Because of this, both of your early game Myrmidons, Mia and Zehark, tend to struggle pretty significantly, even if you're willing to invest in them with training or bonus experience. Zehark has slightly better bases and a better starting weapon rank, but Mia joins earlier, so pick your poison. I don't think either of them are particularly good, to be honest. And the late joining understated Swordmaster Lucina is honestly in contention for worst unit in the game, and this is a roster that includes Rolf. But where Path of Radiance's approach to Swordmasters get interesting is with Stefan. You see, I think the developers knew that Swordmaster was a pretty unimpressive class, which is why they gave us a secret unit who is a Swordmaster with incredibly cracked stats. In Chapter 15, if you have Leif or Mordecai stand on a very specific tile, then the level 8 Swordmaster Stefan will spawn and join your army. He has S-rank swords, and actually starts with the game's S-rank sword in his inventory. He also has the Astra skill, which is a mastery skill that allows him to attack 5 times at random. And his stats are incredibly busted. Speed of 25 and skill of 27 are the most impressive bases, but his 19 strength is also quite good, not only for that point in the game, but just for being a Swordmaster in general. They're not exactly known for having swole arms. And his growths in these areas aren't exactly terrible either. A 50% strength growth and 55% speed growth ensure that he will keep up with kill thresholds as long as he gets levels, which granted, as a level 8 Swordmaster, is more of an ask than it necessarily should be. A lot of your units are unpromoted at this time, so experience gains are going to be slim pickings. But Stefan doesn't need to level up for a bit. His stats are good enough to carry him a long way. Well, at least his offensive stats are, because Stefan's defenses aren't great. With only 38 HP and 12 defense, he can't really stand up to physical attackers, and his resistance stat of 9 is also pretty bad. Mages aren't very good in the Tellius games thanks to their low movement and weak weapon type, but it still isn't great to be that vulnerable to both magical and physical foes. And his luck stat of 5 is absolutely abysmal. Usually luck is considered a pretty low caliber stat, and that is the case in Path of Radiance, but if your luck is so low that you're facing crit rate from almost every single enemy, then it starts to become a problem. If you combine this with his overall low bulk, it means that critical hits sometimes just mean he gets one-rounded. And Path of Radiance doesn't have a crit avoidance item. This is a pretty big downside, and it's not even the only thing working against Stefan. He's still stuck in the Swordmaster class, so he doesn't have any 1-2 range options, and he has lower movement than the game's abundant cavalry. Like, seriously, Path of Radiance gives you so many mounted units. There's 4 unpromoted Cavaliers, 2 Paladins that you get, 3 Pegasus Knights, and 2 Wyverns. And while some of these units come quite late, at the time you recruit Stefan, you have 5 Cavaliers and 2 Flyers, so you're not really short for high move units. Even if you're the type of player like me who doesn't really care about turn counts, Path of Radiance's high move units have the advantage of Canto, which means they're capable of doing hit and run tactics since they are allowed to move after they attack. In another life, a unit like Stefan could have been the type of god that rivals Pent, Sigurd, Seth, but in this one, he just has too much going against him. Path of Radiance really wasn't set up for a unit like Stefan. And unfortunately, while Radiant Dawn makes some improvements to sword-locked units, Stefan doesn't join you until the very end of the game, so he doesn't really get to take advantage of all of the boons that Swordmasters now have. The main thing that Swordmasters gain in Radiant Dawn is access to 1-2 range physical swords, So finally, Swordlock units have a good option for 1-2 ranged combat. Now let me just check on the wiki what the stats of the Tempest Blade are. Oh, that's awful. Real talk though, Swordmasters having physical 1-2 range options, even if those 1-2 range options are bad, is a genuine upside. Much like javelins and hand axes in the NES and SNES games, we can acknowledge that the weapons themselves are bad, while also factoring in that having a new option is good. But I think it's worth acknowledging just how much is working against these 1-2 range swords. They not only have lower might and accuracy than their lance and axe equivalents, but you also are unable to forge the 1-2 range swords, whereas both hand axes and javelins can be forged at the end of the game. This means that the axe and lance users are frequently able to throw weapons at high accuracy, whereas sword users, ironically, are not. It feels weirdly unflavorful for your swordmasters to be the one that have accuracy issues. Although it also feels a little bit weird for them to attack with a physical weapon at 2 range, so maybe that evens itself out? That being said, while ranged swords are definitely the flashiest new tool swordmasters have, in my opinion, what really helps out swordmasters are their caps. Specifically the caps of their Tier 3 class Trueblade. For anyone who hasn't played it, Radiant Dawn is a long game. And Part 4 of Radiant Dawn features a lot of maps that are just really tedious route maps, almost certainly designed just to give you a chance to grind up whatever scrumblies you want on your endgame team. As a result of this, most of the units in your squad will reach max level. And because a lot of units have very high growth rates, combined with a common exploit using bonus experience to boost people's lower growth rates, most of your units are going to hit all of their relevant caps. Your physical units probably won't cap magic, and there might be some people who don't cap something like skill, luck, or res, but even armored knights are frequently ramming speed caps, and swordmasters have the highest speed cap of all classes in the game. This means that swordmasters are going to be doubling every single enemy in the late game. And that's actually super relevant, because avoiding spoilers, the final boss features a bunch of auras that you need to break, which have very hard to meet doubling thresholds. But honestly, even before reaching their caps, Swordmasters and Trueblades are useful in that speed benchmarks are pretty difficult to reach in the majority of Radiant Dawn. And as such, both Zehark and Mia make their return, but are now incredibly strong units. Zehark in particular is one of the better members of the Radiant Dawn cast, simply because of when and where he joins in the campaign. He is a powerful promoted swordmaster who joins the Dawn Brigade during the very early portions of Radiant Dawn. And the Dawn Brigade is notorious for being an underpowered squad of combat scrubs. While Zehark's frailty can certainly be a bit of a problem during the Part 3 Dawn Brigade maps, he's ironically bulkier than most of the losers you have access to, like Edward, Aaron, and Fiona. And the Dawn Brigade also gets access to some pretty strong swords. In particular, the Dawn Brigade gets an early Brave Sword, and Zehark is basically the only unit who can use it. Tyronio doesn't have sword rank until he's a Marshal, and even if you early promote him, he won't have the rank for Brave Sword. And most of the other good units use axes, like Nolan and Jill. The only other sword-aligned characters are Meg and Edward, both of whom kinda suck. And I know I just pissed off all 11 Edward fans in the comment section by implying that he's not an S-tier god, so let me expand upon him. In theory, Edward has a lot of the same advantages of Zehark. High speed if you train him up, and sword access giving him a relatively free brave weapon. However, in practice, Edward is always going to be significantly behind the veteran swordmaster. That's because they only join 6 chapters apart, and those chapters are particularly short. As a result, there's not that much time for Edward to gain experience and get to the point where he's even close to Zehark's level. In fact, at the time you recruit Zehark, Edward typically doesn't even have enough EXP to promote with a Master Seal. But here's the really sad thing. Even if you got Edward 20 levels so he promoted in time for Zehark to join, the two of them will have nearly identical stats. Sure, at the end of the game, once both of them are level 20-20-20, then Edward is going to have a slight lead over Zehark sometimes. But realistically, both of these units are likely to hit their relevant caps, so the endgame performances actually aren't all that different, and even if there were, there's so much of the game between the beginning and end, and Edward is lagging behind not only Zehark, but the rest of your army for that entire time. In fact, Edward's early performance is depressingly bad. He typically 3-rounds enemies who will 2-round him in exchange, and he doesn't have enough avoid to reliably dodge tank, especially on hard mode where the weapon triangle is removed. Many of the early game foes are axe wielders, so I think Edward was intended to have an advantage over them on normal and easy difficulty. But since hard mode doesn't have a weapon triangle, he's just SOL. That being said, even if you play on normal mode in an effort to give Edward a slight head start, he's still not going to do particularly well against these foes. They'll have lower hit rates on him, but generally not sub 50, and as such, he's getting hit more often than he's dodging. The EXP gain is also quite slow, even on lower difficulties, so Edward still struggles to reach benchmarks in a timely manner. And the mid-game Dawn Brigade chapters are notoriously tough, so Edward doesn't really have the time to get babied long-term. Heck, I would argue even the early game Dawn Brigade chapters can be pretty tricky before Zehark, Jill, and Tyronio show up. So even at the very beginning of the game, Edward's training arc is gonna be rough. I do want to briefly touch on the female swordmasters we get. Like I said, Maya is quite a good unit just because of her high speed and decent strength. Although she feels a little bit less impressive than Zehark, mostly because she joins in the Grail Mercenary army. So while Zehark is babysitting the Scrub Squad, Mia is surrounded by incredibly competent units on her own. Ike and Har stand out as some of the best characters in the game, but even the B team like Boyd and Gotri can hold their own when compared to Mia. I still think she's an incredibly competent member of the cast, and I would rank her quite highly, but she feels less necessary than Zehark does, if that makes sense. On the other hand, Lucina feels incredibly necessary, despite the fact that she's really only available in one chapter that matters. This is because Part 2 of Radiant Dawn has an incredibly weird structure where basically every map finds you changing your entire squad up. Lucina is only available in 2-2, but she's also the strongest unit on that map by a country mile. And so the best way to deal with that Fog of War cave is to have her charge ahead and eventually kill the boss herself. After doing so, she leaves your army, and by the time she returns in Part 4, she's pretty under-leveled, not only in comparison to the other Swordmasters, but also in comparison to the majority of the rest of your units. As such, Lucia is kind of a strange character to talk about. There's one chapter where she's basically essential, and for the rest of the game, she's filler at best. Where do you rank a unit like that? This is why tiering in Radiant Dawn is so difficult, but also it's something I find very fascinating. I don't know, I fucking love this flawed-ass video game. Now, as we move on to Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and Fire Emblem New Mystery, we run into an interesting situation. Thanks to these games' infinite reclassing, it's hard to talk about a specific unit or units as being Swordmasters. Technically, a few characters start out in the Myrmidon line, but they can very easily switch things up to become a Cavalier or whatnot. So instead of focusing on the performance of Navarre or Athena specifically, I do want to zoom out and look at swords as a whole in Fire Emblem 11, cause they kinda suck. The majority of enemies, and especially bosses, use lances, which places swords at a weapon triangle disadvantage. The weapon triangle in FE11 is probably at its most impactful in the entire franchise. Because being at weapon triangle disadvantage means you lose out on all of the powerful weapon rank bonuses. But if you are at weapon triangle advantage, you cancel the enemy's powerful weapon rank bonuses. Because the higher difficulties tend to give higher weapon ranks to foes, on Hard 4 and 5 specifically, you want to try to be at advantage as often as possible and at disadvantage as infrequently as possible. Beyond that, one of the big ways that you can deal with challenging foes is by forging effective weapons. The Horse Slayer and Hammer in particular can deal big damage thanks to the way that multipliers interact with the Forge bonus. That's not to say the Swordmaster class is useless though. Since it has an incredibly high speed stat, you end up reclassing people into Swordmaster if you desperately need them to double foes that they wouldn't otherwise. And for the late game portions of the campaign, forging up an effective Wormslayer to deal with enemy Manicheets and doubling them as a Swordmaster is one of the better ways to deal with the very dangerous dragons. And a similar principle applies to Fire Emblem 12, New Mystery of the Emblem, but FE12 has much greater weapon variety on the enemies, so swords are no longer universally at weapon triangle disadvantage, thusly putting them in a better spot than in FE11. In fact, from my understanding, many times in FE12 you send a mage into Swordmaster and give them 11 sword just so they can take advantage of the speed boost the class offers. I do want to make it clear that I'm not an expert in New Mystery, and I also have some knowledge gaps when it comes to FE11, so you shouldn't take everything I say as gospel. Instead, I'm trying to articulate the opinions of FE12 heads that I've spoken to. Reclassing made its return in Fire Emblem Awakening, however, class access was much more limited than in the DSFE games, so I think it's relevant to talk about the specific characters that start in the Myrmidon line, those being Long Q and Cyrene. But before diving into them specifically, I want to investigate swords in Fire Emblem Awakening, because swords themselves are, once again, not very good. They have the lowest might of all physical weapons, and are once again one-range locked. Radiant Dawn physical swords have been left behind. It's not all bad. The high accuracy of swords is genuinely useful since the avoid of enemies on Lunatic and Lunatic Plus can get kind of out of hand. But personally, I think it's more useful to boost your accuracy through skills than rely on the innate accuracy of swords as a weapon type. That being said, the Myrmidon and Swordmaster class itself offers some good skills that you might want to take into other endgame builds. Vantage is useful for a variety of tanking builds, whether it be through Soul or Nosferatu, since it gives you an extra chance to recover HP and can potentially save your life against a deadly enemy. But honestly, even Myrmidon's level 1 skill, Avoid plus 10, is surprisingly useful, especially if you combine it with other avoid boosting skills such as the Breakers. Awakening tends to be a game of playing the odds and stacking them in your favor. So if you use multiple avoid boosting skills, you might not necessarily reduce enemy hit chance to 0, but you can get it low enough that you can virtually guarantee not enough enemies will hit you to kill you. And in that same vein, Astra from Swordmaster can help to tilt the offensive numbers in your favor, especially if combined with things like high crit chance, other proc skills such as Luna, and dual strikes from an A or S support partner. You can put yourself in a situation where every time you attack the foe, you are pretty likely to have some secondary effect proc and deal extra damage. But the real prize for Swordmaster comes at level 15 in Swordfare. a skill that boosts your damage by 5 whenever you have a sword equipped. There's a fair skill for every weapon in the game, and they're all phenomenal. 5 damage is a lot in Fire Emblem, even in stat-inflated games like Awakening. And because this damage comes from a skill, it means that once your units reach their relevant caps towards the end of the game, anyone who's able to access a fair is going to just be stronger than those who are unable to equip the relevant fairs for the weapons they want to use. Something like Tome Fair, Bow Fair, or Axe Fair is, in my opinion, more useful than Sword Fair, but for a unit who's going to end up in a sword class long term, such as Assassin or Bow Knight, it is useful to have that 5 damage boost when you are using your 1 range locked weapon. And speaking of units that want to end the game in Assassin, let's talk about Long Q. He starts out with really good stats for his join time. He meets a lot of speed benchmarks that the rest of your army will struggle with, and, as is tradition at this point in time, he comes with a killing edge that it's unlikely anyone else in your army can use. Personally, I think you should always field Long Q at least for a couple of maps. He's just gonna function as a perfectly competent filler combat unit, or at the very least a desirable speed boosting backpack, and that's worthy of a deployment slot, even if you don't plan on making him a part of your final squad. But if you do want to train him up, having the combination of Myrmidon and Thief means that he can be an assassin with both +10 avoid and +1 move. And with heavy investment, he can be an absolute beast of a dodge tank, combining avoid +10, lucky 7, and both axe breaker and lance breaker. Long Q is just a pretty cool guy. And if you want to hear some more about him, fellow YouTuber Ellery has an entire unit guide devoted to how to best build Long Q into the kind of unit you want to be an all-star on your team. It's linked below if you're interested. Unfortunately, Awakening's other sword master, Sairi, has a lot less going for her than Long Q. She can combine avoid +10 with the breaker skills you get from the Wyvern line, but that's basically it. And her stats are a lot worse for her join time than Long Q's are for his. By no means are her stats unacceptable, and if you've been particularly RNG screwed while team building, you can probably find a slot for her on your squad, but she's never going to be carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. And a big part of that is just how unsynergistic her reclass options are. She has access to the Swordmaster, Wyvern, and Pegasus Knight lines, which in theory sounds good because, flyers are good in Fire Emblem, but in practice, it means that if she leaves the Swordmaster line, she's stuck at E rank in either lances or axes for at least 1 map, and possibly more than that. But even more unfortunately, Sairi starts in a promoted class, which means if you want to second seal her into something better than Swordmaster, you either have to wait until she hits promoted level 10, which is going to involve a lot of experience feeding, or reclass her into an unpromoted class, which does mean she'll gain experience faster, but also means she loses a lot of stats in the reclass process, since she's no longer getting the promoted class bonuses. It's just kind of a lose-lose scenario. And as if matters weren't bad enough already, Sairi has an incredibly limited support pool. It's not as bad as the Corrin Sexuals in Fates, but it's pretty darn close. She supports Tiki, Robin, and theoretically, she can get a parental support with Morgan if you have her marry the Avatar, but that's it. And in Awakening, supports are pretty darn important. Your support rank is what determines the chances for dual strike and dual guard, both of which are incredibly impactful mechanics, particularly for a dodge tank like Sairi wants to be, since the dual guard effectively adds a significant amount to your avoid based on your partner jumping in to guard you. So unless you're also using Tiki on your squad or planning to marry Sairi yourself, her potential is just going to be much more limited than the majority of the rest of the cast. Honestly, it sometimes feels like the game is bullying her, because in her join situation, she just gets her ass handed to her by two generals that box her in while she's unarmed and you have to rush to the rescue. Like, it's such a bad first impression, and it turns out she's not a particularly good unit, so it's also kind of an accurate one. It's funny, but it's sad. It's sad. Poor Sairi. And that brings us to Fire Emblem Fates, my personal favorite game in the series. Here, every weapon type has been split into two subsets. A Nourian version that is much more standard, and a Hoshidan version that has an upside and downside attached to it. In Sword's case, we have swords and katanas. And katanas give you a speed boost while reducing your defense and resistance, thus leaning into the idea of a frail but fast sword master. Honestly, I think katanas are pretty useful. Speed is very much a stat of benchmark, so sometimes you're just 1 point short of doubling or not getting doubled. And being able to equip a weapon that allows you to attack twice or prevents you from getting hit twice is definitely worth the downside of losing 1 point of defense and resistance. Swords also have some good news when it comes to 1-2 range. We have a return to form with 1-2 range physical swords. Although, 1-2 range in Fire Emblem Fates is pretty bad. The weapons themselves don't have great stats, and they apply the downside of preventing you from doubling, making it easier for foes to double you, stopping you from scoring critical hits, and preventing you from proccing any skills such as Soul, Luna, or Astra. For the most part, these skills are not actually particularly good, but if you have a build that's based around scoring critical hits or getting fancy big damage with Rent Heaven, then you're not going to be able to do it with these 1-2 range weapons, and that's kind of unfortunate. The good news is these effects are applied universally to hand axes, javelins, throwing clubs, and kodachi, so swords are no longer being punished more harshly as they were in Radiant Dawn. The bad news is tomes and daggers exist, and both of these are weapon types that are universally 1-2 range. As a result, tome users and dagger users tend to be amongst the best classes that the game has to offer. And that's pretty bad, because daggers have weapon triangle advantage over swords. They're considered a blue weapon, and swords are considered a red weapon. Worse still, blue weapons are incredibly common in the enemy's hands throughout all 3 routes of Fire Emblem Fates. And the reason for this is they're trying to keep in check a couple of really strong sword users, Xander and Ryoma. And in particular, Ryoma is relevant to this conversation because he is a sword master. In fact, if there's one sword master that pops to mind as potentially unthroning Rutger, it's Ryoma. It's often joked that his native route of Birthright is a 12-chapter campaign, because once you recruit the legendary wielder of Rajinto, the game is basically over. While plenty of characters in modern FE are capable of trivializing maps or even full campaigns if you give them the correct combination of resources, Ryoma does it for free. You don't need to do some complex chain of class dipping or tutor him in a specific school to unlock the correct combat art, or combine a ring ability with a well ability with all sorts of other nonsense. Ryoma just shows up in arguably his best class, Swordmaster, already has the Vantage skill alongside his personal weapon, and is 1 level away from acquiring Astra. And, well, the rest is history. Most enemies are going to miss this dodge tank, and the few that do hit him are just going to knock him into Vantage range, allowing him to crit and Astra future foes before they can even lay a hand on him. This is an impressive feat, but let's be honest. The foes in Birthright are weak enough that, given enough attention and resources, any member of the cast can become an invincible juggernaut. So instead, what I personally find more interesting is that Ryoma manages to be almost as broken in the Revelation campaign, despite being faced with much more stat-crept foes. But before we begin, this video is part of an ongoing series where I'm doing a deep dive into every unit in the Revelation cast. If you're interested in looking at some of the previous units I've covered, they are in a playlist linked below, and if you'd like to vote on who gets covered next, consider supporting me on Patreon, where $5 and above backers have the ability to vote on not only reviews, but other stuff affecting the channel. With that being said, let's dive into today's unit review. Ryoma is one of the last Generation 1 units to join you. He shows up alongside Hinoka and her retainers in Chapter 15. And his stats are so ridiculous that for many players, he just immediately overshadows those three losers. A perfect demonstration of this is that the fastest way to clear Chapter 15 is to pair Scarlet and Corrin up and just have Ryoma charge to the left for 2 turns, at which point he has a 100% chance to one-round the boss Hans with no risk of death. Truly the most balanced unit of all time. As you would expect for a Swordmaster, Ryoma's speed is through the roof. With a base of 24 and a growth of 65, he's going to be doubling everything no problem. Even enemy Swordmasters are going to get hit twice by this ding-dong. What might surprise you about his stat spread, however, is Ryoma has really high strength as well. He technically has a base of 20, but functionally that's a 24, because his personal weapon, the Raishinto, gives him +4 strength just for being in his inventory. It doesn't even need to be equipped or equipable for him to get this bonus. Just being in one of the 5 inventory slots is enough. But wait, there's more, because if you thought a functional strength stat of 24 was good, Ryoma functionally has a strength stat of 26 actually, thanks to his personal skill Bushido. If he is supported by a lower or equal level unit, Ryoma gains 2 damage dealt and takes 2 less damage. So functionally, he gets a 2 strength boost and a 2 defense and resistance boost. The condition of Ryoma being supported by a unit who is equal or lower level is super easy to accomplish. Firstly, because Ryoma is going to be one of your higher level units just by virtue of joining as a pre-promote, and because any unit who is in the dedicated pair-up bot role is usually going to see a severe cut to their experience gain. So if you give Ryoma a pair-up backpack, then that unit is virtually guaranteed to be a lower level than him. But even ignoring these 2 factors, Ryoma's role in most armies is as an enemy phase sweeper. After all, he's one of the few units in Rev who is well suited to this role. As such, he's likely to get a significantly larger cut of the experience pie than people who are only attacking on player phase. Now, you might be wondering why I say Ryoma is especially suited for enemy phase when Swordmasters are traditionally frail, but Ryoma apparently didn't get that memo. His defense and resistance are also quite high, with 16 defense and 13 res, but that's before factoring in the Bushido bonus. He functionally will have 18 defense and 15 res. Although at many points Ryoma is going to have a katana equipped, and that brings the functional defense down to 17 and the functional res down to 14. Regardless, this combined with his 36 and 8 HP is enough that in most situations, Ryoma can reliably live 2, 3, and sometimes even 4 attacks from enemies. And the fact that he has nearly equal defense and res means that Ryoma doesn't need to worry about the various hybrid units who tend to prey on tanks by attacking whichever defensive stat is weaker. Now, you're probably still not convinced of Ryoma's enemy phase potential, Because, let's be honest, getting 3 or 4 rounded is what I would consider to be a relatively frail unit in most other Fire Emblem settings. But Rev isn't like most Fire Emblems. It's built different. Enemies hit so hard that a lot of your team will just get 1 rounded by them, and those that aren't are almost certainly getting killed in 2 hits. Getting 3 or 4 rounded is absolutely an impressive bulk threshold. And that's in large part because you can use the various Fates mechanics to further accentuate this bulk advantage, specifically through pair up and guard gauge. Whenever a paired up unit participates in combat in Fire Emblem Fates, they will gain 2 points of guard gauge for every attack attempted by either combatant. And these attacks do not have to land. Misses will still give you points of guard gauge. Technically speaking, the way these points are assigned is 1 to each pair-up partner, and this becomes relevant if you unpair while you have a partially filled guard gauge, but for the purposes of this calculation, it's easiest to think of the guard gauge being shared amongst the paired-up units, especially since you're not able to unpair on enemy phase. If an enemy ever attacks you while you have a full guard gauge at 10 points, your pair-up partner will automatically block that attack and prevent any damage that would have been dealt to you. Then your guard gauge resets to 0 and begins building up again. Functionally, what this means is if you are capable of doubling every single enemy you fight, you will block every other attack attempted against you. That's because in every round of combat, you'll gain 6 points of guard gauge, 2 from the enemy's attack and 4 from your counterattacks. Now, as we already went over, Ryoma's speed stat is absurd. He's going to be doubling every single enemy, even without speed support most of the time. As such, when preparing Ryoma for an enemy phase, typically it's safe to assume he's only going to be taking half of the attacks that go his way. So if Ryoma is bulky enough that he can survive 3 hits and gets killed by the 4th attack, then functionally that converts to being able to survive against 6 enemies, since 3 of those enemies will have their attacks automatically blocked by guard gauge. Except for, okay, so that's not entirely true. Because this calculation relies on the false assumption that you are going to be hitting every single enemy twice. And in Ryoma's case, that's simply not happening. This isn't because he's going to fail to double some super fast enemies, or because there's any wary fighter foes in the Revelation route, but instead it's because there's always the chance that Ryoma lands a critical hit on his first attack and just kills his opponent without having the chance to double and hit him again. If Ryoma gets attacked and then counters with a critical hit which kills, that's only 4 points of guard gauge, not 6, and as a result, he'll take 1 more attack than you planned for. And that can be the difference between life and death with enemies as strong as the ones in Revelation. Worse still, remember that super powerful personal skill Bushido, which is trivially easy to keep active and gives Ryoma a significant buff to both the damage he deals and his defenses? Yeah, it has a third effect. It also gives him 10 extra crit. So, in addition to the innate crit Ryoma gets from his stats, he's boosting a crit bonus with his personal skill. But wait, it gets worse! Because Swordmaster, the class that Ryoma starts in and the one that he wants to stay in for most of the campaign, has a 10 crit bonus, which means actually he has 20 crit before factoring in his stats. But wait, it gets even worse, because Ryoma's personal weapon, Rajinto, that super powerful blade that gives him +4 strength, has 5 crit on it. So if you have Rajinto equipped, which, let's face it, if you're enemy phasing, you probably do, Ryoma has an innate critical hit rate of 25% before factoring in the crit he gains from his stats. Now, Most enemy phase units will resolve this problem by using either a bronze or brass weapon. These weapons have the innate inability to crit, so you can guarantee just how many charges of guard gauge you will gain in each round of combat, since there's no damage variation. And if faced with only one range enemies, Ryoma certainly can grab a bronze sword in order to deal with these foes without the variance that comes from his critical hit rate. But it's also pretty hard to deny that at least some amount of the appeal of making Ryoma an enemy phase god is his access to the super strong 1-2 range PRF sword. Vala is full of foes with access to 1-2 range. So if you want to be an enemy phase sweeper, then you probably want to have some 1-2 range of your own. And with that in mind, I think this is probably as good a time as any to take a close look at Rajinto. Rajinto is an 11 might weapon with 80 hit, 5 crit, and an inbuilt avoid of 10. Additionally, as previously mentioned, it gives Ryoma a 4 strength bonus for being in his inventory. And because Rajinto is considered a katana, if you ever equip it, you get a 1 speed bonus in exchange for losing 1 defense and res. 11 might makes this lightning sword a pretty hefty weapon. It's only 1 less power than the steel axe and has much better accuracy alongside not cutting your speed. But the main selling point of Ryoma's legendary blade is its inherent 1-2 range, because most 1-2 range weapons in Fates offer significant restrictions. You can't double, you can't crit, you can't proc skills, and you get slowed down. Now, you can access unrestricted 1-2 range with tomes and daggers, but these weapons have lower might than the traditional swords, lances, axes, and bows. So the fact that Rajinto offers 1-2 range with no downsides and has nearly triple the might of an iron dagger is incredibly noteworthy. But when people talk about Rajinto, I feel like they focus entirely on the upsides, while failing to acknowledge that the weapon itself does have a couple of innate flaws. I already touched on how unrestricted 1-2 range isn't all it's cracked up to be. Because while having the ability to double is almost always positive, crits and proc skills are a much more mixed bag. And while it is always possible to unequip stuff like Luna and Astra, the same doesn't apply to Ryoma's critical hit chance. Rajinto also has a somewhat unimpressive hit stat at 80. For context, that's 5 less hit than an unforged steel sword, and an equivalent amount of hit to an unforged steel axe. Even with Ryoma's relatively impressive skill base of 18, he only has 117 hit with the Rajinto. 117 sounds pretty good until you factor in enemy avoid, as well as frequent weapon triangle disadvantage, because lances and shurikens are very common in the Fates trilogy. This means Ryoma can often find himself in situations where his accuracy is not terrible, but somewhat questionable, especially if facing dodgy foes like Swordmasters and Master Ninjas. And unlike other common victims of skill issues, Ryoma doesn't have any accuracy fixing skills in his base kit, and instead needs to acquire them via supports. This wouldn't be the end of the world for a character who joined earlier in the campaign, but Ryoma's pretty late to the party. So having to train up for 5 or even 7 maps just to reach the support level for a reclass is less than ideal. I don't want to give the wrong ideal. Rajinto is still a very powerful weapon, and Ryoma should have it in his kit and use it whenever it is useful. But I don't think Rajinto should be the only weapon you ever use. Ryoma will benefit from supplementing it with things like a forged bronze sword, an armor slayer, the dual katana, and perhaps even a non-sword weapon if you are reclassing Ryoma, either temporarily or permanently. Although, on the topic of choosing to reclass or not reclass Ryoma, I want to talk about a few potential build options. The first and most low investment is simply to leave Ryoma as a Swordmaster and treat him like the enemy phase sweeper I described when explaining the mechanics of guard gauge. Now you might be wondering why I would suggest this as even being a viable build. After all, I just talked about how Rajinto gets in the way of Ryoma's ability to utilize guard gauge for enemy phasing. And while that is true, Ryoma himself does have other tools that can make up for this downside. Specifically, I'm talking about the Swordmaster skills of Vantage and Astra, alongside Ryoma's respectable Avoid stat. These traits combine to tip the RNG in your favor and, in my opinion, outweigh the negative RNG that comes with Rajinto randomly critting. Let's start by talking about Ryoma's Avoid stat. Ryoma's 24 base speed grants him 36 Avoid on its own, and his 20 luck gives him 10 more on top of that, for a total of 46 Avoid purely from Ryoma's base stats. However, the Swordmaster class gives Ryoma another 10 Avoid for 56, and equipping Rajinto gives Ryoma another 10 for 66 Avoid, and 1 extra point of speed, which translates to another point of Avoid, for a total of 67 Avoid just at base. This is frequently enough to reduce enemies to the 30, 40, or 50% hit ranges. Not so low that Ryoma is guaranteed to dodge, but low enough that you can reasonably depend on some number of lucky misses. And because an attack missing still contributes to your guard gauge, Ryoma can take advantage of his Avoid while also relying on guard meter to limit the number of attacks he faces overall. On its own, the Avoid is nice, but I don't think it would be enough to tip the scales in your favor. But thankfully, Ryoma starts with the Vantage skill, which means if he's ever at 50% HP or lower, he will always attack first, even on enemy phase. This not only occasionally gives you a chance to supplement your guard gauge by attacking before your foe gets a chance, thus making up for some of the charges lost to careless critical hits, but it also turns the tables and makes Rajinto's critical hit rate an actual good thing. Because if you are attacking with Vantage and you happen to score a critical hit, you kill the enemy and then they can't deal any damage to you. And as we just went over, Ryoma's critical hit rate is not trivial. It's going to vary depending on enemy crit avoid, but it's not unusual to have at least a 1 out of 3 chance to just absolutely nuke your foe from orbit. But critical hits aren't the only way you can RNG yourself into a murder. Astra is the level 5 Swordmaster skill, and Ryoma is only 1 level up from learning it, and it gives him a skill divided by 2% chance to land 5 attacks at half power instead of just 1 attack. 2.5 times is slightly less power than the 3 times damage multiplier from a critical hit, but it's still going to be more than enough to one-shot basically any foe Ryoma faces. But Astra also has a second upside as compared to critical hits, because every strike from an Astra proc counts for 2 points of guard gauge. In theory, this means that the 5 hits from Astra are going to completely fill up all 10 guard gauge procs, and therefore give you an automatic guard for the next attack. But in practice, this is rarely the case. Ryoma's high critical hit rate is once more a downside because he is almost certainly going to crit on the second or third attack, but still, 4 or 6 ticks is better than 2. All of these aspects come together to weigh the odds of any enemy phase Ryoma participates in pretty heavily in his favor. You can't be reckless and just throw him in range of 50 enemies, but you can afford to extend him farther than the many other frail members of your squad. That being said, there are still a couple of downsides I would associate with this build of the Lobster Man. The most prominent and obvious one is he's grounded in a game where flight is incredibly important. although this can be somewhat solved through a proper pair-up partner. Both Camilla and Xander enjoy being in Wyvern, and either of them makes a decent spouse for Ryoma. So you can theoretically have them fly Ryoma across a gap and then switch him to the front position for enemy phase, but this only gives Ryoma a single turn of flight, so it doesn't exactly solve the problem of him being grounded. And as such, you may genuinely want to consider just abandoning the movement issues altogether and having Ryoma settle down with a nice country girl from the Fire Tribe, specifically Rinka. Not only does Rinka offer a significant bulk boost with her S-Support pair-up bonuses, but she also gives Ryoma access to the Blacksmith class, and with it, Lancebreaker. As I keep mentioning, blue weapons are the bane of Ryoma's existence, and while he doesn't have any way of accessing Shuriken Breaker outside of Corrin Marriage, Lancebreaker is within his grasp, and it can really turn the table on those pesky Naginata users. By getting a massive 50 hit and avoid boost, Ryoma brings Lance users down to the same level of all of the other enemies that only have a 20 to 30% chance to land an attack. But unfortunately, that segues us pretty nicely into the other major issue with this build, and that is the fact that this is still, at the end of the day, a very RNG dependent setup. I think the haters can sometimes over-exaggerate just how much Swordmaster Ryoma relies on RNG. This is much closer to Balatro or Cloverpit than it is a truly random game of poker or slots. But no matter how much you tip the odds in your favor, there's always going to be a chance of failure associated with a character relying on dodges, crits, and Astra. So, if you're super reliability pilled, you might be tempted to reclass Ryoma to Master Ninja in order to pursue a version of this build that is slightly less powerful, but significantly more reliable. By casting aside his legendary blade and embracing the power of forged brass shurikens, Ryoma is finally able to reach a position where you can accurately calculate just how many ticks of guard gauge you will gain in every round of combat. The price you pay for this, however, is a fairly significant fall off in damage potential. Ryoma loses a point of strength right off the bat, and his growth rate goes down as well. But the more extreme difference is the Brass Shuriken's pathetic 2 might in comparison to Rajinto's 11. That is a 9 might fall off, and 10 damage if we're factoring in the strength. Now, Brass Shurikens are forgeable, and after Chapter 19 you get a pretty big gold influx, so it's not that difficult to forge Ryoma the Fraud Jinto, or whatever funny name you want to give his Disc of Death. But if you're sticking to reasonably priced forges, there's still going to be a significant damage fall-off. A Brass Shuriken plus 1 is 4 might, and a Brass Shuriken plus 2 is 6. Even the exorbitantly expensive Brass Shuriken plus 3 has only 8 might attached to it, and personally, I don't even think this is really worth the gold you spend on it unless you're doing some sort of Ryoma solo run. But things might not be as dire as they seem in the damage department. Because one major difference between daggers and swords is what part of the weapon triangle they occupy. Daggers are a blue weapon, whereas swords are a red one. The most common weapon types in Fate's Revelation have blue weapons, and I believe this was intentional to keep Xander and Ryoma in check. You see, whenever a character is at weapon triangle disadvantage, they can no longer use their weapon rank bonuses. And starting from C rank, these bonuses will add on to the damage you're dealing. In transitioning from the red team to the blue team, Ryoma positions himself in a situation where he'll get to take advantage of these weapon rank bonuses more frequently. Although it is worth noting that he has an innate sword rank of B, whereas his hidden weapons start out at E rank. So he will need to build up dagger and shuriken rank before he can fully take advantage of weapon rank bonuses. Whereas swords would get the weapon rank bonus anytime they're not facing a dagger or lance user. As a result, this change in weapon type can be a bit of a mixed bag for Ninja Ryoma, but I do think it is worth acknowledging, and in the long term, it does come out as an upside, in my opinion. Another upside to Ninja Ryoma you might not expect is he actually becomes ever so slightly bulkier. As a Master Ninja, Ryoma gains 3 points of resistance as compared to his Swordmaster bases. And while he technically loses 1 point of defense, functionally it evens out because he's no longer going to be equipping a katana, and therefore will not have the -1 defense res penalty. So he functionally has the same physical defense and 4 more resistance. Now, as for how you get into Ninja, Ryoma can acquire the class from either of his retainers, Saizo and Kagero. Although personally, I would recommend getting it through Saizo since it is a fast friendship and therefore only takes 4 maps in comparison to Kagero's 6. It is also worth noting that since you can't activate support conversations in between chapters 16 and 17, Ryoma can only reach C rank after chapter 17, and as a result, the earliest that you can acquire Ninja without using any paralogs is at the end of chapter 20. Not too late, but not as early as you would like. The main problem Ryoma has with acquiring Ninja is the fact that he desperately wants to be in guard stance to benefit from guard gauge, but also really doesn't care for the bonuses offered by a Master Ninja or Mechanist. But if you'll allow me to go on a slight tangent, there's kind of a cool team building pathing you can do in order to solve this problem. Because the A+ supports are one way, Ryoma can acquire Ninja from Saizo even if Saizo has already pursued a different friendship. So in the early chapters of the campaign, you can pursue a friendship between Saizo and Tsubaki. This is already a fairly beneficial pairing because Tsubaki appreciates ninja access, but Saizo gaining Falconite can also benefit us if we are using him to escort Ryoma around Vala. Because while Ryoma doesn't particularly care about the stats a Falconite backpack offers, he does pretty desperately want to get ferried around the maps full of emptiness, forests, and other flyable hazards. So a Falconite Saizo can come to the rescue, and hey, Darting Blow actually kind of benefits the Red Christmas Ninja, since speed is one of his weaker areas. It's a win-win-win scenario, and just one of many examples why the Fates support reclassing system is so neat. Getting back on topic to Ryoma, there are 2 other potential dagger classes you might consider for him, although I think both of them are pretty significantly worse than Master Ninja. Mechanist offers a boost in strength and physical bulk in exchange for lower speed and resistance. At first, this seems pretty good since Ryoma is already quite fast, but I actually think the 3 functional speed he loses, going from 25 to 22, is a pretty big deal. It knocks him down from an absurdly fast character to just a decently fast one. And as a result, some of the speediest foes in the game can be more difficult for you to double, especially since the speed growth rate is also reduced in Mechanist. So as the campaign continues forward, a Mechanist Ryoma will fall further and further behind the Swordmaster and Master Ninja equivalents. It's also worth noting that Master Ninja gets the Shuriken Fair skill, a +5 boost to all damage with shurikens. Now, you can, of course, dip into Master Ninja, grab Shuriken Fair, and then move back into Mechanist if you want to take advantage of both the high strength class and the +5 damage boost, but at that point, we kind of risk turning Ryoma into a high investment character, and to be honest, this build doesn't feel so significantly different from the standard Rajinto Swordmaster one that I would consider it to be worth a ton of different forges and seals all put together. The third potential dagger class is Butler, and this one feels pretty bad. It is almost strictly worse than both Mechanist and Master Ninja, simultaneously offering undesirable stat spreads and skills. Worse still, the only way for Ryoma to acquire it without Corrin's help is by marrying Elise, and not only does this come with kind of gross ethical implications, but it also takes a full 7 maps, and requires you to deploy a pretty subpar troubadour for that entire time. It's just really not worth your time. It may be boring, but Master Ninja is the GOAT for a reason. And as an extra benefit, Ryoma can still take advantage of his sword rank in Master Ninja if the opportunity arises. Whipping out an Armor Slayer or even the Rajinto in case of emergency can have its uses, despite the fact that the main purpose of Master Ninja is to throw forged shurikens at your foes. Now, I understand for some people, having Ryoma reclass into a role where he can't use his personal weapon feels somewhat unintuitive and can be an off-putting prospect. So if you don't want to give up on the sword, I've got you covered. Because there's another enemy phase build you can do with Ryoma that not only uses Rajinto, but is fundamentally tied to the Samurai class line. And that is the Vantage Sweeper. A Vantage Sweeper is a character who gets such high attack stacking, both through raw stats and through skills, that they are able to one-shot any foe who attacks them. Then they intentionally drop to low HP so that they can activate Vantage to one-shot everyone before anyone has a chance to attack them. In Rev, it's exceptionally difficult to reach one-shotting benchmarks since enemy stats are so high, but Ryoma benefits from the fact that Rajinto has a higher might than Javelins, Hand Axes, Throwing Clubs, and Kodachi, so he already has a jump start and has easy access to both Vantage and Life and Death. Still, despite his impressively high base stats, I don't think Vantage Sweeper Ryoma gets enough raw power to safely commit to the build on higher difficulties. Which is why I'm going to instead recommend a DVAS build. This stands for Dual Vantage Attack Stance, and it's a combo I've discussed on a couple of previous reviews. The general idea is you train up 2 Vantage Sweepers and have them move around in attack stance with each other. Then, whenever either of them gets attacked, you can land 2 powerful blows, 1 main attack and 1 dual strike. In Fates, dual strikers only deal half of their attack power, but oftentimes a 1.5 multiplier is enough to ensure the one-shot against most enemies. You just gotta pick the right pair-up partner. And in Ryoma's case, 3 in particular stand out: Camilla, Silas, and Xander. When in attack stance, Camilla bolsters Ryoma's damage thanks to Rose's Thorns, and Silas is just a generally strong pre-promote whose only Achilles heel is the speed stat, which doesn't matter in a DVAS build. But the Ryoma-Xander pairing is where things get interesting. Both of these characters have access to strong 1-2 range swords, and in theory, these would be the weapons you leverage when doing a DVAS build. But accuracy is exceptionally important for Vantage Sweepers. After all, an untimely miss often spells getting added to the death counter. As I went over before, the 80 hit on Rajinto is a little unfortunate for Ryoma, although it's honestly not the end of the world against most enemies. And a similar principle applies to the Siegfried, which also has 80 hit, but is somewhat made up for by Xander's high skill stat. However, when you combine these 2 somewhat inaccurate weapons together, and need to rely on both of them hitting every round of combat in order to maximize your Vantage sweeping potential, things get kind of sketchy. Then, once you factor in the large number of super dodgy enemies, including Master Ninjas who have weapon triangle advantage over you, DVAS with the Blowjob Brothers seems a lot less appealing. That being said, I wouldn't say this build is completely worthless. There is a kind of interesting workaround you can do to this predicament, and that is sending both Ryoma and Xander into the Great Knight class, where they can take advantage of their special swords alongside forged javelins and hand axes for perfect triangle advantage regardless of which foe you're up against. As they deal the most damage, your swords are probably going to be the default option, but using forged throwables to increase accuracy selectively is also a valid tactic to put in place on specific enemy faces. But okay, real talk, this build is super silly, and it likely requires a arm scroll for one or both of the princes, so we're once again veering into the territory of turning Ryoma, who should be one of the most low investment units in the cast, into a bizarrely high invest character. How do I keep doing that? I mean, part of it is just my obsession with really bizarre builds, which are themselves inherently high investment, but even factoring that in, things are getting kind of out of hand. Let's dial it back by talking about one last build, one that's a little bit more grounded than all of these out there class-dipping combos. Although, ironically, it's not actually a grounded build because it's using Ryoma's Heart Seal to turn him into a flyer. Kinshi Knight is one of the strongest classes in Fire Emblem Fates Revelation. It combines bow access with flight, two incredibly valuable assets to anyone trying to kill foes on player phase. The main downside associated with the class is it doesn't have particularly good stat modifiers, but Ryoma has such high stats at base that this isn't really a problem for him. As such, if you want to expand your Air Force and are fine with ditching Reginto, Ryoma can just eat a partner seal right out the gate and feel like a second version of Reina, who trades a little bit of offensive prowess for better bulk. Now, while making Ryoma into a Kinshi Knight does turn him into a generically good unit, there are a couple of reasons why you might hesitate to pull the trigger on this. The first is that Ryoma ends up with E rank in both bows and lances. This means he will feel a little bit worse than your other lance and bow users, who have options like dual weapons, effective weapons, or the guard Naginata they can whip out in situations where they might be helpful. Ryoma also gets Kinshi Knight from the Sky Knight line rather than the Archer line, so instead of Quick Draw, he'll end up with Darting Blow, and since Ryoma's speed in Kinshi Knight is already quite good, this can feel like overkill and kind of a waste of a skill slot. Of course, you can fix this by getting Ryoma's friendship with his brother Takumi, which unlocks the Archer line and therefore would allow him to go into the Sniper class line once you get to the end of the Rev campaign and want to start dismounting your flyers. And Sniper would also open up the option to add Certain Blow or Bowfare to Ryoma's final bow-based build. I honestly don't have too much else to say about this build. Ryoma has good stats, and Kinshi Knight is a good class. Combining good stats with a good class is a recipe for success. It's not particularly interesting or intuitive, but it'll get the job done. Honestly, the coolest thing about this build is probably that you can refer to it as Ryboma, and that alone should be enough to justify running it at least once. Before moving on to the tier list, I do want to talk about one underexplored aspect of Ryoma's kit, that being his kind of ridiculous pair-up bonuses. His personal pair-up bonuses give 3 speed, a point of strength, and a point of skill. This means in his native class of Swordmaster, at S support, he gives 8 points of speed alongside that point of strength. And this is a ridiculous speed boost. It's enough to take someone who is getting doubled and push them over the edge to the point where now they are the one doubling. Now, unfortunately, 2 points of that speed come from the S support alone, so an A support partner only gets 6, but still 6 is a very significant boost. Especially if you consider the point of strength to be a little bit of sugar on top. Don't get me wrong, Ryoma is way too strong a unit to be put in the dedicated backpack role. However, I think that his pair-up bonuses are relevant if he marries a unit who wants to participate in guard stance with him. In this situation, rather than committing either the husband or wife to the pure backpack role, you can have them switch between frontal positions in order to take on challenges that each one is uniquely suited for. I think the ideal wife for this scenario is Camilla. She's a flyer and she has axes, whereas Ryoma is grounded and has swords. So if you need to deal with a large horde of enemies that you plan on dodging or vantaging, Ryoma takes the front position. But if he gets too injured or you need to fly somewhere and fight lance enemies, Camilla switches to the front. Camilla's speed is already pretty good, but a +8 modifier pushes it from good to great, at which point she could easily find herself taking on master ninjas with no problem. Similarly, I like pairing Xander and Ryoma with each other. In part, this is because Ryoma gives Swordmaster to Xander, and Swordmaster Xander is just a really strong build. But while you're building their friendship up, Wyvern Xander really appreciates the 6 speed boost that Swordmaster Ryoma gives him. It's not enough to make him a speed demon, but it saves him from getting doubled by a lot of foes who would otherwise deal way more damage than they have any right to. As for his position in the tier list, I think Ryoma comfortably slots into A tier. I'm confident keeping him high because while Ryoma is a late joiner, I think the back half of Rev is much harder than the front portion. That being said, I don't think the Lobster Lord is powerful enough to creep into S, simply because at the time that he joins, you've got plenty of other powerful units as well. Camilla and Reyna are unique in that they are likely ahead of everyone else you have available with the exception of Corrin. But Ryoma joins around the same time as Shura, Leo, Xander, and Fugo, thus making him a lot less essential, even if he is still incredibly powerful. I know this placement is probably a little bit controversial for such an iconic character, but it's important to remember Ryoma isn't the auto win condition in Rev that he manages to be in Birthright. Still, I'm curious to hear what other people think in the comments. Would you have put Ryoma in S tier, or do you think I was too kind to him considering how late he joins in comparison to the rest of the cast? What's your favorite thing to do with Ryoma? Do you keep him in a Rashinto class, or just take advantage of the stats in something better than Swordmaster? And while you're down there commenting, considering giving the channel a like, subscription, or even supporting me on Patreon if you're financially capable. Speaking of which, with Ryoma being so centralizing, it's easy to forget that there are other Swordmasters present in the Fates cast. Although, in fairness, I'm sure part of that is because the game's 2 native samurai, Hinata and Hana, both have problems. Hana is the classic training project growth unit. She's got pretty poor bases, but really min-max growths, focusing in on strength and speed. Unfortunately for her, in Fire Emblem Fates Birthright, that's not exactly a build you want. You generally don't need a ton of firepower to kill the weak enemies on the Birthright route, but you do want a good deal of defense so you can stand up to a ton of punishment. So even if you go out of your way for this training project, the payoff isn't super rewarding. Now, the niche Hana wants to fill is more valuable in Rev, so in theory she should be better there, but unfortunately she also got a stat nerf in the transition between routes, so realistically she's even more obnoxious to train, and there's not that much payoff to training her. You get plenty of other super strong units with less effort than would be required for this clumsy samurai. Hinata, on the other hand, is kind of just the definition of mid. He's a slow defense-focused unit who starts out in a class that is fast and frail. And as such, he kind of just ends up being pretty balanced. You can theoretically invest some reclassing resources to make him into a tanky Oni, or perhaps even get supports to turn him into some other role such as hero, but realistically, I think the best thing he's doing for your army is filler combat for a couple of chapters. And after that, maybe he can be a plus speed pair-up bot as either Samurai or Swordmaster. However, for as disappointing as the unpromoted Samurai are, the promoted ones have a 2-for-2 track record, because the Revelation exclusive unit Fuga is also technically a promoted Swordmaster. Although he's a Master of Arms, so he doesn't really fit the spirit of Swordmaster. He rejects the entire idea of being sword-locked, after all. Still, he's definitely what I would consider a good unit. Nothing fancy about him, just really high stats, but hey, really high stats are good. That's kinda all there is to it. And speaking of high stats, because of the way weapons work in SOV, I'm gonna be skipping over that game and moving directly to Three Houses. Characters in Three Houses take the Fuga approach to being a Swordmaster, which is of course the most natural way of saying that all classes can use all weapon types. Although magic is still limited to specific classes, and fists can only be used if you are unmounted, so mounted classes are going to have to dismount in order to use them. As such, for the first time in centuries, Swordmasters aren't sword-locked. Although, hilariously, here they are pretty inarguably a bad class. The main appeal that Swordmaster has is the unique combat art Astra, which allows you to strike 5 times. However, it costs a ton of durability and cuts your weapon damage significantly, such that using Astra is almost always worse than using any other kill tool, such as Fierce Iron Fist, Hunter's Volley, or even some personal stuff like Vengeance and Swift Strikes. Moreover, despite the fact that classes aren't weapon locked, they do at the very least have a suggestion of what weapons you should be using, and they do this by giving you weapon fair skills. They each add 5 damage if you're using the appropriate weapon. So if you're on a Lance Fair class and using lances, you get a little boost. And, as you can expect, Swordmasters get Sword Fair, but swords aren't the greatest weapon type in Three Houses. Their accuracy is appreciated in the early game because hit rates can be sketchy, but the main drawback is the lack of a premier combat art associated with swords. Bows have the aforementioned Hunter's Volley and Point Blank Volley, and in the early game, they can use the super useful Curved Shot. Fists have Fierce Iron Fist, as well as just the innate Brave status. Lances get Vengeance and Swift Strikes, and Axes, well, to be fair, Axes don't really get a strong combat art either. Although, you do get Axe Fair on Wyverns, so that's pretty cool. But swords don't even have the benefit of a fair on a good class. They're stuck with Mortal Savant and Swordmaster, and really the only useful late game sword combat art is Wind Sweep, which is limited to Byleth and Yuri. Well, okay, to be fair, that's not entirely true, actually. Because swords do actually have a somewhat relevant use case, they just have to be given to mages. Because plenty of students get access to magical sword combat arts, such as Hexblade, and these can pack quite a punch. Ironically, they're usually more devastating on mages than the spellbooks are. And if you have a unit who wants to use swords, either for magical sword combat arts or some other reason, you get a couple of good swords earlier than you do other weapons. The main ones that stick out to me are the Rapier, the Sword of Zoltan, and of course, the Thunderbrand, which is a crest weapon that technically belongs to Catherine, but can be handed off to really anyone who wants to make use of it. Although, speaking of Catherine, she's one of the few playable characters that starts in a pre-assigned class. and hers is Swordmaster, so I think it's relevant to talk about her in this video. Like all units in Three Houses, Catherine has a variable recruitment time. You're able to access her in the game's hub area, the Monastery, and once you reach the appropriate support level, as well as a high enough level with Byleth, you can ask her to join your team and she will permanently become a part of your squad. The earliest you can do this is in Chapter 4, although she skips the main mission of Chapter 4, so realistically, the earliest you can really get her is in Chapter 5. And you do have to kind of go out of your way to recruit her this early, especially on Maddening mode where experience is cut. By default, Byleth needs to reach level 15 to get Catherine, and this is absurdly high for the early game, although this number gets cut by 3 for every support rank the two of them have. So at C it's level 12, and at C+, it is the much more reasonable level 9. As such, the ideal strategy is to build your relationship through some amount of purchasing gifts, sharing meals, and faculty training. And if you want access to Catherine early, this is going to make your monastery action economy much tighter than it would otherwise be. But for many struggling with Three Houses' challenging early game, especially on Maddening mode, this can be a sacrifice well worth making, because Catherine joins with some pretty impressive stats for Chapter 5. Although the kind of funny thing about this is those stats aren't even really Catherine's per se, because with the exception of +2 HP, she quite literally just has Swordmaster bases. It's just that Swordmaster is an advanced class and normally you can't access them until you're level 20, and as such, they have really high base stats for Chapter 5. She also comes with the Thunderbrand, which is a rather inaccurate brave sword that is a pseudo-personal weapon. Anyone can use it, but she gets an extra combat art with it, and it is supposed to be associated with her specifically. It's also worth noting that the Thunderbrand is a hero's relic, so anyone that doesn't have a crest will take damage if they use it. I honestly don't think Thunderbrand is great just because it's got such low hit rate, but if you can fix a unit's accuracy problems by dipping into Archer or using other accuracy boosting skills, it's quite nice to have a brave weapon this early. And while, as I said, you can give it to someone other than Catherine, I think many players choose to leave it on her, either for flavor reasons or just because they don't realize it's not her personal weapon. Unfortunately, Catherine doesn't exactly scale super well after the early game. Her boons point towards sword classes or brawling classes, but female units can't access any brawling classes, and most of the sword classes are just kinda shit. Not only that, but if Catherine leaves Swordmaster to try to gain skills by mastering other classes, then you're going to have a harder time in the early game because she loses the stats she had from Swordmaster bases. So if you send her into like Sky Knight or Archer to get Darting Blow and hit +20, she loses Swordfare, she gets lower stats, and she's not really got anything to offer that your other units don't do better. Because of this weak long-term potential but good short-term power spike, I've seen many people refer to Catherine as the Jagen of Three Houses. And like, I can kind of understand where they're coming from, since Three Houses lacks a proper Jagen, but for a variety of reasons, I don't really feel like this analysis fits. Joining in Chapter 5 is still early, but in my opinion, it's not so early that we can really call her a Jagen. And the Chapter 5 join time is assuming a lot of hoops that you jump through to get her. I think those hoops are worth it just for the short-term power spike, but in many playthroughs people won't have a Chapter 5 Catherine, either because they don't know how to recruit her or because they don't want to bother with it. And without that optimization, it's much more likely that she'll join in the mid-game, at which point not only is she too late to be a Jagen, but she's also likely outclassed by the rest of your students. And in that same vein, I don't even think Catherine is the best unit to join in Chapter 5. Because Cyril, this game's trainee, is capable of one-rounding every unit on Chapter 5 at base in Maddening mode, provided you give him the correct setup. You have to recruit Cyril in the first week of the month and assign him to study bows. You then have to forge a steel bow plus and cook a strength meal. While the forge and meal are technically investment, I would say that these are the same level of resource investment as gifts to recruit Catherine would be. And if we're assuming someone has the meta knowledge to early recruit Catherine for Chapter 5 by maximizing supports and by list level, then I think it's also fair to assume they have enough meta knowledge to give Cyril the steel bow plus and point blank volley. And at that point, if the Jagan is being outperformed by the growth unit, are they really a Jagan? I don't think so. Actually, on that topic, I've wanted to do a video talking about who is the Jagan of 3 houses in a similar vein to the one I made about Fire Emblem Fates at the beginning of this year. So I should probably save my thoughts on Cyril and Catherine for that video instead. After all, I wouldn't want to get sidetracked here. We're supposed to be talking about Fire Emblem Myrmidons. Fire Emblem Myrmidons, aka Myrm Emblem, is a ROM hack where every single member of the cast is a Myrmidon. Specifically, a Myrmidon from a mainline Fire Emblem game, as well as Tearing Saga and Berwick Saga. At its core, the idea is definitely a bit of a joke or shitpost, but it's not low effort in any way. There was a ton of craft put into designing this campaign, and I think the place where that's most obvious is by looking at the roster design. Despite all originating as Myrmidons, every blue unit you have access to feels unique in some way. Oftentimes, this is done through a personal weapon or skill combination that references their role in the mainline series. For example, Merida has the Merida Sword, a personal brave weapon, alongside Luna and her busted growths from Vanilla. On the other hand, Mia and Edward have less flashy combat, but both possess the shove skill since Tellius gives infantry shove. Volo is a powerful pre-promote that you can only recruit by paying him an exorbitant sum as a reference to Berwick Saga's mercenary system, and Hisame starts out with some rallies since second generation Fates units are the easiest way to create rally bots. You would be surprised on how characters of the same class line can fill vastly different roles based on these minor tweaks to their weapon skills and stats. But there is, of course, a limit to just how much difference you can make by tweaking these values. And that's where the other notable distinction the characters have is. While everyone is allegedly a Myrmidon, in practice, many of them have different Myrm-flavored classes. And this is kind of done out of necessity to allow characters to fill roles needed for Fire Emblem games to function. The most immediately obvious example of this is your team's lack of a healer. While you can scrape your way through the early game relying on vulneraries and passive healing, with such a frail army, it becomes immediately obvious that you need a staffer of some sort. But thankfully, you can transform magically inclined Myrmidons like Felix and Owain into mortal savants, and they are capable of using swords, tomes, and staves, thus earning a priority spot on any team. The Hero and Master of Arms classes likewise provide extra weapon types, and Lyn, one of the game's 2 lords, will gain bows much like she does in the Blazing Sword. Don't get me wrong, as you can expect from a game like this, your team will specialize in swords above all else, but you do have options to round out your attacking abilities. And among those options are going to be a variety of S-rank weapons from throughout the franchise, specifically the S-rank swords. This is a game about swordmasters after all. Although, presumably for game balance purposes, not every Myrmidon can use every legendary sword. Instead, characters can only use swords from titles they appear in. So if you want to wield Veikati, you gotta move to Tellius. This helps to further distinguish the cast from each other, as not only do they have different classes and promotion options, but they also have different weapons outside of their PRFs that might be locked to specific dudes. I could go on all day talking about the intricacies of the cast. It's honestly better balanced than some non-gimmick hacks I've played. But we do have other topics to cover. After all, a hack is more than just the characters you can play. arguably more important is map design, and Merm Emblem succeeds in this arena as well. Chapters place a significant focus on your offensive prowess, which makes sense because Myrmidons are typically not known for their good defenses. As such, you are encouraged to play aggressively, either thanks to dangerous enemy formations or sometimes very real timers. I'm already a fan of the hyper player phase focused hack, so I'm biased in that regard, but I think this is supremely flavorful for a hack full of Myrmidons, a class that is known for being offensive instead of defensive. You do get some options for bulk, the Aegis Shield in particular comes to mind, but in general you'll have a much easier time if you just go aggressive. And the fast pace of this game applies to more than just map design. The story itself is incredibly sparse, and most cutscenes last 3 or 4 lines of dialogue, if there even are cutscenes, as many maps just lack them altogether. I feel like calling this a joke story would almost be an understatement, as there's almost no plot to speak of, although that is kind of the point. Plenty of chapters are titled things like Route Map or Fog of War Defend Map, and though there's a vague through line about finding more powerful foes and fighting in an arena, realistically this is barely even an excuse plot. Although, honestly, I don't know what you expect from a game called Myrmidon Emblem. The story isn't the point, and Shigen almost feels like Doom Marine in his rejection of any sort of narrative thread. But what the story lacks in, well, story, it makes up for in reference. I constantly found myself pointing at the screen saying, ooh, I get that, I know what that's referring to. And references aren't exactly the height of literature, but they make the serotonin flow all the same. Plus, if nothing else, they show that the hack's creator, Renowned, is a certified Fire Emblem scholar, as the game is full of both deep and shallow cuts that show an appreciation for every single game in the franchise. Well, with one exception. Merm Emblem was released in 2021, which means Fire Emblem Engage hadn't even been announced yet, and as such, you won't find anything about Kagetsu or Lapis. So I guess that means it's time to talk about the Sword Masters from Fire Emblem Engage. Although this game has an incredibly unrestrictive reclassing system, in my opinion, it is even more free to change someone's class in Engage than it is in Three Houses. So while Lapis starts out as a sword fighter and Kagetsu starts out as a sword master, it's unlikely either of them are going to stay that way for long. Instead, both of these characters want to eat a second seal ASAP in order to take their stat spread into a class more appropriate for it. Lapis has a focus on speed, with a personal growth of 55% before class modifiers. And while this is held back somewhat by her truly abysmal constitution stat, she is still frequently able to hit difficult doubling thresholds in powerful classes like Wyvern and Warrior. She also has semi-decent hybrid offenses. Her magic base isn't great, but she only has a 5% lower growth, so going into Mage Knight in order to take advantage of her inherent speed can potentially allow her to hit either high res or high defense enemies on the weaker end of their bulk. And because Lapis has an innate sword specialty, it means that she'll be able to wield A-rank swords as a Mage Knight. So she can switch between using the Silver Sword to kill mages and the Levin Sword to shred armors. Technically, if you're sending her Mage Knight, Lapis can choose between swords, lances, and axes, but thanks to her low constitution and innate sword rank, she almost always wants to choose swords. And besides, the sword variant of Mage Knight is typically considered to be the best version anyway, since Levin Sword is not only the best of the magical weapons, but oftentimes just better than using tomes if you want to go for magical damage. For this reason, a hybrid Lapis build could also potentially go Griffin Knight and forgo tomes entirely in favor of stabs. And as a bonus, thanks to her innate sword rank, this would allow Lapis to use the legendary S-rank swords, which are pretty good for emblem attacks. But considering Lapis can have a bit of a noodle arm even outside of low strength classes like Griffin Knight, I think this is a role much better suited to Kagetsu. who is arguably the best physical unit in the game. Although you wouldn't know it from first looking at him, because he starts as a Swordmaster, and Swordmaster has truly abysmal class bases. Therefore, if you want him to do more than just filler combat, you probably want a reclass. But because of his phenomenal personal stats, he can make basically anything work. Wyvern and Warrior are the go-tos as just the best generic classes in the game, and the aforementioned Griffin Knight for S-rank sword attacks can also be useful in the very late game. But honestly, Kagetsu's stats are good enough that you can make him work in whatever role you want. Are you a fan of the 1-2 ranged knives? Try throwing him on a wolf. Want to take advantage of cavalry bonuses? Great Knight and Bow Knight are both fine options. Heck, if you're looking for an off-meta option, Kagetsu's stats are good enough to make sniper work as well. Honestly, I have a conspiracy theory that reclassing was added to Engage rather late in development, and Kagetsu's personal stats are a primary reason for this. As a Swordmaster, he seems like a fine mid-game unit, nothing special, but definitely usable. But when shifting to virtually any other class, he becomes a superstar beyond all others. And a similar thing can be said about Zelkov, another character whose personal stats are just diminished by his starting class. I'll be honest, I'm not really a fan of the infinite reclassing that Three Houses and Engage have. I think it usually just ends up making the characters blend together and feel like balls of stats with no other defining features. Although, admittedly, Engage makes this problem a little bit worse by having underwhelming personal skills on the majority of the cast. I didn't even mention Lapis and Kagetsu's personal skills because they're not really things I think about. Minor boosts to hit under very specific circumstances are just... they're not that flashy and, in my opinion, not that useful, especially for sword users who are already fairly accurate. But with that, we've reached the end of our deep dive into the history of the Myrmidon class. Which, like, I guess that's what this video is about? I've kind of lost track at this point. I think this was supposed to be about the Navarre archetype? But, this project kind of spiraled wildly out of control. Okay, a peek behind the curtain. I started working on the Navarre video like 4 months ago or something. I didn't expect it to take this long. I don't really know how we got here. Like, I don't even think Navarre is a real archetype. I talked about that at the start of the video. Although, honestly, for the most part, I'm not a believer in Fire Emblem archetypes. I think that oftentimes people just see a reference to older games and assume that it must be evidence of an archetype and a pattern that appears in every entry. And as an iconic character from Marth's first adventure, Navarre does often get referenced by the Fire Emblem franchise. You know, he appeared as one of the playable characters in both Fire Emblem Warriors and Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE. The fact that he has an imposter, Samto, is also repeated in Genealogy and Thracia with Shanam. Marissa is referred to as the Crimson Flash, and this to me feels like a pretty intentional parallel to Navarre's title of the Scarlet Swordsman. Although she's not even the only Navarre reference in the Sacred Stones. And no, I'm not referring to Joshua here. I actually think Garrick is a reference to Navarre's appearance in Fire Emblem 3 Book 2. Think about it. In both Erica Route and Ephraim Route, Garrick shows up as a mercenary far away from your units, and is tasked with protecting a fragile dancer until the rest of your team can catch up. This, combined with his relationship to the Crimson Flash, who, as I mentioned, is herself a parallel to the Scarlet Swordsman, makes me feel like they were really laying down the heavy Navarre references with Garrick's mercenaries. And yet, much like with Guy and Raven, when talking about Navarre in the Sacred Stones, people focus on Joshua just because he starts in the Myrmidon class and has a killing edge. Even though, in some ways, Navarre is more mercenary than Myrmidon. Like, Yeah, the DS remake retconned Navarre into Myrmidon instead of Mercenary, and I think that was the right choice. It helps to diversify the cast, which could feel pretty homogenous in the first couple of Fire Emblems. And the fact that he starts with a critical hit weapon means Navarre becoming the critical hit class just makes sense. But at the same time, the DS games weren't out when Sacred Stones was developed. And before the Game Boy Advance split them up into separate lines, the Myrmidon and Mercenary class were actually kind of linked to each other. In the second Fire Emblem game, Myrmidon was the class that Mercenary promoted into. It was sort of its stepping stone on the way to Dreadfighter. And in both Fire Emblem 4 and Fire Emblem 5, some Myrmidons promoted to Swordmasters, whereas others promoted to Heroes, which traditionally is the promoted class of Mercenary instead. You can even see a return to this old school design sensibility in the most recent Fire Emblem games. Both Three Houses and Three Hopes link Myrmidon and Mercenary together in the same class tree, although Three Houses gives you a little bit more freedom about avoiding the Mercenary line if you want. And in Fire Emblem Engage, both classes have been merged into the Sword Fighter line, which itself can promote into either Swordmaster or Hero, thus bringing us back to the days of Judgrel. So if you're looking for some more cope about the Fire Emblem 4 remake, go ahead and spin that into concrete evidence that it's just around the corner. Hilariously, Engage isn't the only game with a branching promotion between Hero and Swordmaster. TMS Sharp FE has Navarre, the game's only Myrmidon, choose between Hero or Swordmaster as his promotion options. And whether intentionally or not, it kind of leans into his dual identity as being both a mercenary or a Myrmidon depending on how you look at it. If you'll indulge me in one last tangent, this whole situation reminds me of the movie The Thief and the Cobbler. In case you haven't heard of it, The Thief and the Cobbler is a 1993 children's movie set in an unspecified Arabian country. It was written and directed by the legendary Richard Williams, one of the brilliant minds behind Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But unlike his previous projects, this one was critically panned upon release. And general audiences were also not too thrilled with it since it was a pretty obvious and low-quality ripoff of the previous year's Aladdin, sharing not only the same setting, but also some very similar character designs and plot beats. But here's the thing, despite those similarities, it wouldn't really be accurate to call The Thief and the Cobbler a ripoff of Aladdin. In fact, it's arguably accurate to call Aladdin a ripoff of Thief and the Cobbler, because The Thief and the Cobbler began production in the 1960s, almost 30 years before Aladdin came out. And not only that, but Richard Williams alleges that Disney stole many of the ideas and designs that made their way into Aladdin from him. In particular, pointing to an animator who left his project and joined up with Disney shortly before production on Aladdin began. But at the same time, there were changes made to The Thief and the Cobbler after Aladdin came out. In particular, the addition of musical numbers seems to have been, at least in part, because of the influence of Aladdin. And as such, The Thief and the Cobbler kind of took ideas from Aladdin, which itself, almost certainly, allegedly, I don't want to get fucking sued, took ideas from The Thief and the Cobbler. And in the same vein, Shiva originated the pattern of edgy killing edge Myrmidons that Navarre eventually became a part of in Fire Emblem 11. But at the same time, Shiva himself seems to be a pretty clear reference to Navarre, the OG killing edge enemy, which kind of gets around to why I don't give much stock to the Navarre archetype or its similar cousins. The Navarre archetype, or Navarchetype, feels a lot like people identifying a couple of discrete references to Navarre, like Long Q or Shiva, and then deciding that they must be representative of a very strictly defined archetype that itself excludes several other concrete references to Navarre, such as Raven or Garrick. Navarre is clearly a character that Intelligent Systems considers to be a key part of Fire Emblem's history, so we're likely going to continue to see references to him in the future, but I suspect they will come in forms other than recruitable red units. After all, Fire Emblem has seemed to shy away from that element of the franchise. Instead, things like the Navarre Bond Ring, Long Q being an opponent who joins you after you defeat his country in an arena, or Garrick tirelessly working to defend a fragile dancer, are more likely to be the forms that Navarre references take. And I kinda hope people don't just overlook the validity of those references just because they happen to not fit into the strict criteria the fandom wiki has decided applies to any and all Navarre archetypes. Basically, my point is hashtag justice for Raven. Lil gay boy deserved better than he got. Okay, so editing Danny here. I realized after putting everything together that the Navarre video is now 5 hours and 17 minutes long, which is an absurd length, but also gives me a dilemma. If I can just yap on for 13 more minutes, then I can say I made a 5.5 hour video about Navarre. And like, as stupid of a brag as it would be, I think that would be a pretty baller thing to be able to say. But given the nature of this project, I've kind of thoroughly exhausted almost every different avenue we can approach this edgy Myrmidon from. Although, I do know of at least one area we haven't touched on yet. Navarre appears in the third of FE12's bonus chapters. And he's not just a random scrub that you recruit on the map, but he's actually a key feature in the story. As you might expect from someone so iconic for being a recruitable enemy, he starts out as a red unit, and, as is tradition, must be recruited by the Pegasus Knight Sheeta. But there's a little wrinkle that makes this somewhat more complicated than you would expect. And that is that Sheeta isn't in your starting army, so you need to hold him off in order to recruit him with her once she spawns a couple of turns into the map. This is easier said than done though, because Navarre starts out very close to Ogma, who he is dead set on having a duel with. He charges in all aggressively and desperately wants to kill the humble mercenary. As such, you kind of end up on the defensive, trying to stall for time while simultaneously dealing with the non-Navarre threats throughout the map. And from a mechanical perspective, I think this is actually a pretty interesting chapter. I did a playthrough of it for my April Fool's video, and the duel between Ogma and Navarre really reminded me of what Arlen and Merrick was attempting to capture, only this time there's no way to cheese it with Draco Knight Wendell or the Rescue Staff. You are just kinda stuck dealing with this duel until Sheeta can show up and talk the Scarlet Swordsman into his senses. As far as the timeline is concerned, this takes place in between Fire Emblem 1 and Fire Emblem 3. And with that in mind, we do end up getting a little bit of extra Navarre lore from this chapter's story. After the events of Fire Emblem 1, Navarre left Marth's army and went back to working with brigands. He's joined up with a new gang because the Soothsayers are all dead, but he's up to no good regardless. The rest of the story plays out pretty close to a beat-for-beat retelling of Navarre's recruitment in Chapter 3. Sheeta begs Navarre to return to the side of good, Navarre refuses because he's edgy, and so Sheeta says you're going to have to kill me, and then Navarre's like, no, I don't kill women. As funny as it is, the one line of dialogue where he says he doesn't kill women ended up being enshrined in Fire Emblem lore to make Navarre's code of honor kind of a key part about him as a character. It's why Long Q has an aversion to women. I think it's called gynophobia. He is nervous around women, and many people have interpreted this as being some sort of gay subtext. You know, he doesn't want to be around girls because he would rather be with the guys. Of course, there is also the other interpretation where he becomes super straight, like he's just really, really nervous around women because, oh, maybe I'll hold hands with them, oh, they make me so nervous. When I say super straight, I don't mean transphobic. Long Q supports trans women. Long Q is scared of trans women, as he should be. Long Q says trans rights are human rights, but his whole gynophobia thing is a clear reference to Navarre's discomfort with killing women, and instead it's expanded to be like discomfort with women overall. However, the reason that I bring up him, in addition to just sort of killing time to try to make it to the 13 minutes, is that his gynophobia being interpreted as homosexuality actually kind of has roots in the Navarre deep lore, because in this bonus chapter, Navarre's initial conversation with Ogma has some very heavy gay overtones. Ogma chastises Navarre for fighting without purpose, and Navarre straight up says, "What if I told you you're my purpose?" And then later in the conversation, he says, "Stop denying yourself. You're just like me, and that won't ever change." This is framed around the idea of them having a sword fight and duel to the death. Navarre's purpose is that he wants to be a better fighter than Ogma, and he is telling Ogma not to deny himself because from Navarre's point of view, both of them are as obsessed with fighting as Navarre is. So, you could see it that way played straight, but also, gay people have been seeing romance in sword fights for generations. And it's not too hard to just put these two screenshots side by side and say, Ogma Navarre #1 yaoi? It's honestly low-key insane to me that Ricardo monopolizes the Arcanea gay ship discourse when there is just so much subtext dripping from Navarre at all times. He even expresses a disinterest in women. And while, again, it's easy to read this as him just being too edgy for romance, it's also possible that he's not interested in women because Ogma's got his eye. I mean, I'm probably reading too much into things, but from my understanding, that is a core first step in shipping culture, so probably on the right track. Unfortunately, there's not much more to talk about with the bonus chapter, and we're only 6 minutes into the required 13, so, fuck, what else we got? I already talked about Navarre in TMS, but there is another spin-off he was in, Fire Emblem Cypher, the now-defunct collectible card game. And Navarre has, unsurprisingly, had quite a few appearances, as he's quite an iconic character. Interestingly, rather than focusing on Navarre's recruitment, most of the cards tend to lean into him as an edgy lone wolf swordsman, with both Navarre Scarlet Sword and Navarre Wielder of a Killing Edge giving him bonus power for being alone. Navarre Masterful Swordsman takes a similar but different approach to making him a lone wolf. This time, it makes it so that no one other than Ogma and Sita can support him. And honestly, this makes sense given the interactions he has with these two characters in Fire Emblem 1 and the bonus episode of Fire Emblem 12. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Lena's absence on this list, which further supports the idea of Navarre not having a special relationship with a female cleric, as the defenders of the archetype insist he must. But I also find it kind of intriguing that he doesn't receive support from Fina either, given that in both FE3 and FE12 he is defending her on his join map. Although, to be honest, I think this makes an amount of sense, because I've always read the situation as Navarre protecting Fina simply because it's the right thing to do, and it aligns with his code of honor about not hurting/protecting women. He doesn't have any sort of specific affinity towards Fina, which is why he leaves her behind at the end of the war. It was just kind of a right place, right time. And if anything, his defending of the innocent is showing how Shida and Ogma have rubbed off on him. All of the other appearances of Navarre focus on either critical hits or enemies being unable to avoid your attacks, both of which make sense for a swordmaster, a super high skill class, and someone who oftentimes has a crit bonus. Even if Navarre himself is rarely in a game where he gets a crit bonus, he starts with a killing edge, and that itself has a critical hit rate. And that's really all there is to say about Navarre in Cypher. Shit, that didn't give us much, did it? Only 2 minutes, and that's with me stretching it out by talking about individual card effects. Fuck, this is really awkward. I'm usually such a yapper, and oftentimes I run into the problem of taking too long to talk about things instead of being too fast. But now that I actually have a goal time to meet, I find myself incapable of filling the air with pointless fluff. I really don't know what else to say. Like, I could talk about Navarre in Merm Emblem. He has the Scarlet Sword, which is a personal weapon with 60 crit, and Gentle Ohm. There, I talked about him. That's cool. Ugh. I didn't want to resort to this, but tell you what. After I read out my patron names, I'm going to include footage of my cats being cute until we hit the 5.5 hour mark. Sound like a good compromise? Alright, cool. Let's do this. Thank you to my patrons, Glupshido, Electric Giga, Erica Ford, YLO1, George Grenville the 7th PM, Jamie Collins, Arvis, Crispy Matthews, Floahay, Amy Hazel, Shinthia, Faulty Videos, Kyle Madison, Derek Williams, Anna Cabana, The Daily Fugle, Faye, Magic Bite, Thoughtful Insanity, Robin Goodfeller, Ziggy WSB, Dysike, Chris, Root Beer Pants, Queen Elizam, Control Aegis, Roman Kermansik, Nick Knack Hammersmack, Carrier Has Left, Angel Knob Caceres, Cabbage, SUP, Caius Cole, Bree, Punch Fighter Champion, Eggman, Maxine the Vampire Queen, Dragonback Lancer, Sardonic Muse, Wannabe Cinnabon, Lepton, Key the Iron Idol, Calamity Callie, A Clever Username of Lies, Jax McMahon, Saren Gurlixy, Rezi, Andu, Rhea, Gameboo, Carosa, Fyrant, Your Doctor, Frozen Helm, Padwit, Pillow Willow, Girl Boss, Lizard Bongwater, Christopher Bueno, Marin McLean, Jaden, Dylan Solis, Forever Lucas, Some Trades, Guiji555, Smaz Ruby, Zycrom, Robin D, Alenby, Hound Dogs, Thaythom, Klon, and especially my Jagans, Your Best Friend 9000, Adele, Alexander Roper, Sensitive Luigi, Siggy, and Serial Bull. Your support is what makes these videos even possible. If you are interested in joining my Patreon, there's a link in the video description, but please only donate if you can comfortably afford to do so. I don't want anyone going broke over Fire Emblem. Although, if you made it this far into the video, I would really appreciate a like, subscribe, all that fun shit. Hype is apparently a thing. That wasn't a thing when I first started making this video, but hype is a thing now, so hype the video, I guess. Here's some cats while you think about that.